Chapter 1 Invisible Fragments 001 Fragments invisible to others. Xiao Jiang, run the poison. What are you still doing there in a daze? I'm going, Jiang Siming, you are not disconnected, are you? Why are you running into poison? Don't worry about him being forced by this dish, I will take Mr. Wang to run poison first. Mr. Wang, you sit behind me, I will block the bullet for you. Listening to the dialogue from the cheap headphones, Jiang Siming, who was sitting in the internet cafe, stared at his computer screen blankly. Jiang Siming graduated from university for 3 years and worked as a salesperson in a real estate company. Today, I played games with 2 colleagues and team manager Wang. Compared with the other 2 colleagues, Jiang Siming's skills are good. He came to work as a medical soldier to carry bullets. In fact, his skills are not good and he can't flatter, so his sense of presence in the game is extremely low, even negligible. At this time, Jiang Siming's computer screen did not crash, and the game did not drop. It's just that in Jiang Siming's eyes, there is something different in his game screen. While he was running poison, Jiang Siming found that he was passing through City P and found a white light flashing inside. At first, he thought he had read it wrong or the computer screen was fuzzed, but he repeatedly confirmed that Jiang Si clearly saw it. Huh buddy, do you think there is light? Jiang Siming also pointed to the computer and asked the guy next to him who was also eating chicken, but the other party shook his head and said, no, what light? It's this white light, can't you see it? It's very bright. Jiang Siming doesn't believe in evil, is it really something wrong with his eyes? Cataract? Are you going to use sharp S to cure your eyes? How can there be light? I think you are wicked, run poison, buddy, you are almost poisoned to death. The buddy next to me kindly reminded and denied it again. Jiang Siming was surprised. In order to confirm that he was not mistaken, he changed his direction, turned his head and walked into P City, and quickly determined the source of the light spot, which was in a 3-story building. This is already the 3rd wave of poison. There are no ghosts in the city, and all the poisons are gone. Jiang Siming is not worried about people in the city, so he rushes into this 3-story residential building with bright spots. On the top floor of the 3rd floor, Jiang Siming was stunned. A piece of white note-like fragments quietly floated in the corner, and the piece of paper was still bright white, very conspicuous. But this is not something from the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game at all. Look, buddy. Is this a new item in the game? Jiang Siming yelled, and the buddy next to him impatiently came over again and took a look at it carefully, speechlessly. Where are the pieces? There is nothing in this room, are you kidding me playing? Can't you see such a big fragment, so bright? It's here. Jiang Siming pointed to the fragments of white notes on the computer screen, which looked pretty. Fart fragments, I think you are sick. The man ignored Jiang Siming, only treating him as a fool. Why? How could he not see it? Jiang Siming said incredulously, could it be that only he could see this thing? In curiosity, Jiang Siming decided to take a look at what happened to this fragment first. Go over and press the pickup button, only to hear a ding-dong sound in my mind. Pick up, 98K proficiency, fragments *1, 1/1. The number of fragments is full and can be used directly. Use. Regardless of the shock, Jiang Siming already vaguely knew that something was wrong. At the moment Jiang Siming chose to use the fragments, his mind suddenly seemed to flood with aura. Later, Jiang Siming was horrified to discover that in his brain, he had a lot of knack for using 98K, such as opening the mirror, shooting in advance, moving the target, raising the gun height, etc., a lot of information about this game sniper rifle information. And he happened to be carrying a handful of 98K on his back. He wanted to find a tree to try it out, but Wang Jun and the others were already impatiently urging. What's the matter with you, Xiao Jiang? Isn't it a silly beep? Quickly take out the poison and send me the medicine package. Hearing the manager's rudeness to himself, Jiang Siming resisted being scolded, he screamed and chose to obey. He is no longer a student from the Sunshine School who was fascinated by all the girls in the Sunshine School who was instructing the country's literary dung. The cruelty of the workplace is far beyond his imagination. Although I wanted to reply, Jiang Siming suffered a lot from the previous cases of confronting the boss. Otherwise, the top students who graduated from the prestigious universities will not be mixed up as a small salesman. Reluctantly ran out of the drug ring, Jiang Siming was urged by 2 colleagues to hand over all the medicine before he could get the medicine. It's useless for you to take medicine, Xiao Jiang, you're just holding a gun next to you. If one of us falls, you can quickly pull it, you know. Wang Jun said in an orderly tone. Oh. Jiang Siming agreed casually and then disappeared. The medicine was given to them all. Jiang Siming himself could only maintain half blood, but the 98K didn't hand it over, not because they didn't want it, but they had all. So Jiang Siming was lucky to have a sniper rifle that could not be handed in. Before he picked up the Mini 14, they would scrape it over. It's just a pity that his 98K only has a red dot sight, which is equivalent to a fire stick. Before the change, Jiang Siming was able to use this 98K as a wedding salute, only listening to the sound, not hitting people. But now, Jiang Siming is confident, even with the red dot scope, he can kill people. I see people. To the southeast, I am rushing towards us, colleague Zhou Qiang shouted. Stop them, Mr. Wang, your marksmanship is the best. When I'll go ahead and shoot to attract firepower, you can clean them up. Another colleague Yuan Bing started flattering again. Jiang Siming was speechless in his heart. He really didn't understand how they were so capable, and a guy who couldn't get close to him was blown away by them. But now that the enemy is coming, Jiang Siming doesn't care about the taunts, and quietly waits for the prey with 98K. After a while, a full formation came to the southeast, but it was still a little far away. When Zhou Qiang and the others saw the equipment configuration on the opponent's body, their expressions became serious, and the opponents were all uniform. There is also a black eye-catching helmet on the head, this is the head. I'm doing it. The equipment on the other side is too good, it's a bit hard to fight. Armor is able to resist a lot of bullets, it is very difficult to think of the opponent in seconds. Bang! At this time, a bullet broke the silence, and it was shot by Wang Jun. Unbearable Wang Jun thought he could be 1 second, and shot them first, exposing their position. Zhou Qiang and Yuan Bing were both beeping dogs in their hearts, but naturally they wouldn't speak out, so they could only shout and start shooting, followed by shooting. The hurried shooting had very little effect. The 3 people didn't even lose one of them, so the enemy team reacted and ran under the bunker to hide. It can be seen that this team is good at playing, they are not hurried, they are methodical. On the contrary, Wang Jun's hearts trembled as they were blown away by the precision grenades, and Wang Jun was almost killed. Why don't you go? Mr. Wang, you can't do it. Zhou Qiang said to Wang Jun, lying on the ground shivering. Okay. This team is lucky. After picking up so many gangsters, we will clean them up later. Wang Jun put down the ruthless words and turned around and ran away. Chapter 2 Instant Aim 002, Instant Sniper. On the other side, the team ambushed by Wang Jun and the others, there was a relaxed laughter. This team is good food, no one who gets stuck in a bit of a bitch, hahaha. Leave these to me. Wow, great God, you are too much, take a rookie to practice the gun, I don't care, I also want to be ahead, Birdie has been swept in half-blood, distressed TNT. Don't worry, I will leave one for you. I will be concerned about your live broadcast effect. Hee, this is very nice brothers in the live broadcast room, have you seen it? Today I have invited a member of the professional team 4 AM to lead it, this is the start of the quiz, this group will kill the chicken. They seem to be running, I'm on first. The great God does his part. For such a weak team, he is full of confidence, as if there are 4 opponents. The great who rushed uphill just saw the last Wang Jun leaving, with the M416 assault rifle in his hand instantly raised. Just as he was about to fire, a clear gunshot exploded in his ears. Then he collapsed to the ground. There is a sniper. The soil to the northwest. The moment he was sniped down, Great God already knew the opponent's location and reported to his teammates. At the same time, his heart shook. He just stopped for less than 0.5 seconds, this person actually gave him a second. Is it a luck gun or a hidden master? Tina, gosh. It's terrible. The girls in the team made her daily pig cry. The other two teammates are not in a hurry, one closes cigarettes and one guns, fearing that the great will be replaced. The resilience of professional teams can be seen. Unexpectedly, the other party simply ignored the great who had fallen to the ground, and a small head emerged from behind the again. The eye-catching sight of 4 a.m. was about to shoot, but the other party instantly retracted and fired a shot in the middle. Funny, I don't have enough time to start the shot, Xuanyu. The little eye-catching smiled disdainfully. But as soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground as if he had been cursed. The second-level helmet that was still stained with skin on his head had broken and disappeared, and there was a blood hole in the center of his forehead. Fuck. This time, 3 people at 4 a.m. burst into foul language at the same time. Really? And it's so fast. Even Germs, the North American sniper god, is not so fast. Smoke and smoke, don't be right with him. There is a problem. Wei Shen commanded decisively. The other member of 4 a.m. always obeyed the order immediately, hid behind the tree, and closed the cigarette to pull people. On the other side, the female team member hiding behind a stone was shivering, at a loss and helpless. It seemed that only by shouting out the pigs could she calm down a little bit. Tina. The head I just picked up, I don't want to die. This stone wrapped in Lori, in the corner, should not be able to hit me. With her Hunan dialect, the tension on the scene eased a lot. Tuan, stop screaming. Come and help me, by the way, give me the head, I want to get rid of this beep. The great god said seriously. Oh, here, big brother, don't hit me, I'm just a delivery drop. While shouting, the female team dared to take a step toward the great god. Although scared, she knew that if the great died, she would not want to lie down, the plate just opened would be destroyed in her hands. Fortunately, the smoke bombs were sealed a lot, and the girls ran in the smoke bombs and did not get shot. Huh. Get up, hit full blood, and then put on the female players' heads. The great who had returned to his confidence changed a higher point, took out his own M24 sniper rifle, with the 8-fold mirror in his hand, he could clearly see the wind and grass on the opposite side. In the mirror, a person's spear head is already exposed. As long as the other person appears, Great God is confident that he can kill it in seconds. It's going to show up and you'll die. The great stared at the screen, and the bullet burst out at any time. The smoke bomb dissipated, and Jiang Siming, who was hiding behind the soil slope, couldn't help leaning out to check the situation. There were too many smoke bombs, and he couldn't aim at the target at all, unless he opened the perspective. Originally wanted to throw a grenade, but Wang Jun and the others had already ransacked his backpack. There were only bullets and smoke bombs in his bag. Bang! The moment he leaned forward, Jiang Siming felt a shot in his body, and the blood bar disappeared more than half, leaving only a trace of blood. Frightened Jiang Siming hurriedly shrank back, and at the same time fortunately the opponent missed his head. It was his second level A, which offset a lot of damage. Otherwise, he was already a dead body. Son. Missed the head. Great God was a little upset, but he didn't think it mattered, he had completely controlled the situation. If you show him again, he will die. As soon as Wei Shen finished speaking, on the other side of the slope, a human head came out again, but it shrank back at the speed of light and fired another shot just like before. Puff. The dull sound of bullets entering the meat. Great God found that there was a hole in his head, and only 1/5 of his health bar remained. The great, who was startled in a cold sweat, hurried down to fight medicine. If it wasn't for the head, he would have been seconded by the opponent. Is this person on the hook? Xiao Xing was very suspicious. He never agreed, saying, the plug-in phenomenon disappeared a year ago. The anti-plug-in mechanism co-produced by Blue Hole and Fujixen is super powerful. As long as the account has a little problem, it will be blocked in seconds. 95% was blocked, let alone his instant plug-in, which has long since disappeared. That said, everyone thinks it makes sense. While talking, the 98K voice sounded again, and the little eye-catching hiding behind the tree fell to the ground again. Putting down the wary little eye-catching a little, because when he poked his head out to find Jiang Ximing's position, he got another sniper bullet. This time he didn't have time to crawl back, and was replaced by another bullet by Lu Ming. Fuck, this is too unscientific, right? Xiao Xing almost fell the keyboard with anger, obviously 10,000 unconvinced. Great God's expression is solemn, his sixth sense tells him that the other party is a super master with sniper. Why did he show his head so soon? Said, always puzzled. This shows that he didn't beat him, and he is very disabled. I will hold you back, and you two will go over him. When the great God said this, he felt a little blushing. The four of them played each other, but they had to use the crowd tactics. He could already guess the content of the live barrage. Okay, Tuanchuan, rush with me. Never hesitate to rush up, and the female players behind him followed obediently. The two rushed up, and there was a great with a spear, and the other party was still blood. This balance of victory seemed to be doomed. Chapter 3. The 4 a.m. team was destroyed. 003, the 4 a.m. team destroyed by the regiment. But what makes people desperate is that the opponent's head reappeared and retracted in an instant, giving no time for the great to react. Moreover, the position of the other party's appearance is different every time. When the great pulls the camera over, the other party has already taken advantage of this point to go back. The person the other party is staring at this time is forever, but fortunately, this time is always moving. The opponent's instant sniper didn't hit the head but only hit the chest. But before waiting for eternal relief, the other party appeared like a ghost again, and a bullet galloped back again, bringing a flower after entering the flesh, and 2 bullets would forever be beaten into blood skin. If it wasn't for the first one, he would have fallen. Hey, this person is too terrifying, are we arranging to God G? Forever spit out while rushing upward. At this time, he was already riding a tiger and could only count on the great to be the result of the opponent. But the gap between reality and ideals will always be that big, and the quasi-like instant sniper reappeared. With 3 bullets, success will be taken away forever. Great God bit the bullet and fired 2 shots, but he missed 1 shot. Annoyed, he had to change into a rifle and face the other side soil a little bit frantically, hoping to get lucky. It's just that today he was very lucky, and he couldn't make a shot, but instead annoyed the opponent. The other party is like dealing with an eye-catching side dish. The probe is a shot, and it is in the middle of the great God's helmet. The great, who had not been full of blood, this time he did not hold on, and fell to the ground unwillingly. Only the female player was left on the scene. Wow! Don't kill me, big brother. The female team member sounds nice, but at the moment it sounds like a begging for mercy. The pig called every day, and the 3 members of 4 a.m. rolled their eyes. But Jiang Ximing didn't hear her wailing, and calmly gave the opponent a liberating bullet to end the battle. Team 4 a.m., plus a well-known female anchor, was solved by a stranger in less than a minute. Xiao Jiang, why don't you run? This. Wang Jun, who was eager to run for his life, was about to sprinkle the anger that hadn't hit anyone on Jiang Ximing's head, but at first glance, he saw the beating message in the upper right corner, and he blocked his mouth. After that, Jiang Ximing only heard the sound of the sofa moving on the other side of the internet cafe. Zhou Qiang and Yuan Bing, who ran from the other side of the internet cafe, ran to his computer. Jiang Ximing, are you going to hang up? You killed a team alone. Really? The two were looking for evidence of Jiang Siming's hanging up, but in the end nothing was found, and they had to return to their positions and continue to run poison. Jiang Siming continued the game, with an excited expression on his face, not because he killed so many people, but because he saw that 2 of the 4 boxes were lit. The same light as the previous 98K fragment appeared in 2 of the boxes. Quickly ran over to pick it up and have a look. Pick up, Rifle Mastery, Fragments *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Pick up, CU Skill, Fragments *1, 1/3. The number of fragments is not full and cannot be used temporarily. Immediately after using Rifle Proficiency, another heat flow poured into my mind. Jiang Siming found that he had a lot of PUBG rifle experience in his mind. What pull gun, 4 times pressure gun, 6 times pressure gun, burst shooting experience, etc. This made Jiang Siming excited, and his blood was boiling. There really is such a weird thing happening, his game is different from others. How could this be? Jiang Siming remembered that when he was going out of the internet cafe to buy cigarettes, there was a thunder outside, and it seemed to have landed near him. He didn't notice at the time. He seemed to be electrocuted, but nothing happened, so he went back to play. He doesn't care much about the game either. Thinking about it now, this should be the reason. Game skills can be born in the game. And looking at this, CU skills, obviously there are not only game skills, there may be other things. Are there other games too? In order to verify this evidence, Jiang Siming randomly found a reason and quit the game, greeted Wang Jun and the others as an excuse that something was wrong, and ran away. He has to change to an internet cafe, otherwise Wang Jun and the others will definitely keep pulling him to play chicken. After switching to an internet cafe and turning on the phone, Jiang Siming opened a League of Legends, but he played several games, and there was no movement at all. I have played more than a dozen other games, whether it is MOBA games, FPS shooting games, or even online games, there is nothing unusual. After switching back to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, only 4 people were killed, and Jiang Siming found the note fragment again. Still golden. Pick up, Soft Sister Coin 5,000 yuan, Fragments *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. It seems that only the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game will be played. And there is still money to take. This discovery surprised Jiang Siming. He has the skills and money to get it. This is a good thing that I can't even dream of. Choosing to use, Jiang Siming immediately added a small wad of red banknotes on the table, and immediately kicked it into his pocket. Jiang Siming was excited like a fool. Immediately immersed in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, worked hard, buried in the chicken game all day. As time went on, Jiang Siming gradually understood the probability of falling debris. The fragments will be refreshed at various points, but the probability is very small, dozens of them will come down, Jiang Siming can only touch one. Another drop chance is murder. In the enemy box, the fragment refresh rate will be much higher. The more people killed, the greater the probability of falling debris. If you eat chicken, you can also drop fragments, and the chances are very high, but eating chicken is not that simple. Although Jiang Siming is very skilled, he can't stand the old woman, and he will always be stolen by others. Jiang Siming spent the whole afternoon in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and he got 4 pieces in total. Among them, the 2 fragments are golden fragments, all soft sister coins, a total of 10,000 yuan. The other 2 fragments are CU skills, and Jedi car skills. Jedi car skills can be used as a single piece, but Jiang Siming's voice actor skills are still 1 piece short. After playing until the evening, Jiang Siming couldn't hold it anymore, so he temporarily got off the plane and went back to sleep. And when he was working hard to clean up the debris in the afternoon, in the live broadcast circle, the discussion about Jiang Siming's previous set of sniper operations caused a lot of splash. A well-known entertainment anchor on the Shark platform, the newly promoted Jedi sister, Tuan Tuan, with millions of fans and a brother certain Jedi, a super professional team, popular game genius Great God, and 2 of his capable players. After being destroyed by a passerby group, the other party only used a 98k, and when watching the replay, the Great God and the others discovered that there was only a red dot sight on this person's 98k. This discovery sparked a heated discussion among fans of the 2 teams on whether Jiang Siming would hang up. Chapter 4 Became a Vagrant. 004, Become a Vagrant. This argument continued into the evening. Well, everyone, stop arguing. I already uploaded this person's account to the monitoring station in the afternoon, and the other party has now returned the message. In the live broadcast room, Weishan clicked on the reply email from the Fujitsu Technology Station. Under the watchful eyes of millions of netizens, the reply content of the email was astonishing, no abnormality in the account. "Hey, is this guy really okay?" Xiao Xing said blankly, standing beside the Great God. Great God nodded and murmured, "I didn't think he had any problems at the beginning, but now it is true that this person is a super expert with sniper." The person on the side was always amazed and said, "This person is even better than Gu Cun. Don't mention this white-eyed wolf, please contact this account to see if we can dig into our team. It happens that our team lacks a sniper." Great God stared at the ID called Ming, and a fire appeared in his eyes. This year's PCI is about to start, and their team needs a stronger player injection. PCI is a World Cup level event of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is equivalent to the S-game of League of Legends, which is very important. The next day Jiang Siming rushed to the company as usual, but Wang Jun, Zhou Qiang and the 3 of them were late. Last night, the 3 of them played all night and got up late in the morning. He happened to be bumped into by the district general manager and cursed. Wang Jun threw the pot to Jiang Siming on the pretext that Jiang Siming dragged them to drink last night and caused them to be late. "Xiao Jiang, give us a pot, I will pack lunch later, or you know the consequences." Wang Jun secretly said to Jiang Siming in a low voice. Usually Wang Jun doesn't wear Jiang Siming's shoes less, because Wang Jun has a beautiful girlfriend, but he likes Jiang Siming, and Wang Jun who is jealous can embarrass Jiang Siming. Report to the general manager. Jiang Siming stood up very buddy loyal. Wang Jun showed a smug smile on his face, but his smile froze in the next moment. Report, I didn't invite Mr. Wang to drink last night. The 3 of them played games all night last night, and they were late, it doesn't matter to me. Jiang Siming, are you looking for death? Wang Jun's mouth twitched and his eyes were bad. But Jiang Siming was not at all embarrassed, he hadn't wanted to do it a long time ago, and the forbearance before was for life, so he had to bend over. But now with the game fragments, he has the confidence to survive, so why endure such grievances? In fact, no matter how many years he has struggled in society, Jiang Siming's character has never changed. Just to live, he can only put away his edges and corners. It just happens that I don't want to do it anymore. I take this to report to the general manager the various words and deeds of Wang Junwang and Zhou Qiang and Yuan Bing in the branch over the past 6 months. Jiang Siming stood up, picked up the corner of his clothes, and said word by word, saying aloud the nasty things that the 3 men Wang Jun, Zhou Qiang and Yuan Bing had done for half a year. What about arriving late and leaving early, finding someone to replace the card, falsely reporting performance, squeezing other employees, maliciously changing accounts, etc. Jiang Siming listed their behaviors one to one. Wang Jun and Zhou Qiang had wonderful expressions on their faces, but Jiang Siming didn't look at them all the time. After speaking, he put the prepared resignation letter on the table and left happily. The district general manager still wanted to stay, but Jiang Siming insisted on leaving. He had no choice but to spread his anger on the 3 of Wang Jun. Back home, Jiang Siming felt a burst of joy. Not long after arriving home, he received an express from JD. It was a set of computer equipment. This was the order he placed last night and arrived this morning. Starting today, his mission and goal is to complete his life dream in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Jiang Siming, who has worked in a computer city before, is very familiar with the computer, downloading the system, updating the driver, debugging the computer, and downloading games. All in one morning. The computer configuration is medium and it cost 5,000 yuan. Although he made 155,000 in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds yesterday, Jiang Siming still dare not spend money on it, so save it for now. The family conditions are not good. My parents have always been in poor health. There is also a younger sister who is in junior high school. The family burden is actually very heavy. Otherwise, Jiang Siming would not succumb to this social oppression so easily. Don't think about it for now, log into the game again, and Jiang Siming decisively clicks to open the solo game. The computer configured by yourself is better, much more comfortable than the one in the internet cafe. Shards, I want shards. The chattering Jiang Siming entered the game, the plane flew together, and Jiang Siming parachuted right away. In the sky, Jiang Siming can overlook the entire map, and if there are fragments refreshed, he can see from the sky. Yes. Jiang Siming was surprised to find that an edge point and a wild point on the map lit up with white light. This kind of automatically brushed debris is hard to come across. There may not be one of dozens of them. Today, I brushed the first one. It's a good start. Overjoyed, Jiang Siming flew down according to the wild spot. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of the Shark platform, there is an active atmosphere in the live broadcast room of the little girl who was promoted to the first sister of the Shark Jedi earlier than Tuanchuan. My hand feels hot today. Was the M4 pressure gun handsome just now? I told you that I just took the 6th place, and this one I will eat chicken. In the live broadcast room, in the camera, a girl with a pure and beautiful appearance said vigorously. Who can imagine this girl who looks like a pure and innocent girl, but in fact she is a full-fledged female man who has been possessed by Li Kuei for a long time, and is full of men's breath. Sometimes she likes to pretend to seduce passers-by and provoke her fans. They are all jokingly called the old woman, the king, right? The Shark's first flight attendant. Netizens simply did not believe her untrue remarks. You eat chicken, I eat xiang, I do what I say. How did you get the 6th place just now? Didn't you have any points in your heart? Old woman. Got a whole game. Kill someone. Are you best friends with Tuanchuan? 2 bragging guys can go to heaven. There is a quiz, you see, I won't cry for you. Looking at these barrage, the little girl angrily blew the hair in front of her forehead, and said with a roar, I'll open it. I'll pay 10 if I buy it. Snap, the quiz is on. There are countless people betting at once, but 99% of them all bet, even if the odds are only 0.1, they still bet enthusiastically. 3,000 fish have been placed, waiting to collect the money. Send fish in broad daylight. The anchor is really nice. Search, how can you not have fish for nothing? The fish are bought backwards, the villa is close to the sea, staying in the little girl's live broadcast room is the most famous saying. Hearing these people's remarks, the little girl was so angry that her chest hurts, even if there is only a pair of it hurts. Okay. Good. Don't regret it for my old lady. Seal the plate. The little girl said angrily and closed the quiz. Seeing the result of the bet, buying fish that she can eat chicken is high up to 5,000 pieces, while buying fish that can't buy them is more than 6 million. If this one loses, she has to lose everything. P.S. Come from another website, the first new book, friends of this site, if this book suits your appetite, please click on the collection, it is the greatest support for sake. Chapter 5 Voice Actor Skills. In order to fulfill her promise, the little girl gave up those urban areas. She even gave up on the wild area near the city and stared at a very remote spot. TSK, really awkward. It's okay, it's just a struggle for a while. I'm not mistaken, is there anyone else in such a biased place? Really, someone flew there too. Little sister, you are miserable. Congratulations, you really want to get the first place. It's just a countdown. Little sister Dai also saw it, but she was struggling to ride a tiger, and she could not change her direction when she was about to arrive. There is just such a wild area nearby. If she changes at this time, she can only fall into the open space. Wouldn't it be slaughtered at that time? Fight! I still don't believe it, I can't handle it alone. As soon as she gritted her teeth, Dai Xiaomei jumped down very bravely. There were only 2 rooms in total. Dai Xiaomei chose the largest one and ran in to pick up a gun and kill someone. But she was too lucky to have a gun in this big room. On the contrary, Jiang Siming's small broken house had an submachine gun. Already hearing the sound of Jiang Siming reloading and coming to the big room, the little girl paled with fright. Quickly turn on the regional voice and shout, "Brother, don't hit me, okay? I don't have a gun." Damn! The old woman violated the rules. It's shameful to be cute. I hope this guy is a straight man, kill her. Old women are starting to be cute again, but why I'm shameful again? I'm still too young to resist the temptation. Jiang Siming did not turn on the regional voice, so he turned a deaf ear and rushed to the second floor. Just when she wanted to result in the other party, the little girl rushed to make a game action, which was an action of kneeling and begging for mercy. Jiang Siming was happy when he saw it. This guy is too unpromising, isn't it just a game? Jiang Siming ignored him for the time being, walked to the side room, and picked up the white fragment that only he could see. Pick up, CU skills, *1, 3/3, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Luckily, it happens to be the missing CU fragment. Jiang Siming immediately used it together, and a warm current ran across his throat, from the throat to the nasal cavity, and he recovered after a short while. Jiang Siming wanted to say a few words and try it out, but found that the buddy was still kneeling there. When Jiang Siming turned on the voice, he said dumbfounded, "Are you as for? I didn't intend to kill you, you can go." When these words were spoken, not only the other party, but also Jiang Siming himself was stunned. Gentle like jade, the characters are round, and the magnetism is clear. His voice is like a pot of warm and long green plum wine, the alcohol and sugar are fully fermented, and then burst into the throat at the same time. With this effect, everyone seemed to see the beautiful long-haired man who came out of the ancient comics, his clothes fluttering, and his sword like a song. It is said that Japanese voice actors are #1 in the world, but Jiang Siming now thinks, but you? The little sister, who had been kneeling down and begging for mercy, was dull, and had the same virtue with the water friends in her live broadcast room. I'm going. This sound. So crisp. What the hell? Did I just hear Takashi Natsume in Natsume's Book of Friends? No. I think it's Mephistopheles from The Blue Exorcist. How can this man's voice be so nice? It's not an exaggeration to say that I was electrocuted just now. The mental activity of the little sister is the same as theirs. She really has no resistance to such a nice voice, especially a man. For the effect of the show, she often brings water friends, and even goes to accompany the little brothers and sisters who find good voices in the play union. She hears hundreds of good voices. But little sister Dai swears, this is the perfect voice she has ever heard. It is also the voice that most satisfies all her fantasies about male gods. Little brother, can you say it again? The little girl said twitchingly, but when she turned her head, she found that the little brother with a super nice voice didn't know when she had already left. The little girl who didn't want to miss such a treasure-level voice immediately ran downstairs to look for Jiang Siming's figure. Seeing Jiang Siming who was about to leave, she ran over, not afraid that the other party would regret killing herself. She was also willing to be killed by the owner of such a nice voice. The reward is to listen to him a few more words, which is enough. Sister, these millions of fish will be lost. Little brother, don't go away. Jiang Siming was a little surprised, but he didn't expect this person to be a girl. What are you going to do? I don't want to kill you, let's go, it's destined, see you in the finals. Hey. Hearing Jiang Siming's voice again, the little girl sucked in her heart, as if the child had received the most beloved toy, and she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Don't, little brother, I'm very good, can I follow you, don't worry, as long as there are good things, I will pick them up for you, and I can block the bullets for you. Little sister Dui couldn't bear to leave this man with such a nice voice. She was afraid that she would never hear it again after she missed it. So even if there is a suspicion of malicious teamwork, the little sister will fight it out. Women, don't get too far, I don't need a woman by my side, and I will throw you into the sea again. Jiang Siming's voice changed, with a domineering aura in his gentleness, like an overbearing emperor, and no one was allowed to deny his decisions and orders. In fact, Jiang Siming was playing around on purpose. He just likes to fiddle with when he just got this voice actor skill. But she didn't expect that the little girl in the middle of her arms would make her even more eager. For a while, he was a tender prodigal, and for a while he was a domineering emperor. This is a gluttonous feast of hearing, her ears are about to soften. Woo! Little brother, if you really bear the heart to kill me, then you can do it. In short, I will decide you, even if it is in your hands, I will be willing to scream. Dai Xiaomei has a taste of the marrow and can't help showing the most feminine side in her heart, acting like a baby. This has suffered her audience. Old woman, you have enough. It's shameful to be cute. Are you such a coquettish man? Well, I admit I was teased. The old woman shakes M properly, the identification is complete. Too little C, despise. If I'm surrounded by such a voice, I can be more unethical than the little girl. What the audience said, the dumb girl at this time turned a deaf ear to her, and for the time being, she didn't want to care about it. When the dumb girl said so, Jiang Siming was really embarrassed to start. Although he is a bit straight, he has not yet reached the steel realm of oneness between man and nature. He really couldn't kill an unarmed girl like this. Too lazy to care about you, if you want to keep up, just follow. Jiang Siming simply ignored her and ran to the safe area. P.S. The new book was urged for the first time, thank you, 7th day after death, for a good start and a new chapter, Sake will continue to work hard. Chapter 6 Tian Dajization 006 Tian Dajization. The little sister Dalai really followed Jiang Siming closely, not leaving every step of the way, and turned into a little talker, constantly interacting with Jiang Siming. Little brother, what's your name? Brother, is your voice real? Or did you use a sound card? Little brother, can I ask for your WeChat? Little brother. Jiang Siming, who asked, took the trouble and wanted to turn off the regional voice. But every time, she was so hard and soft and soaked, begging to give up. In the process of running the drug, the two searched in some houses and wild shops where no one came, and the little sister was completely transformed into Jiang Siming's puppy legs. No matter what he found, he would ask Jiang Siming if he wanted it. Her purpose is to quote Jiang Siming to say a few more words. This trick works very well and has been tried repeatedly. Every time Jiang Siming replied, she was happy to bloom. There was a spring smile on the old woman's face, and her friends got goosebumps. Wow! Brother, I picked up 98K. There is also an 8-fold mirror, here it is. Thank you. In the face of good intentions, Jiang Siming did not refuse and simply thanked him. With a sniper rifle, he can kill more conveniently and quickly, so that the speed of exploding debris will be faster. No slave then, can you tell me your name now, brother? The little sister dazed smoothly. Jiang Siming, the secretary of life, the bright Ming. After taking the good things from others, Jiang Siming couldn't ignore it anymore and reported his name. Little brother's name is so nice too, you must be super handsome too. The little girl Dai became a Tian dog, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to laugh and scold. Old woman, promise me not to be a Tian dog. Is there any good-looking voice actor? Stop teasing. Tian dog Tian has nothing in the end. Damn, you are really beautiful when you brag, but you are really embarrassed when you are a Tian dog. TSK Tusk, once upon a time, the dignified little girl will become a Tian dog, ha 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 ha, I've learned a lot. Faced with the audience's ridicule, the dull girl is a bit embarrassed no matter how thick-skinned. Fortunately, other players appeared at this time, allowing her to skip this topic. Brother, someone is driving over the road. Are we going to run? The little sister is very generous, she doesn't want to fight. Because she was afraid that Jiang Siming would die, she was about to part with Jiang Siming. Wait for someone to come. How could Jiang Siming, who wanted fragments, let go of the prey that he finally found? He wants the head of the little girl. It's just that the other party is a girl, so he is embarrassed to start. Then I will help you attract firepower. Little brother, you just need to keep the head behind. Little sister Dai suggested. No, there is no one I can't kill. Jiang Siming's confident voice sounded. Although the voice is still super nice, but the little girl is smiling. Not only her, but the millions of water friends in the live broadcast room also feel the same. I don't pretend to be like that, I think I am who I am. Laughing to death, this stroke seems to be a woman who can't walk when she sees a woman, can't hold the door, and starts blowing nonsense. Sit and wait for the face to be beaten, and I have been looking upset for a long time. You men are really careful, I believe my little brother can do it. Yes, my little brother is definitely not bragging. Most people think that if you choose a place like this, how can you be a master? Okay, let's hit him together, I still have grenade. We wait for him to get closer, then. Before the little girl had finished speaking, she heard a shot coming from her ear. It is 98K opened by Jiang Siming. My little sister is even more wry smile, little brother, you are too confident. The other party was at least 200 meters away from us, and he was still driving. If you shoot, it will be a ghost. But after the gunshot sounded, she saw in her quadruple mirror that the oncoming person rolled off the high-speed sports car. The corpse was glued to the dust on the ground, and Thomas rolled several times, feeling that it could be fried in a frying pan twice at this time, and the kid next door would definitely have to cry. The player, Ming, used 98K to kill the player, Wohen Shui. Damn it. Everyone is shocked. Real or fake? Luck gun, right? Just as everyone was suspicious, another drug-driving car drove into everyone's field of vision. It was still a giant motorcycle, which was fast and fast. Jiang Siming calmly went as usual, took out the bullet shell from the barrel just now, replaced it with a new bullet, and reopened the mirror. Because it is not from Jiang Siming's perspective, the specific process of aiming cannot be seen. Everyone saw Jiang Siming pull the trigger again less than a second after opening the mirror. From that dusty 98K, a new bullet burst out, and the bullet exploded with sparks from the muzzle. Then he whizzed towards the target predetermined by the owner of the gun. Then, the message pops up again in the upper right corner. The player, Ming, used 98K to kill the player, Yupeo Mamizi. The scene in the live broadcast room solidified for a second, and then it boiled like oil from a frying pan. Too fake, right? 2 shots and 2 moving targets. The other side is still driving a car. Visual inspection is absolutely external. Orphan Sima. No, this ID is familiar. Shiba. This is not the super master who killed 4 AM and Tuanchuan yesterday. Day. Really? I was on the scene last night. This person is really a master. The great god personally identified him, and he also wants to recruit the opponent into the team. The audience was chattering, and the barrage was so fast that little sister Dui naturally saw it. I didn't expect my little brother to play the game so well. If you can add him to WeChat and play with him every day, the ears don't have to be pregnant every day. You can hold your thighs, lie down, wow quack. Thinking of this, the little girl ran out decisively, gave Jiang Siming a bag, and carried back whatever she needed. Little brother, which one do you want? Take whatever you want. I will go to Tian if it is not enough. The little girl said with pride, a hostess entertaining guests. Little did they know that these things were made by Jiang Siming himself. No, you drive the car over, we have to run poison. After killing 2 people, none of the fragments came out. Jiang Siming was a little disappointed. Good. The little girl ran and drove quite obediently. I'll drive you or me, brother Ming. Little sister Dai asked softly, in a gentle tone. She is completely 2 people in the live broadcast. Moreover, brother Ming had already called, and he didn't feel awkward at all, but rather sweet and greasy. Jiang Siming couldn't stop her mouth either, so he had to say, I'll drive, we'll be crossing the bridge in a while, there should be a jam there, car skills are very important. Okay, then I will sit next to you and block the bullet for you. The little girl who has dog legs to the end has been completely dogged today. Dai Xiaomei also specifically refrained from driving a car, instead driving the most unstable motorcycle. Her careful thoughts were seen through by the audience in the live broadcast room. P.S. This book is the first reward in this book, thank you, smile bald ass, S688V reward. It is now a free chapter, so there are rewards or reminders. Sake will be announced in the end chapter, so everyone can rest assured word count. Chapter 7 Old Jedi Driver 007 Old Jedi Driver. Usually I don't dare to touch the motorcycle, but this time I dare to open it. There must be something strange about this. What's strange? This old woman just wants to hug someone's waist. The real hammer upstairs. The cliff is. I want to hug my little brother's waist. The little girl who was seen through the tricks by the audience smiled and drove the motorcycle in front of Jiang Siming and sat in the back seat very well. Jiang Siming didn't doubt that he was there. He sat in the main driver and stepped on the accelerator. The motorcycle was speeding on the map of the island at a speed of 150 per hour, which was already the highest speed the car could drive. It's okay on the flat road, but the little girl is not panic. But she found that she was about to enter the uneven mountainous area, but Jiang Siming's speed did not decrease at all. This is a motorcycle. The motorcycle in the Jedi is the fastest, but also the most unstable. It will easily fall and fall to death. Novices have suffered on motorcycles several times more than the people they have killed. Ming, brother Ming, why don't you drive slowly, this mountain can be shaken. The little sister Nuonuo reminded her in a low voice that if it were in reality, she would have been scared to vomit. It's just that her voice was ignored by Jiang Siming, and the throttle under his feet was not seen to loosen the slightest, and he still stepped on the floor. The motorcycle rushed into the woods and the mountains, avoiding the big trees and rocks one after another, flashing left and right. The speed did not lose any weight, and it was already on the top of the mountain in a moment. The hearts of the audience and the idiot sister were also throbbing with the ups and downs of Jiang Siming's driving skills. Brother Ming, there is a cliff in front of. Seeing that she was about to rush off the cliff, the little girl couldn't help but shuddered. But Jiang Siming didn't care, the car went down the cliff, and it rolled around in the air, and then landed smoothly. Before the acrobatics performance was over, Jiang Siming had already rushed onto the sinful bridge in the island picture. The 2 bridges in the island map are nightmares in the hearts of all players. No matter where the circle is, the bridge will be blocked by people. Blocking the bridge is a must in every island map. How many people searched for a piece of good equipment, they were wrongfully killed by Lao Yinbi who was blocking the bridge. Narrow bridge deck, long distance. Even if it is a motorcycle, it is enough time for the person blocking the bridge to aim and react to kill you. Just when they stepped on the bridge, Jiang Siming and the little sister of Dai heard the sound of bullets flying from the end of the bridge. Sure enough, someone was blocking the bridge. It's over, it's going to be cold. Despair emerged in Dai Xiaomei's heart. Jiang Siming didn't change his face, still trampled on the accelerator, and rushed forward at a rapid speed. This even made little sister Die a death notice to herself, and if she stopped to find a bunker, she might have high hopes of survival. But with such a reckless charge, the probability of death is extremely high. However, what made Dai Xiaomei and her millions of netizens dumbfounded? Jiang Ximing turned the front of the motorcycle around the center of the bridge. Drive towards a wooden box with pedals in the center of the bridge. The motorcycle passed through with a swish of the pedal, and the inertia brought by the car drove the two into the air instantly. The motorcycle rushed out of the bridge. Did Jiang Ximing want to rush into the sea to swim and escape? Soon, everyone's doubts were revealed. The motorcycle did not fall into the sea, but because of high-speed driving and maximum inertia, it was speeding toward the other side of the sea. Moreover, Jiang Ximing turned the front of the car again, and the motorcycle turned somersault on the sea, extending the flight distance, and finally landed firmly on the opposite shore. Immediately afterwards, after landing, there was a motor scream, and he jumped into the woods, disappearing without a trace. The whole process was smooth and flowing, like an Indian military parade. All the spectators were given fu by Jiang Ximing's car skills. 666666666. This is the most handsome and most awesome motorcycle skill I have ever seen. Is this playing acrobatics? Or is it making a special effects blockbuster? This wave of absolute Hollywood special effects shots can only be obtained. Old Jedi driver. Steady. Do you accept disciples? The little girl who was also praised by Jiang Ximing's car skills was full of admired little stars. Brother Ming, you are so amazing. Starting today, I am your #1 little fan. This time, the flattering audience did not feel uncomfortable, but felt that the little girl said what they were saying. Okay, someone will come soon, get ready to shoot. Jiang Ximing parked the motorcycle on the top of the highest mountain, raised 98 km, and prepared to shoot. Sure enough, people who ran drugs continued to drive to this must pass. Jiang Ximing's sniper rifle began to work, and one round of bullets from a long-barreled shotgun hit the foot of the mountain from the top. Regardless of whether it is a moving vehicle or a running villain, neither can escape the control of Jiang Ximing's sniper rifle. At most 3 bullets, someone will die. The little the side wanted to help, but found that there was nothing wrong with her. In order to have a sense of existence, she can only fire the gun forcibly, regardless of whether it hits or not, just hit it right. This is from an old bastard's gaming experience. It was only when the 5th person was killed that Jiang Ximing's face showed joy. Fragments finally appeared. Still golden. I'll go down to tea on a bag, you are waiting for me here. Jiang Ximing confessed and rushed down while driving the motorcycle. The little girl was blushing. The voice of Jiang Ximing's words is not only nice, but the content is more like what the boyfriend said to his girlfriend. Baby, you're waiting for me here, I'll buy you something to eat. This drew the little girl into confusion. Chan whispered, okay, Brother Ming, be careful. It's just that Jiang Ximing didn't hear her words. He had already come to the corpse bag where the fragments appeared. After opening it, the golden fragments, as expected, are money. But what surprised Jiang Ximing was that this time it was no longer 5,000 oceans, but a full 100,000 soft sister coins. I wipe it, I'm rich. Jiang Ximing was pleased to smile, and immediately used it. His computer desk suddenly had 10 packs of red soft sister coins. Fortunately, I'm not in an internet cafe this time, otherwise I have to scare the others in the internet cafe. In his own home, Jiang Ximing was not in a hurry to collect the money, so he finished the game first. Randomly shot a bullet, Jiang Ximing drove the motorcycle back to the top of the mountain and continued shooting. But it may be that Jiang Ximing killed too hard, and no one has passed by here. Several points have been changed one after another, and the finals have arrived. At this time, the poison circle is almost at its minimum stage. Apart from Jiang Ximing and Dai Xiaomei, there were only 2 enemies left on the field. But what is not so good is that they are in a bad position. The motorcycle ran out of gas, and the two could only get stuck to the edge of the safe area. There is no bunker on the side, and it is a low point, it is easy to be targeted. Brother Ming, why don't I find the way forward for you and you enter the circle behind me? Dai Xiaomei wants to sacrifice herself. No, you can get in. After Jiang Ximing finished speaking, he threw 2 smoke bombs to the right, which perfectly sealed all angles of view on the right. Let's go, enter the circle. The person on the left doesn't know where we are. Let's go in carefully, no one will find out. Jiang Ximing ran forward unwillingly. As long as you control the person on the left, this chicken will be safe. The little girl obediently followed Jiang Ximing. But just when the two of them were about to get to the bunker, little sister Dao accidentally shook her hand and pulled the trigger and fired a shot. P.S. Thank you, unintentional sleep, for your reminders and 588V rewards. Sake will continue to work hard. Please also watch the official Jianhua collection, thank you. Chapter 8 Block the gun and let the chicken. 008 Block the gun and let the chicken. It's over. Dai Xiaomei and her audience shook their hearts. Sure enough, the gunfire immediately attracted the people on both sides. The people on both sides all probed, holding different guns at Jiang Ximing and the little sister, making them crazy. Jiang Ximing immediately got half blood and was shot twice in the body. However, he was quiet and lifted up 98k per second, and it was a shot at the enemy who showed up on the right. The player, Ming, killed the player, Tian, with 98k. Jiang Ximing, who had destroyed an enemy, was about to continue shooting to the left. However, she found that the left had been beaten with only a trace of blood, and she would die if she was shot again. If Jiang Ximing insists on killing the man on the left, although the man on the left will die, the little girl will die. After a little hesitation, Jiang Ximing decided not to shoot for the time being. Instead, she moved a few steps to the left side of the little sister. The last bullet that came flying didn't hit the little girl who should have been shot, but entered Jiang Ximing's body. The little girl is still a little strange, why she didn't die. Turning to see, a tall and stalwart figure was blocking her, and the sound of bullets entering the flesh was particularly harsh in her ears. She realized that Jiang Ximing used his body to block her deadly bullet. I was moved by this sudden move. The throbbing in Dai Xiaomei's heart was like a spring that could not be suppressed, and the old high jumped up in her heart. She knew that Jiang Ximing didn't know who she was, and she even disliked her being by her side and ignored her flattery. It can be seen that Jiang Ximing is not the kind of Tian dog who sees women unable to walk. Just such a person, there is no reason to block bullets for himself. He did it, and he did it so decisively. In the barrage of the live broadcast, many male audiences who were jealous at first were also left speechless by Jiang Ximing's manly actions, let alone those female fans. This blocker is very man, not black. Obviously raising the gun can kill the opponent, but in order to stay the little girl, he gave up and has to be very gentleman. This seems to be a choice he made subconsciously, because he has no time to choose at all. For this, my buddy has turned into a fan. Wow, this little girl is so happy, I can meet such a good little brother, so hurry up and confess. The little brother is mine, draw the sword, bitch. Go's surviving little girl hides behind Jiang Ximing's generous back, reproaching herself and being moved. Brother Ming, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Ximing did not reply, but raised the gun again. Aim, shoot, and completely fix the enemy on the left, but there is still no debris. Next, only Daxia Omiai and Jiang Ximing were left. Whoever dies, the other party will eat chicken. Little sister Dai opened a plate of 6 million fish balls. Although Jiang Ximing didn't know, he still wanted to give the chicken to the little sister. After all, girls, they definitely rarely eat chicken, so it's okay to give her a handful. Unexpectedly, Dai Xiaomei ran into the poison ring on her own initiative and fell into the poison. Good luck, eat chicken tonight. Looking at the prompt on the screen, Jiang Siming was stunned for a moment, but he saw a purple light in the little girl's box. Before exiting the game, Jiang Siming ran to pick up the purple note fragment. Pick up, Elementary Gene Medicine, *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Gene Medicine. Jiang Siming clicked to use it, and there was a test tube-like medicine on the table immediately, and he also got medicine information from his brain. Primary Genetic Medicine, it can improve the human genetic structure and improve various human performances. The primary can reach 5% of the world's top physical fitness. Good guys. In other words, this bottle of medicine can make Jiang Siming's physical fitness comparable to the world's top 5%. This is 1 in 10,000, which is almost equivalent to the level of the local military commander. The key is that this is only elementary, and there must be intermediate or advanced. Jiang Siming, who got the potion, ignored the game for the time being, and poured his head into his mouth. The taste like sweet sauce enters the belly and quickly turns into a stream of electricity. Jiang Siming's body began to crackle, and pain began to appear on his face. This shocked Jiang Siming, he wouldn't be disfigured. The changing time lasted for a minute and then stopped. Jiang Siming immediately took the headset off, got up and ran into the bathroom. In the mirror, Jiang Siming found that ink-colored mucus was stuck on his body and on his face. Regardless of whether he was disfigured, he stripped off his clothes, ran into the bathroom and took a pleasant shower. After confirming that he was washing well, Jiang Siming came out of the bathroom and stood naked in front of the mirror. After taking a look, Jiang Siming was shocked. The original height of 1.78 meters was increased to 1.83 meters. The rich meat accumulated through years of non-fitness disappeared, and the belly was gone. In exchange for 8 pieces of soap, meat and standard mermaid thread, the fat on the legs also bid farewell to his legs and replaced them with brand new tendon meat. Even his little brother has been enlarged by several centimeters, and he is about to catch up with the length of European and American men, dirty. The face has not been disfigured, although the changes are not big, there are obvious improvements. The bridge of the nose is higher, the eyes are bigger, the eyes are deeper, the eyebrows are straighter, and the facial contours are more three-dimensional. The overall appearance has improved several styles. If the previous Jiang Siming's appearance can score 80 points, then he has soared to 95 points at this time, only a lot more. Especially the whole body is bright like spring breeze, smile like bright sun, and condensed eyebrows like bright stars, making Jiang Siming almost afraid to recognize himself. This potion is too awesome. Jiang Siming was shocked. He dared to pat his chest and said that he is now going to the entertainment circle and will definitely kill the little white face like Lu Han and Wu Yifan. Become so handsome, why not go to the entertainment industry? This idea remained in Jiang Siming's mind for half a second before being passed away. He doesn't have any acting skills or singing talents, so he doesn't want to be a vase in the entertainment industry. And Jiang Siming doesn't want the life monitored by the mass media. Besides, he has to rely on PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds to make a living. There is no time to play games in the entertainment industry. Shaking his head, Jiang Siming, who stopped thinking about it, returned to the computer desk, ready to continue his chicken game. At this time, his game interface has popped up and returned to the lobby. Jiang Siming wanted to continue solo, but found that there was an ID in the lower right corner that had been inviting him to play together. This ID Jiang Siming is familiar with, and it is the girl who was last. Chapter 9 The Jedi Sister of Broken Love. 009. The Jedi Sister of Broken Love. Jiang Siming, who wanted to refuse, found that the other party had been repeatedly inviting him. In other words, from the time he drank the medicine to when he went to the bathroom to take a bath, he spent a long time staying. The other party has been waiting for him, at least an hour has passed. In the live broadcast of the little girl. The little girl who had always been so careless and unintentional had no smile on her face. She didn't start the game, just stared at the game lobby interface sluggishly, and clicked on the recent games on the right. Point the mouse behind the Ming ID, keep clicking, refreshing, and inviting. She continued this action for an hour, and she did nothing for an hour just to wait for Jiang Siming. Even if many viewers in the live broadcast room were impatient to wait, she still didn't want to give up. It's been an hour, do you want to play? If you don't play, unsubscribe. A shark anchor was in a daze for live broadcast, earning 1 million a month. The newcomer has a dumb face. What happened to the little girl who asked for knowledge today? She was beaten and shut down. Visually detect that the dumb girl has fallen in love, waiting for her lover. It's over, the old woman seems to be really in love, you see her eyes are red. Wow, shark big news, old women fall in love with passers-by, Ming. Looking at these barrage, the little girl was a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was asking herself, do she really like Jiang Siming? But she only played a game with Jiang Siming, how could she like each other? But why is she waiting for his reply like a demon? After an hour has passed, Brother Ming hasn't accepted his invitation yet, does he really hate himself? The silly little girl feels wronged, and her emotions with her slightly sour nose cannot be controlled. Fortunately, my best friend ran over and apologized to the audience. Today is a bit uncomfortable to stay, the live broadcast is over for the time being, sorry everyone, let's go ahead. While talking, the best friend turned off her live broadcast. This is the most sensible way to deal with it. If it continues, the little girl will definitely have to lose followers. Besides, she is out of wits and can't broadcast it anymore. The little girl who turned off the live broadcast finally couldn't help it, and she lay on the table and started crying quietly. Damn, don't cry, it's okay, he doesn't promise that he doesn't know how to cherish, there is nothing to be sad. The girlfriend hurriedly calmed down. The little girl choked up and confided to her best friend. 2000, for the first time I have feelings for a boy, but he seems to hate me, oh. I know. Don't be sad. It is a good thing to fail in your first love. You can accumulate experience and meet better in the future. The comfort of the girlfriends didn't help, and the little sister was still in a bad mood. Feeling sad, she turned off the computer and went to lie down on the chuang for a while. But she didn't know that at the moment she turned off the computer, a figure entered her game hall, but little sister Dai did not see it. After Jiang Siming accepted the invitation, he found that the other party was offline. After waiting for a while, the opponent didn't connect, he left the team strangely and went solo. After Jiaomei shut down the broadcast, Shark started to make news again. The well-known female anchor Dai Xiaomei fell in love with game passers-by and invited the other party to the double row and was rejected. After waiting for an hour of fruitless and sad news, it became Shark news. Besides, the male protagonist in the news was still Ming, who caused a lot of news yesterday. 2 consecutive news items were related to Jiang Siming, and there was a lot of discussion about Jiang Siming's identity in the Shark post bar. There are even a lot of Iron fans who are idiots who want human Jiang Siming to be angry for their anchor. After all, it is a popular female anchor of Shark, with many fans, and her flower side news, Shark's friends are very happy to watch it. Besides, the little girl is not fond of a local tyrant, but a passerby player who has never heard of it. The video of the two playing together is circulated in the post bar, and there is no money transaction or interest relationship. This kind of pure relationship has made many water friends admire the little sister. They all say that the female anchors only see the money and only look at the thighs of the local tyrants. This move of Dai Xiaomei obviously proved her innocence and gained the hearts of many water friends. It's just that Jiang Siming, who doesn't pay much attention to live broadcasting, doesn't know about these. After playing the game in the afternoon, Jiang Siming stopped the game temporarily. When I went out, I deposited the 100,000 yuan earned in the bank, and all of it was applied to the bank card of my dad at home. Son, why did my bank card receive the transfer information, which is exactly 100,000 yuan, did the bank make a mistake? Father Jiang called and asked about this. Jiang Siming, who was relaxing in the magic capital Huangpu River, smiled leaning on the railing and said to the phone, "It's true, my son transferred it to you. Why are you making so much money? Son, are you doing something illegal?" Father Jiang asked suspiciously. Jiang Siming couldn't laugh or cry, and said, "Dad, don't you know your son? Am I supposed to do bad things? Then what's the matter with your money? Tell me clearly, or go home and see how I can clean you up." Father Jiang asked seriously. Jiang Siming quickly explained and made up a reason, saying that he sold a house today, which was an agency fee. Only then did Jiang's father dispel his doubts and become happy. "Then you don't need to give it to me, save some for yourself, and I will turn it back for you." "No need, Dad, I still have tens of thousands of dollars here, enough to spend. You can take the money, wherever you need money, just use it. My sister hasn't bought any new clothes for a year, you ask my mom to buy it for her. She's almost ready to take high school entrance exams, and she has to keep up with nutrition. So is my mother. She lost weight last time when she came back. Don't worry, Dad is here to save the money. You still need to save it. If you want to marry a wife and buy a house, you will have to spend money." Father Jiang said, even if the family is difficult, he still considers his son's future. What kind of daughter-in-law to marry? Don't worry, Dad. If your son's future daughter-in-law wants a house or a car because of the poor and the rich, I will dump her in minutes. Jiang Siming said half-jokingly. Hey, you can't say that. People girls follow you. It's okay to have a house, otherwise you can give people happiness, silly boy. Father Jiang is very open-minded. Don't worry, Dad, you can make money if you don't have the money. If your son has this strength, you can spend it with confidence. Don't tell me if it's alright, Dad knows how to arrange it. Hang up, the phone bill is expensive. After instructing Jiang Siming to pay attention to his body and rest, his father hung up the phone. In fact, every time Jiang Siming called back, Jiang's father would hang up first, and then call back by himself, in order to save some phone bills for his son. Jiang Siming decided to go home this time to buy 2 smartphones for his parents and teach them how to use them, so that it would not hurt to call them. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Siming looked at the night view of the Huangpu River, determined in his heart to fight hard, get ahead, and let his family live a good life. Chapter 10 Rich Woman Happy Ball 010 Rich Woman Happy Ball. I bought a sirloin rice bowl for 18 yuan at a supper outside. Jiang Siming, who was planning to go home, found a large billboard posted outside when he passed an office area. It says, 4 a.m. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Recruitment, in large characters, and below is some recruitment information. Over 18 years old. The game time is 2000 hours plus. Above KDA 4. 0. Average damage per game is more than 500 plus. Requires Asia server score of 3000 or more, other servers of 4000 or more. No bad habits, obey arrangements, good health. Sniper talents are preferred. Monthly salary of 50,000 plus, including board and lodging, competition bonuses, and season dividends are not included. Seeing this recruitment message, Jiang Siming felt itchy. This condition is also very good, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, including board and lodging. But think about it, it seems that I haven't reached the opponent's standard. His account did not last more than 100 hours of gameplay, and his score was only 1,200 points, let alone KDA and average injury. The pits dug in the front are too big, even if I ate a lot of chickens in the past 2 days, these data still haven't risen much. It's not up to the requirements at all, and after joining the team, you have to train with the players every day. The schedule cannot be arranged freely, which is equivalent to the whole person having to follow the team's command. Jiang Siming, who had just left the sea of work, did not want to be controlled by others for the time being, so he glanced around and left. When he got home, Jiang Siming pulled the sirloin rice clean, and took a bath after he was full. Just about to play a game, he knocked on the door. When I opened the door, it was the landlord's aunt. "Sister Luo, what's the matter?" Jiang Siming asked, frowning. Sister Luo is his landlord, but Jiang Siming doesn't like this person. He is too snobbish, stingy, and unkind. Sister Luo saw Jiang Siming for the first time. Her eyes were about to fall off, a pair of abalone eyes kept looking at Jiang Siming, and she also gave out a rippling smile. "Xiao Jiang, sister is here to see you and tell you two things by the way." "Let's talk, listen." Jiang Siming was expressionless, his body stuck to the door, and he didn't intend to let her in. Sister Luo didn't feel annoyed. She squinted Jiang Siming several times and smiled and said, "First, a tenant will come over tomorrow. You'd better put the things in the living room together. Give the new tenant a good impression. Sister Luo's house is divided into 2 rooms and 1 living room. Jiang Siming only rented 1. The original owner was a very honest couple, but they moved out last month. This room has been vacant. Sister Luo, it's okay to bring tenants here, but we said before, don't bring strange and unclean people over to live." Jiang Siming had something to say straight. He didn't want his roommate to be a sloppy ghost or some disgusting professional worker, such as a lady, a gambling ghost, a young underworld, etc. If so, he would immediately move away. The last husband and wife tenant Jiang Siming was quite satisfied. The other party loves hygiene, and the people are good, except for the sound of at night. Sister Luo laughed and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Jiang, this time she is a girl, but she is clean and beautiful, and I can't rest assured that my house will live in some messy people." "That's good. What about another thing?" "The other thing is that your rent for this month is about to expire. See when you have time to pay it." Sister Luo grinned with a big mouth. Although Jiang Siming didn't get angry, he didn't have any good impression of her. He has lived here for more than a year, and every month Sister Luo comes to collect the landlord on time. She can't delay a moment, and will add money if she delays 1 day. Once he was really tight and wanted to give the other party a 2-day grace period, but at any rate the other party did not agree. In the end, Jiang Siming couldn't apply for a credit card before paying her the room. Jiang Siming was planning to take the money, but Luo's sister unexpectedly became enlightened. "In fact, Xiao Jiang, it doesn't matter if you have a tight hand. Sister can give you a few days of grace." Before she finished speaking, she continued, "My sister has a sore waist and back pain in the past few days. If you go to my house and give my sister a massage, I won't add your money. What do you think?" The legendary rich woman happy ball. Want to cultivate yourself into a little white face? Hearing this, Jiang Siming turned his head into his room without saying a word, took out $2,000, and patted it on the coffee table in the living room, then returned to the room and closed the door with a bang. "Cut, shamelessly." Sister Luo snorted, took the money, twisted her bucket and left. After driving away the annoying and disgusting landlord, Jiang Siming sat back at the computer desk, turned on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and continued his solo journey. When entering the hall, Jiang Siming found that many people invited himself. It was all unfamiliar IDs, and thought it was for advertising. Jiang Siming ignored it, and set to not allow others to invite him before clicking to activate the single row. In the Shark Live broadcast room, the relaunched little girl did not lose her daytime loss, changed back to a smile face, and continued to chat about Dashin and play games with the water friends. But every time she went back to the hall after death, she couldn't help checking whether Jiang Siming was online. He might stop playing today, Dai Xiaomei thought. Forcibly resisting the depressed mood, he was about to resume the game, but saw the plus sign behind Jiang Siming's ID light up again. But after a while, it went dark again, and it showed that it was not invitable. My best friend also saw it, and when she saw that the little girl was going to be crooked again, she quickly calmed down. Damn, his ID is already known in Sharkman. Didn't you read the post? Many people say that you want him to vent your anger, so there must be a lot of strangers to invite him, so he will not invite him. When the little girl heard it, she felt that it made sense, so she had to pack up and continue the live broadcast. Jiang Siming, who entered the game, became serious. Now that this game has become his cradle for realizing his wishes and dreams, he can no longer treat it like other games. Although there is no idea of going to a professional team for the time being, Jiang Siming still hopes to put his own segment up. Maybe the probability of falling debris in high segments is also high. This time the map is a small map, which is the new Sano map. Jiang Siming looked around in the sky, and there were no fragments to refresh. But he was not discouraged and flew towards the Autistic City. Autistic City is the scariest place in the small picture. On average, more than 20 people will be left behind. The blood level is comparable to that of an airport. Because many people jumped there and fell into a box, or were ambushed by Lao Yingbi, everyone named it Autism City. Whoever jumps is autistic. When pulling the umbrella, Jiang Siming found that his technique of pulling the umbrella was really too good. Everyone else had already landed, and he was still in the sky. Although I really wanted to go to the largest room in the center to get a gun, I got the gun there quickly, and I went to send it. There was no way, so he had to retreat, and Jiang Siming jumped into the deep ditch outside the house. Parachuting is slow, and the game is half lost. Jiang Siming sighed, thinking that he had time to go to Baidu for skydiving skills, otherwise Sora had a martial arts skill. P.S. Regarding the questions raised in the book review section, Sake does not want to reply, but the Sake account seems to have a bug in the backstage and is actively communicating with the website. In order to answer your questions, I have to update another chapter and reply one by one at the end of the chapter. There are few updates at the moment, because everything is accumulating and breaking out on the shelves. Don't worry, friends. After the shelves, the 4 will keep the bottom and the 5th will be more frequent. So I hope you guys can understand. If you have any comments, you can leave a message in the book review area. Sake will definitely give an explanation. Chapter 11 Technology Surge. 011, Technology Soars. Fortunately, the small picture brush equipment is very rich. Only searched a trench room in the trench, Jiang Siming found an AK rifle, and matched with a first-class armor. Although there is no magnifier, Jiang Siming doesn't care anymore. He ran out of the trench room and started killing. The first enemy had just been searched out and had just met Jiang Siming. The face seemed to be filled with the joy of searching for good things and the fierce fighting scene of fantasizing that he was killing him. It's just right, let's see how Dad solves you. When the black-faced man saw Jiang Siming, he didn't know that the of death had already approached him, and he was still full of fighting spirit and aimed his gun. But the surprise was that he had not fired a shot and the trigger had not been pulled. Without a helmet, he was taken away by Jiang Siming with an AK bullet. Only one bullet was used. One shot, understatement, seemed so casual. Glanced at the box on the ground. There are no fragments. Jiang Siming passed by casually and took some bullets away, and took away his horn armor. The armor was still full, which was great. Keep looking for the enemy. As soon as he walked out of the trenches, M4 gunfire came from the window of the center building, and someone was lying there early. Jiang Siming was shot twice at once, but he didn't have much blood in the first class. There is no panic. Jiang Siming turned around and killed the stuck dog in the window. Ding! The light is on. There was a white flash in the window. Jiang Siming was overjoyed and immediately went upstairs and picked up the white fragment. Pick up, skydiving proficiency, *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Great! Bring a pillow when you fall asleep. But before he had time to be happy, when Jiang Siming was looking at the fragments in a daze, someone who sneaked in was attacked and fell into a pool of blood. Jiang Siming is not upset at all, and happily clicks the next one quickly. It is a small picture again. Jiang Siming didn't even think about it, so he continued to jump to Autism City. This time, he, who is already proficient in skydiving techniques, was 3 seconds faster than the fastest passerby. On average, it is about 5 seconds faster than others. This discovery broke Jiang Simingl. 5 seconds is enough for him to do a lot of things. The passerby who jumped the fastest was the same as Jiang Siming's landing target. When he saw Jiang Siming, he was almost not scared to death. WRND. Why is this person parachuting so fast? Huya's well-known anchor La Fonglong looked at Jiang Siming on the screen in front of him, even out loud. As soon as he landed, there was a string of bullets facing him, turning him into a square wooden box. The player, Ming, uses QBZ to kill the player, Huya_Flong. Wow, what the is this man, is he parachuting so fast? He has picked up his gun and reloaded as soon as I landed, how can I play it? Having said that, he can only quit the game and start again. There is no game experience in this round. With a talent for skydiving proficiency, Jiang Siming is like a fish in water. After killing the second one, Jiang Siming glanced at the sky, and there were a lot of umbrellas. They looked so cute and cute. Unambiguously, Jiang Siming pointed his muzzle at the sky and started shooting birds. The player, Ming, uses QBZ to kill the player, SKT_Faker. The player, Ming, uses QBZ to kill the player, Nidishiwo. The player, Ming, uses QBZ to kill the player, Shishalani. 3 birds were shot down in a row, and there were no more creatures within 10 meters above Jiang Siming. Huh, it's so cool. Parachuting fast is like a sports car with nitrogen gas, a powerful combination, and invincible for a person like his marksmanship. After 30 bullets were shot, everyone in the sky fell to the ground, and Jiang Siming continued to search for things on the roof. The reason why many people jump at the center point is because it is so fat. Just a random search, Jiang Siming is already a second-class first-class, full QBZ plus an AK. Although there are continuous attacks, Jiang Siming is not very good at continuous attacks. In his sniper skills, he only knows 98k, so he might as well take 2 rifles. Jiang Siming, who is equipped with a huge fat, didn't have the thought of continuing to search, he just wanted to kill. As soon as he reached the top of the building, Jiang Siming saw a black girl searching for something in the low building nearby. She was searching for nothing. Suddenly, Jufa made a sudden burst, and in half a second, at least 8 bullets were shot in her Jufa. Then he fell to the ground tragically, and he didn't even see the other side. It's a bit nasty, so let's play in another place next time. The gunfire also exposed Jiang Siming's position. A player holding a sniper hit on the top of a 3-story concrete building and began to point Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming, who was shot, immediately knew the opponent's location, turned the head of the gun, and opened the scope. The sparks of the 6x QBZ's muzzle lit up in an instant, and the bullet was crushed to a point at a distance of 50 meters, and the Lianji buddy was executed cleanly. 6 times the gun. For Jiang Siming now, there is no difficulty at all, and even AK can be suppressed 6 times. Kill 1, not even blood, continue to find people. Arrogant like Jiang Siming, with 2 rifles in his hands like messengers that kill people. Every time a shot is fired, someone's head will fall. This autistic city has become a purgatory, and soon there will be no other living people. In the autistic city, a white light, a green light, and a golden light lit up, and Jiang Simingl was broken. Pick up, reaction speed talent, *1, 1/4, the number of fragments is not full, it is temporarily unavailable. Pick up, win 94 mastery, *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Pick up, soft sister coin 10,000, *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. 1 is win 94 proficient, a sniper rifle that no one cares about. Another talent for reaction speed is green fragments, but it takes 4 fragments to synthesize, and Jiang Siming cannot use it temporarily. But when he gathers it together, Jiang Siming believes that his skills will definitely improve. He died many times because of being overcast, and he couldn't react, and he died suddenly with regret. His game reaction speed is very average. If it can be strengthened, Jiang Siming believes that his probability of eating chicken will more than double. Jiang Siming discovered that most of the white fragments are skills, and gold is money, which are more common. The refresh rate of greens like reaction talent, and purples like elementary gene potion, is very low. Coming out of the autistic city, Jiang Siming was fat like a stupid son of a landlord. This one was lucky, didn't meet Lao Yinbi, and finally succeeded in eating chicken. Kill 18 enemies. After eating the chicken, he once again got a green shard of reaction speed talent, and Jiang Siming opened the next hand with joy. All night, Jiang Siming was buried in various maps of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. He can eat 5 chickens for almost 10 games. In addition to being yelled to death, only the circle of condemnation remains. Being besieged by others, or not seeing people with poor eyesight, can make Jiang Siming die. In one night, Jiang Siming ate a total of 9 chickens. Get 3 white fragments, 4 golden fragments, 1 red fragment, and 1 green fragment. The golden fragments are all money, a total of 10,000 soft sister coins. Among the white fragments are PUBG Mobile Mastery of all maps, Grenade Mastery, Fist Mastery, and SKS Mastery, all of which are game skills. Green is still reaction speed talent. Jiang Siming has already made up 3 yuan, only the last one. The last one is the red fragment that burst out for the first time. It turned out to be singing talent, but this fragment requires 5 pieces to unlock. All in all, this evening, Jiang Siming gained a lot. And after the genetic medicine modification, Jiang Siming's physical fitness is very good. Even after all night, he is still full of energy. While hesitating to go to sleep or continue the liver game, Jiang Siming heard a knock on the door. Chapter 12 New Tenant 012, New Tenant. Jiang Siming got up and ran, opening the door. A slim figure stood at the door. The appearance made Jiang Siming's eyes bright. As if seeing the girl next door described in the novel. Her appearance is not stunning, but she is very attractive. The face is full of collagen, and the brows are light, showing a natural crescent shape. With clear eyes, Chun's mouth is light pink without lipstick, as tender as a new bud. The hairstyle is a simple bob head, very short, only to the neck. The buns on both sides are combed behind the ears, revealing the white neck and the ears. The figure is thin, not tall, only about 1.65 meters. But the whole body is full of aura. This kind of girl only appears in high school classrooms, first love reveries in novels and comics. Jiang Siming felt that she was enough to kill Shen Jiayi in the movie those years. If she were to shoot, she would definitely be more than 10 times better than Chen Yanqi. The girl carried a big guitar on her back and dragged 2 heavy suitcases. Before Jiang Siming opened the door, the girl was still chatting with the landlord Luo Jia next to her. "Auntie-landlord, let's say yes first, I haven't booked this room yet. If my neighbor is too, I will still consider changing the place. Don't worry, little girl, Auntie won't lie to you. This guy has lived with me for more than a year. He is a very nice guy." The tenants who shared with him for several terms praised him very much. Crackling. The door opened, and the communication between the two ended here. The girl raised her head to look at Jiang Siming, and her psychological defense line was instantly defeated. How can this boy look so good-looking? The girl's white face was blushing inexplicably. No one does not love beauty. Men like beautiful women, and women like good-looking boys. This principle is universal, but everyone treats appearances differently. Some belong to the Lucan society at the level of hard-heartedness, as long as the other person looks good. Any other factors of this person can be ignored even if his character is bad, and he is willing to be a dog. But this girl is not. In fact, she has a very weak outlook on her appearance. It's just that Jiang Siming's appearance is far beyond the highest appearance she has ever seen, and that's why it triggers a blushing heartbeat that has never appeared before, losing concentration. Are you the new tenant? Jiang Siming looked at the girl and asked. The girl nodded her head and said, yeah. Then please come in. Sister Luo should have also heard you say that to be my neighbor, I need to meet some of my conditions. I told Sister Luo before I rented it, so don't mind. Jiang Siming spoke very frankly. Although the girl looked very seductive and even a little familiar, Jiang Siming didn't know how she was, so he still had to say. It's okay, just tell me. The girl understood, even a little happy. On the contrary, she was even more afraid that Jiang Siming would not say anything and don't care about anything, because this showed that the other party himself was also very casual and sloppy. It's not a big deal. First love is clean. I don't care about your bedroom, but the living room and bathroom need to be kept tidy. We take turns to clean and keep personal belongings properly. Yeah, that's okay. I'm a newcomer. Leave the cleaning work for the previous month to me. The girl took the initiative to take care of the housework very generously, but Jiang Siming didn't refuse, so she took a test. Second, unless you have to, you can't bring strangers to the house casually. If you have to bring them, you need to ask for the consent of the other party. The same is true for me, right? Jiang Siming is very disgusted with those tenants who like to bring a group of friends and dogs, and make the house smug, even if he lives in someone else's house. No problem. The last point. Don't make too much noise at home to interfere with others' work and rest. The girl was a little embarrassed at this point and asked carefully, I am studying music, and I can practice guitar and singing. As if for fear that Jiang Siming would be unhappy, the girl immediately added, but don't worry, I will lower the decibel. I will definitely not play after 0. Jiang Siming also nodded in understanding and agreed, and then he took the girl to visit the house briefly. Jiang Siming usually pays more attention to hygiene. Although he is not obsessed with cleanliness, he still needs to be clean. After seeing it, the girl was very satisfied and happily signed the contract. Sister Luo left with the money contentedly. The girl and Jiang Siming are left at home. How much does Luo's sister charge you for the rent? Jiang Siming just saw that the girl gave a lot of red money to Sister Luo, so he asked. 3,500 a month, I paid for 3 months. The girl answered obediently. When Jiang Siming rolled his eyes, he knew that this vampire was of urine. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? The girl asked in confusion when she saw Jiang Siming's expression. My rent is 2,000 a month. Yeah. So much cheaper. The girl showed a distressed expression, but within a few seconds, she changed back to a smiling face. Forget it, just as a lesson, just as a lucky draw. Defeated by the girl's optimism, Jiang Siming couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said politely, You have so much stuff, do you want me to help? No need, I can do it myself. Jiang Siming nodded, and turned around to go back to the room to catch up. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wang Sini, a junior at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. How about you? The girl said from behind. Jiang Siming turned around and said, Jiang Siming, who graduated from Fudan University for 3 years, is now a vagrant. Wow, Fudan University. It's near my school. I've always wanted to take the exam, but my homework is too bad. Can I call you brother in the future? Whatever. Thank you, brother. Jiang Siming, who returned to the room, turned off his computer and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. My stomach was gurgling, I wanted to order takeaway, but there was the sound of cooking and women talking outside in the kitchen. Suspicious Jiang Siming opened the door and walked out. 2 figures stood in the kitchen. One was today's new tenant Wang Sini, and the other was a strange woman. Sini, I really don't worry if you live here alone, and your neighbor is still a man. You said you look so beautiful, what if there is something evil in your family? Cousin, you are too fanciful. She graduated from Fudan University, and she is very good and self-disciplined. Self-discipline, sleep in the daytime until now? That's someone's private business, sister, don't worry about it. Oh yes, how does he look like? Also, okay, pretty handsome. Guilty. Chapter 13 Register to play. 013, Register to play with. Cough. Jiang Siming coughed twice, and the two girls were startled and turned back. Wang Xini blushed immediately, and the salt spoon that was held above the dishes in the pot almost fell. Senior brother, I'm sorry if it disturbed you to sleep. That's it. This is my cousin. Today I came to see me. I wanted to say hello to you, but I knocked on the door and you didn't wake up, so. Wang Xini was afraid that Jiang Siming would be angry, so she explained quickly. Jiang Siming leaned on the kitchen door rail, chuckled, and said, "It's okay, I overslept, blame me, you guys keep talking." Senior brother, haven't you eaten yet? I have made a lot of food, will you eat with us? Wang Xini said expectantly. Yeah, sir, we are planning to call you. My sister will have to wait for you to live here in the future and have a meal together. Wang Xini's cousin also invited her, and she felt embarrassed when she thought of saying that she had evil thoughts just now. Jiang Siming, who wanted to refuse, saw Wang Xini's expectant eyes, but he couldn't bear to refuse, he nodded and agreed. I can eat, but I'll clean up after I eat it, okay? The two girls looked at each other and both nodded happily. The other respected people and couldn't bear to refuse their kindness, and they took the initiative to undertake housework. My cousin felt more relieved, it seemed that my sister's neighbors were reliable. In the evening, Jiang Siming and Wang Xini had dinner with her cousin. Wang Xini basically cooked the dinner, and the cousin just beat him. Things are delicious. Jiang Siming didn't expect Wang Xini to have this hand. The sweet and sour pork ribs and corn soup are very fragrant. He had a big appetite and ate 3 bowls of rice. Fortunately, Wang Xini did not cook well, otherwise the 3 of them might not be enough to eat. After dinner, Jiang Siming cleaned up the dishes and cleaned the table, but the 2 girls wanted to help but were, relentlessly, rejected. The cousin stayed for a while, exhorted Wang Xini and went back. Wang Xini and Jiang Siming said goodnight and went back to the room. Jiang Siming also returned to his bedroom, turned on the computer, and he continued to fight in the world of PUBG. Jiang Siming was quite satisfied with a profit of 120,000 last night. However, he is still considering whether to take advantage of his current game technology. Anyway, he is playing chicken, and now his skills are very good. Do you want to be an anchor or a company to make some extra money? No one is too little to make money. But Jiang Siming doesn't have any ideas about being an anchor, mainly because he has no live broadcast experience, let alone any popularity or expertise. Although the technology of eating chicken is very strong now, live broadcast is not just about technology. The audience may not buy it. The live broadcast platform is very watery. He started as an anchor since he was young, and even if he became popular, he would be exploited by the live broadcast platform. Besides, he doesn't even have live broadcast equipment, so I'll talk about it later. Playing with you is different. The money comes quickly and the bill is settled in an hour. There is no scruples. And he also has voice actor skills. Isn't it just a bowl of rice to play with? He is absolutely confident about this. Immediately, Jiang Siming logged into the recently popular Bixin Paiwan app, registered an account, and applied to become Paiwan. The ID was called Ming. As for the portrait, Jiang Siming does not intend to show his face. He only sells his voice, not his body. So I just picked up a cartoon avatar of Crayon Xiaoxin. After uploading his own certificate information and filling in the company business, Jiang Siming only needs to wait for the result. Bixin's efficiency is very high, and a customer service lady immediately contacted Jiang Siming. Hello, is this Mr. Ming, who applied for the company business? Miss Sister's voice is very sweet. Sure enough, accompany you to eat by voice, and any customer service voice is pretty good. Well, is there anything to confirm? Jiang Siming replied. The sound on the other side of the computer paused for a while, and there was no movement after 3 seconds. Sorry, I just wondered. It's Mr. Ming. We need to re-verify the basic information. Is your business only in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Yes, what's the matter? Oh, that's it. Your voice is very nice. I suggest that you can expand other businesses, such as other games, especially the companion chat service. It must be very promising. It paused just now because the customer service lady was fascinated by Jiang Siming's voice. At Bixendang's customer service, she has heard countless good male voices, of all types. But Jiang Siming's arrival allowed her to refresh her upper limit on the word good to hear. Therefore, I also kindly suggested that the purpose is also to deepen the goodwill and impression of the other party, and want to make friends. No, I only play PUBG Mobile. Jiang Siming refused decisively. Oh. This is fine, but Mr. Ming, your PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds ID shows that your score is only 1500, KDA 3.0, this score cannot undertake high-end business, you can only start from the low-level business, remind. What's the treatment for the lower level? The lower level is usually 20 yuan an hour, and the platform will charge 40% of the fee. It's a bit low. Jiang Siming hesitated. Hearing that Jiang Siming stopped talking, the customer service lady immediately suggested kindly. Mr. Ming, this game's score determines the level of companionship, and I can't help it, but if you are willing to accept companionship and other businesses, I can make my own claim to raise you to the gold medal business and recommend it to you immediately. What do you think? Kind. Jiang Siming's voice is too attractive. The customer service lady knows very well that if such a voice enters the chat, it is definitely hot. Those female customers will definitely grab orders. Even if she is good at making opinions, the above will never blame her. The customer service lady seemed to have waited for a century, and Jiang Siming's voice sounded again. No, let's start with the low-level business, I will only play with PUBG. Hearing that Jiang Siming was so persistent, the customer service lady couldn't help it. Had to upload Jiang Siming's information for confirmation, and then put up the list. The customer service lady gave Jiang Siming a favor and gave him a recommendation. Although the location is very inconspicuous, Jiang Siming's data can be recommended, which is already an illegal operation. Thank you. Jiang Siming also knew that the other party was helping him, and expressed his gratitude. It's okay, I really like your voice. If I need to play with me in the future, I hope you can pick up my orders, the customer service lady said naughty. Okay, no problem, your order is not charged for the first time. Jiang Siming smiled and replied and ended the chat with the customer service lady. Jiang Siming continued to enter the game. His order has not been picked up yet. He can only I'm alone first. At this time, on the Shark platform, in the live broadcast category of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in full swing. The two Jedi sisters are equally popular, and the two sisters who eat chicken and Duan Tuan occupy the two lists on the first page. Chapter 14 First Order 014, The First Order. It's just that the live broadcast effect of Tuanchuan is not good recently, mainly because there is no new live broadcast effect. The old live broadcast effect has made the audience feel bored. It's okay to be in a box. The main live broadcast content is a little empty. She needs a partner to create a fresh atmosphere for the show. She had invited many water friends before, but unfortunately none of them satisfied her. Some voices are unpleasant, some are too technical, and some are nervous in the face of live broadcast and dare not speak at all. Then I found a male anchor named Chen Sigu to double row, but he was always treated with ulterior motives. The other party always wants to get closer to himself and pursue himself. The fans in his own live broadcast room were also brought up by him. Every day he suggested that the two of them waited for the barrage together, which made them tireless. Even yesterday, Chen Sigu seemed to be unable to confess to herself at the request of the fans, which made her very embarrassed and finally stopped. So today she is not going to look for Chinsigu, she plans to go play with a little brother or little sister to try the effect. Tuan Tuan, Chinsigu is also on the air. Pull him. Last night when he confessed whether he agreed or not. Chinsigu is so kind and considerate to you. Are you still a human being when you disagree? I'm a female, I must promise Chinsigu's confession. Chinsigu is already waiting for you. He said he has a surprise for you today. Looking at the barrage in front of him, Tuanchuan not only didn't like it, but even more resisted. Enduring the emotions, Tuanchuan smiled and said to the audience, "Today, we are not looking for Chinsigu in double row. Today I plan to find a little brother to play with me and take me." Really? What do you make Chinsigu think? Looking for someone outside with Chinsigu? Put someone on a hat. Chinsigu's fans get out of the way. Tuanchuan didn't agree to be his girlfriend, okay. That is, Chinsigu's fans have made me feel sick, support Tuanchuan. Haha, woman. Looking at these barrage, Tuan was so stupefied that he wanted to cry. She never promised Chinsigu's confession, even caring about the other's face, and after the broadcast, she seriously told Chinsigu that she was boring to him. Unexpectedly, his fans are still so excessive. Although it was said by the fans, if Chinsigu himself could publicly say that the relationship between the two was innocent, how could the fans be so easily driven to the rhythm? Moreover, Chinsigu also treated her confession as a whisper, never announced it, and even pursued herself more vigorously. Regardless of the rhythm of the barrage, Tuanchuan began to screen out the companions in Bishin. There are a lot of people who play the order list with some high-level accompaniment. The group wants to order it, but it takes a long time. She could only step back and find a lower list. When she turned to a male companion list on the recommendation page, she was a little surprised. The opponent's score was only 1500, and he didn't even take an order once, and he actually appeared on the recommendation page. There is information given by the other party on the list, playing with the chicken-eating business, the chicken-eating rate is 40%. In other words, the other party said that 10 of them can take 4 chickens for themselves, and 10 can eat 4 chickens. Even professional players who play fish ponds do not have the confidence to say this. Tuanchuan didn't believe it at all. I wanted to skip the bragging king, but there was a comment from a customer service lady under the list. It says, "Customer service Xiaoxian personally tested it, the owner of this single has a good voice, and it is absolutely voice-controlled to enjoy." This customer service Xiaoxian knows that it is Bishin's gold customer service, and has recommended many accompany businesses, and they are very popular with customers and have a good reputation. Let her make such a high evaluation, which makes Tuanchuan a little moving. Forget it, order it for an hour first. If it's not good, change it immediately. Anyway, it's only 20 yuan. Thinking of this, Tuanchuan placed Jiang Siming's order and gave the other party a YY channel number. Before long, the YY vest with the ID named Ming walked into her live broadcast room. "Hello, is it Miss Tina who just placed the order?" Tina is the nickname of Tuanchuan Bishin account. The moment he heard Jiang Siming's voice, the audience in Tuan Tuan and the live broadcast room were all overwhelmed. This kind of voice, which seemed to be wrapped by a warm scholar, had a strong feeling, and it shocked the hearts of a large number of audiences and Tuanchuan himself. "I'm going. Why is this sound so good? Voice changer. Voice changer has never heard of it so nice. Wow, I'm in love. Why do you feel that the voice is a bit familiar, like the voice of the lover in my dream? Really a bit like. I watched the live broadcast that day. I didn't see the barrage in the back, in fact she didn't see the barrage in front." Tuan Tuan, who was shocked by the sound, was a little panicked, and forgot what he should do next. This. "Hello, are you the one named Ming to play with?" Tuanchuan found that he was a bit stuttering. Could it be that the pigs have been croaking too much recently and their voice has gone dumb? "Well, thank you for ordering my order. If you have any requirements for accompaniment, you can ask for it. If possible, I will try my best to satisfy. Jiang Siming didn't know if it was like this, so he just said it anyway. Can I ask you a few questions first? Yes, but not including privacy. Is your voice real or a sound card? It's true. The sound card of my computer comes with the system and I have never moved it. The last question, can you really take me 10 games to eat 4 chickens? I don't ask for 4, just 1, can you do it? Can. 2,000 points round, I will give you a trumpet. No problem. That's okay, let's get started. Every time Jiang Siming answered, Tuanchuan's little heart would beat. This voice is too crisp, oh doc. Tuanchuan gave Jiang Siming a chicken-eating account with a score of 2,100. The score of 2,000 is already relatively high, and most of the people who are matched cannot be said to be masters, but they are definitely good at playing. Logged in to the account given by the other party and accepted Tuanchuan's invitation. Jiang Siming doesn't know the identity of the other party at all for the time being, and he doesn't know that the other party is broadcasting live, because Tuanchuan always presses a button every time he talks to him, he has no way of knowing. Click at the same time to start the game. Ho ho, the chicken-eating journey has officially started. The new friends in the live broadcast room may not know. Let me introduce it again. The duo with me is the little brother Tuanchuan from Bishin to accompany him. The other party's voice is fried. The chicken is so good, the female fans are ready to scream that the male fans are ashamed. It's over, Chen Sigu is crying. For dogs know that you abandoned him, they are crying in the live broadcast room. Tuan, you made our 4 dogs cry, you are responsible. It's not easy to find something to play with. This kind of person who only relies on voice to show off his ugliness and reality is useless. Chapter 15 Very skin to play with brother. 015 Very skin to play with the little brother. The barrage rhythm started again, but Tuan, who already knew the live broadcast routine, resisted himself and ignored it. I declare once again, Chen Sigu and I are just friends, don't think too much about it, the plane has set sail, and the skydiving begins. After speaking, Tuanchuan ignored the barrage for the time being, and began to ask Jiang Siming where he jumped. Originally planned to mark a spot that had just been shot, but Jiang Siming discovered that a green bright spot was flashing in the wild spot on the map. Under the surprise, he marked the point, although that point was a large square away from the course. Seeing Jiang Siming's mark, Tuanchuan was desperate. Why does he mark such a point? He can be more stubborn than me. The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha, this kind of person would dare to call himself 10 games and 4 chickens. Laughing to death, this little brother has such a nice voice, why is he so courageous, even a girl of mine can't jump in such a place. Sit and wait for the search to be completed and land into a box. Return the order, this kind of person is too obsessive, can't stand it, it is better to find Chen Sigu. Although he didn't want to fall there, Tuanchuan chose to respect Jiang Siming. She chose Jiang Siming mostly because of his voice. She didn't believe in technology from the beginning. The two of them also pulled down their umbrellas and landed at the destination. Strangely, Tuanchuan found that the other party landed several seconds faster than himself. When she landed, Jiang Siming had already searched a house. Is it because I just pulled the umbrella and didn't notice it? It must be. Without much thought, Tuanchuan also began to search things. Pick up, reaction speed talent, fragment *1, 4/4, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Great, it's finally full. Use. Jiang Siming got his long-awaited response talent. There was a warm current in the body and head at the same time, and there was an indescribable aura all over the body. Jiang Siming feels that he couldn't even pass the game of hamster before, but now if he plays it, he can blow up the machine. The wild area was quickly searched, both of them were very poorly equipped, and Tuanchuan did not even have a helmet. Upon seeing this, Jiang Siming knew that the other party was just accommodating himself, so he gave Tuo off the first-level helmet on his head. No, you can use it yourself, my technique is not very good, and it's useless if I give it. Tuanchuan kindly declined. But Jiang Siming was even more ruthless, replied, I don't need it. No one can hit me on the head. Hold it first. If I want it, I will pick it off from someone else's body. Jiang Siming, who is gifted in reaction speed, believes that no one can blow his head unless he stands still and lets the opponent aim at his head. Although you have a nice voice, you can't brag like that. Tuanchuan couldn't help but complain. Jiang Siming didn't argue when he heard the words, and after smiling, he continued on the journey. This point makes Tuanchuan more satisfied. Although the other party loves to brag, he does not argue with him and accepts her education humbly. This is a big deal. Tuanchuan, whose impression had improved a little, began to chat with Jiang Siming. No way, the live broadcast effect is still necessary, so you can't find someone to play with and keep silent. Brother, where are you from? Ha. Yunnan. Wow. A tourist city. Are you far from Lijiang or Dali? Very far away, my home is in a remote town, but the scenery is not worse than Dali and Lijiang. Then are you single? After Tuanchuan said this, he felt a little blush, and suddenly asked why this? Recently, I just finished my single life for half a year. Jiang Siming replied. Wow. The little brother who has such a nice voice is not single, so heartbroken, oh. Who has such a boyfriend, doesn't it mean that the ear is getting pregnant every day? Ha, it's not like being single. My 4 dogs still have a chance. Tuan, you give up, people already have a master. When Tuanchuan thought so too, Jiang Siming added, now it's the second half of the year. Ha, there is this kind of operation. I have just finished my single life for most of the year, and now it's the second half of the year, puff. Golden sentence. Good skin, I have learned it, so I will send a wave of likes to the circle of friends, hee. Lien Tuanchuan was also amused by Jiang Siming's words. She thought that the other party was an unsmiling and boring person. Then do you know what kind of guy I like? Tuanchuan also decided to paiba, and the other party would definitely answer that she didn't know, and then she went back and teased back. But who knows that Jiang Siming replied very cutely, making her dumbfounded. I dare not ask, because I'm afraid I meet them all. I go. Suddenly sultry, coupled with such a nice voice, Tuanchuan admitted that he blushed. In the live broadcast room, it was suddenly very lively. Axie, there is something in your mouth. Great. Ha, if you can't be slapped, you can't do it, Tuanchuan. My little brother is so skinny, I really like it, hee. If Chen Sigu had this EQ, he would have returned home with a beautiful woman. I smiled so much that I slapped my Bentley and popped out 4 Nanfu batteries. It feels like Chen Sigu is in crisis, this guy has something to play with. The barrage was suddenly back on track because of Jiang Siming's 2 sentences, and Tuanchuan himself did not expect it. This little brother to play with is pretty good, except for the game technology that I haven't seen yet, everything else perfectly meets her requirements. Tuanchuan decided that if the other party continues to keep it, she is willing to take him even if he is playing the game. In order to keep it up, she also wanted to continue her opposing the gang with Jiang Siming, thinking hard but without any inspiration. I wanted to say something more, but Jiang Siming interrupted him. 130 degrees northeast, I saw people. When an enemy appeared, Tuanchuan temporarily dispelled the idea of making everyone laugh and plunged into the game. Sure enough, in an unfinished building far away, 2 wretched figures were jumping up and down searching for things. Shoo! Don't shoot, let's touch it pretending to be karma, don't shoot, and quietly drip into the village, understand? Tuanchuan lowered his voice, as if he could hear loud words on the other side. Although Jiang Siming wanted to shoot the result directly, He thought that the other party was a client, not alone. I still have to worry about the customer's gaming experience, so I agree. The two secretly touched the house with people, and Jiang Siming was frightened for a while. It was not the enemy who found him, but the female client was making a fuss. Without taking 2 steps, she immediately called for Jiang Siming to lie down and hide. Suddenly, Jiang Siming was very painful. Finally, the two reached a close point and squatted on the left and right of the wall. Someone has already come out, I'll stop him, you don't move, hold the right side. Tuan Tuan commanded, she often does things like eat people. Well, good. Jiang Siming agreed very cooperatively, without moving. Chapter 16 Body Stroke Customer 016, Body Stroke Customer. Soon, a player with the character of a burly man ran out of the unfinished building after searching. As soon as he wanted to call his partner to run away, he was shot sideways. Suddenly, the voice of M416 startled the other party. It's a pity that the nickname of Shark's first stewardess and skydiving little Gongju is not barking. Although the card point was shot in advance, the marksmanship belonged to the ups and downs of Tuan Tuan. The opponent is obviously a master, after all, a 2,000-point game. I didn't panic after being attacked, and immediately followed Tuanchuan. The opponent's gunmanship was much better than Tuanchuan, but it defeated Tuanchuan. Ah! Don't kill me, big brother. The familiar pig cry of the audience sounded daily, and the live broadcast room was full of laughter. Ha 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 ha, the marksmanship is touching, the body strokes. The Umbrella King was not called for nothing. The flight attendants are on the next flight. This kind of marksmanship is too scary, it can scare the opponent to death. The buddy must be thinking, are you kidding me? Jiang Siming didn't hear the pig crying. Seeing his customer fell to the ground, he immediately ran out from the left, turned sideways, opened the mirror, and aimed his head. Chug! Only 2 shots were fired, and the pair fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tuanchuan was not replaced by him. Nice! Little brother Biang Biang Biang. Help me! Tuanchuan was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't expect that this little brother would still play a little bit, so he came to make up the gun in time. She didn't notice that Jiang Siming only fired 2 shots and they were all head shots. The desire to survive can be said to be quite strong if he only wants to survive first. Wait, the other person is already here. Jiang Siming didn't support her first, but turned around and rushed into the room. He just got the reaction speed talent, he is not afraid of getting stuck, because no one reacts faster than him. Seeing Jiang Siming rushing over, the remaining buddy sneered. This is not an FPP model. As long as he gets stuck, he believes that Jiang Siming will die. Seeing Jiang Siming rushed closer, the buddy skillfully stood out from the side of the stuck box, preparing to execute Jiang Siming. But never expected that Jiang Siming reacted much faster than him. Oh, why do you rush inside? It's fine if you get stuck, he must. Before he finished speaking, Tuanchuan saw the kill message popping up again in the upper right corner. The player, Mengmengda, used the M16 headshot to kill the player, KKKKK. In addition to the one just now, Jiang Siming successfully eliminated the pair. This time Tuanchuan felt something was wrong, the other party seemed to be really good at technology. Faced with the opponent, and killed a stuck enemy with the rotten gun M16, and he hadn't lost blood yet. Unless that person is super cooking, Jiang Siming is very strong. After solving the second person, Jiang Siming was overjoyed, and a white light jumped out of the other's backpack. Without picking up the debris, Jiang Siming chose to help his teammates first. If you kill someone by yourself and choose the Tian bag instead of helping your teammates first, the customer will definitely be unhappy. In order to maintain his own play business, Jiang Siming is very smart. Indeed, Jiang Siming's move to help Tuan Tuan first made Tuan Tuan more satisfied. She was so happy that she seemed to have found a treasure. Helping the person up, Jiang Siming immediately went back and picked up the debris first. Pick up, Mini 14 Mastery, Fragments *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use them directly. Yes, unlock another sniper rifle. 98k, Win 94, SKS, Mini 14, these 4 snipers have been mastered by Jiang Siming. Although it is not as convenient as rifle mastery, 1 fragment will be solved. But maybe sniper rifles are more difficult to use, so you need to unlock them one by one. On the other side, the resurrected Tuan Tuan was filled with blood before going over to carry the bag with Jiang Siming. Little brother, I feel that you must not only have 1500 points on the list, are you playing a pig and eating a tiger? That's really my big size, but I didn't play much, so I only got 1500 points. So you are a talented player? You can say so. Puff, you are really not humble at all. When I become humble, everyone will say I pretend, alas, it's so hard to be a human being. Giggle. Tuan Tuan made a pig laugh and felt strange, because I was in a bad mood. But I didn't expect that after less than 20 sentences with this playmate, my mood suddenly became clear. The box of the team was cleaned, and the 2 shotguns were changed. Tuanchuan 98k is filled with M416. Jiang Siming has a SKS with 1 hand, plus a half-full AK with a short gun head, a second-level A and a second-level bag, a small drug bag, and a number of grenade smoke. It's a pity that the opponent's second-level head was knocked out by Jiang Siming, and Jiang Siming forgot this during the fight. So he still has an empty brain. Brother, give you the helmet. You saved me. This is a reward. Jiang Siming still wanted to refuse, but seeing that the other party had come down, he took it up generously and put it on. He doesn't like false words to decline this kind of routine, since the other party wanted to, then he agreed. Tuanchuan is also very happy. She really likes Jiang Siming's character, but she is not too polite and respects herself. This is much better than Chen Sigu. One is that he understands that he respects himself, and his distance control is very reasonable. The other is approaching without a bottom line, trying all means to indulge in flattering, without worrying about how you feel. There is a gap between the two, and the individual will make the right choice. Putting on the helmet, Jiang Siming also got a sports car parked here. The two got into the car and ran drugs, and the mood was very distressed along the way. He even sang to the audience, but Jiang Siming couldn't hear the sing. Jiang Siming acted as the driver. This was requested by Tuanchuan herself. She knew that her car skills were road killers, so she didn't plan to lose this person. Jiang Siming stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. The place where they drove was the wreckage of the plane, and it was a desert map, full of potholes on the sand slope. Tuanchuan is ready to be hit by a few blocks. After all, it is difficult to drive in this kind of place. It is a sports car with a very low base. But I did not expect that in the hands of Jiang Siming, this Ferrari, with an ultra-low base or even impossible to climb, would take a stroll in this steep and uneven sand dune courtyard. Not to mention the blood was hit, and even the car rolling did not happen. The speed has always been above 110 yards, and Tuanchuan even drank a bottle of painkiller during this driving. Old driver. I'll go, the car is bad. This is at least 10 years of driving experience, right? Seeing this scene, I slapped my boyfriend who took me to eat chicken and often drove to death. This car skill is comparable to that of the boyfriend of the little girl. The sound is also the same, the car is so sixth, isn't it really him? The car suddenly slowed down when passing an open area. What's the matter? Asked in confusion, who was chewing on chicken paws. Someone is picking up airdrops, do you want to beat them? Jiang Siming asked, after all, it is up to the customer to decide whether to go or not. Airdrop. That's a dream. How can you not go and walk around? As soon as there is an airdrop, the chicken feet are released, and the oil on the hands is sloppy. Jiang Siming got the order and drove the car directly to the short spot in the distance, but he stopped at a distance of 300 meters from the opposite side. Stop so far. I can't fight, so I don't want to get closer. Tuanchuan said bitterly. Over 100 meters, her sniper is a fire stick, let alone the distance of 300 meters. Chapter 17 Suddenly Angry. 017, Suddenly Angry. She remembered that Jiang Siming had only a triple mirror on the SKS, and she herself was a quadruple. How could it be possible to hit someone? No, they can't run away. After Jiang Siming said, he raised his SKS sniper rifle. In the triple mirror, although the opponent's figure is very far away, it can't escape Jiang Siming's control. It was the first time he used SKS, and it happened to experiment with two people from opposite sides. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. In an instant, the head of one of the men with only a second-level helmet was lifted. Wow! Tuanchuan exclaimed. 2 shots, 300 meters, triple mirror, and the interval between the 2 shots is definitely not more than 0.2 seconds. There was no time to marvel at the moment. Tuanchuan also hurriedly raised her 98K, and aimed at another enemy with a big head. This person already knew that there was a sneak attack, so naturally he would not wait to be killed, and began to move wildly. Bang! 1 shot, missed. Bang! 2 shots, missed. After 3 consecutive shots, Tuan missed the opponent without a single hair. 2 embarrassing coughs, and then pretended to shout, I was shot, it's disabled. Jiang Siming didn't reveal it, he was about to get out of their sight when he saw him. Jiang Siming stopped watching the show, and the sight moved to the opponent's vicinity instantly. A little bit at the front of this person's thigh, for shots quickly. Anyone who has played Chicken Eater knows that to hit a moving target is to shoot in advance, because the bullet will be delayed and there will be gravity factors. But this early shot is not something you can hit if you want to. In addition to practice harder, luck is also important, even for professional players. But unexpectedly, all the 4 bullets shot by Jiang Siming, shot into the flesh, all hit the thigh of the opponent Sayatsi running. Tuanchuan could only see the man's leg from the scope as if he had been blown up, blood stains splashing wildly. Fortunately, she adjusted something green blood, otherwise it might look a little disgusting. After all 4 shots were shot, the man fell to the ground. The live room fell silent for a while. What just happened? Am I right? Hundreds of times. Isn't this a bit fake? I thought it was a master, but I didn't expect it to be an orphan. I thought that the orphan was extinct. I didn't expect it to come back a year later. Distressed Tuanchuan, I'm afraid this account will be blocked soon. Bring a plug-in to play games. Are you afraid of being blocked? Even Tuanchuan thought whether Jiang Siming had developed technology. Little brother, did you turn on G? Although Tuanchuan was very reluctant to believe it, everything in front of her had to make her suspicious. I never opened this kind of thing. Jiang Siming responded. Tuanchuan wanted to ask again, but after thinking about it, he finally chose not to speak. Instead, he cut out the screen and sent Jiang Siming's account to the monitoring station. Don't talk about it, everyone, I have already sent the number to the monitoring station, and there will be results soon. If he really drives G, I will immediately terminate the accompaniment contract with him, but now please don't scold others in a random rhythm, it is very rude. Tuanchuan said to everyone, she restarted the game after saying this. It's just that her mood suddenly became depressed, worrying about gains and losses. If Jiang Siming really opens G, she will lose this companionship. The new live broadcast effect that was finally made will fall short. It's just a game. Why do you want to play G? Even if you play badly, I won't despise you, alas. The more he thought about it, the more angry. Tuanchuan's mood towards Jiang Siming also became irritable. Jia ***, you go pick it up, I have a head. Jiang Siming didn't know, he kindly said to Tuanchuan, and got in the car, preparing to take her to Tianbao. But I didn't expect to receive the other party's reply, but it was a cold rejection. I don't want this kind of thing, you can take it yourself. I run poison by myself, don't follow me. The upset Tuanchuan turned around and left Jiang Siming, and ran to the poison ring by himself. Jiang Siming was taken aback, wondering why the other party was suddenly angry. Although he was angry, but in order to fulfill his obligation to play with. Jiang Siming followed quickly, the car was abandoned, and the bag was not picked up. I said don't follow me. I'll go by myself. If you follow me, I will refund you the bad review. Tuanchuan shouted angrily. Jiang Siming stopped in place. Tuanchuan did not go to see him, stubbornly ran into the poison ring. The poison quickly brushed over, but Jiang Siming didn't move. The poison brushed on Jiang Siming's body, constantly losing blood. Under the lonely desert map, Jiang Siming's figure looked extremely helpless. Tuan Tuan, who ran a long distance, was a little strange to see that the teammate's mark had been stopped in place. Just about to ask, he heard Jiang Siming sigh, and then withdrew from his own YY. Then, a plug symbol appeared behind the ID mark of Jiang Siming in the lower left corner. This means that the other party is offline, he retired. Tuanchuan was stunned, unexpectedly Jiang Siming would quit the game voluntarily. Not only that, but after a while, a message came from Tuanchuan's mobile phone account, and the other party returned the full amount of the accompaniment fees paid by him, and attached a sentence. I'm sorry, although I don't know why you are angry, but I think it should be related to me. This time the play service is not in place. Please don't be angry. The money will not be collected. I hope you will not give me a bad review because it is my job, I need it, thank you. Seeing this news, Tuanchuan's nose was sore, she did not expect Jiang Siming's character to be so strong. Could it be that I just murdered him? But if you don't turn on G, how can I kill you? I actually like playing with you. It's a pity that Jiang Siming is no longer seen, and she can't tell anyone. Fans felt the depression of Tuanchuan, and they were comforted. It's okay Tuan Tuan, you should treat orphans with this attitude, you are doing the right thing, Fan Yu. An orphan is an orphan. He is still hypocritical, and he is not happy to say a few words. This is forcing Biaozi to set up an archway, brothers, go and give him a bad review. Yes, you should let this Sima orphan know how great. The fans were filled with outrage, and Tuanchuan was at a loss, and immediately said, don't go. This matter has nothing to do with him, my own problem, don't disturb others, please. At this time, another YY account entered Tuanchuan's channel, not Jiang Siming, but Chen Sigu. Tuan Tuan, I heard that you met an orphan with Open G when you were looking for a play company. Chen Sigu was very warm guy and caring and ran over on time. Tuanchuan ignored him, but Chen Sigu continued to pacify him kindly. You are good at everything, but the heart is too soft. This kind of person should be exposed. Think about it. If you don't find out in time, when your account is suspended, your live broadcast career will be affected, so you must let him be removed from Bishin. Orphans don't deserve a job. Just now I have asked my fans to post negative reviews. I must deal with this force. Chapter 18 Weeping Tuan Tuan 018, The Weeping Tuan. For dog said well. Pretty good. Orphans and the whole family. I still want to make money by driving G, Ba. For dogs are good men. Comparing the two sides, don't you still count them? I just went to Bishin to see it. The rating of Bishin was brushed below 3.0. Ha, happy. Well, there are a lot of people criticizing him at the bottom, dare to bully my family Tuan Tuan, think beautifully. It's probably now crying in the toilet, ha, happy. Seeing the comments made by fans, Tuanchuan immediately checked it out. Sure enough, Jiang Siming's playlists were all bad reviews. A lot of verbal abuse even alarmed the top executives of Bishin. The other party immediately dropped Jiang Siming's recommended position and blocked the account. Seeing all this, Tuanchuan felt guilty. Although Jiang Siming started Ji, he didn't cause any loss to himself. Instead, she just started to do a lot of program effects for her. Even if he was fierce, he did not resist and refunded the fee. But she completely disturbed the other party's work. The extremely guilty Tuan's head was like a paste, and his heart was mixed with different tastes. Just then, the monitoring station sent a reply. Tuanchuan clicked on the email in front of all the audience, but was completely stunned. The content of the email clearly stated, "This account has no abnormalities." This is a response from the monitoring station, and the probability of a detection error is 1 in a million. So far, no one has been wronged after being tested. Moreover, Fujisaki announced that they would pay 10 million yuan to compensate the account owner for any detection errors. As soon as the news came out, countless hackers and production plugin teams started to do some extremely hard-to-find plugins, and wanted to get 10 million. Unfortunately, 1 year has passed and no one has ever received this compensation. There is no abnormality, that is, the other party hasn't opened anything, even the macro that comes with the mouse, hasn't opened it. The scene was silent, and the always happy group live broadcast room was an unprecedented cold field. From the anchor to the audience, no one spoke. The last thing that broke the silence was the cries. It has been live broadcast for more than half a year, whether it is an old or a new water friend, it is the first time to see Tuanchuan's emotional breakdown. They have always been heartless pigs crying constantly, very cheerful and loving to laugh. They cry today, and they cry so sad. This is the first time since Tuanchuan's memory, when she was so emotionally out of control, she cried like a child. She loves to laugh, make noise, and scream, but never cry. The fans hurriedly consoled. "Don't cry, Tuanchuan, I feel so uncomfortable to hear you cry." We blamed others, because they really don't care. Strong strength, but you scolded it as a hangover, and the food is like you, I am also a Buddha. Don't cry, Tuanchuan, let's go to Bishin to rate him back, and then apologize to him. Everyone's work has been made dirty by you. Is it useful to apologize now? Everyone who sees the wind but sees the rain, don't rush to make a conclusion before you figure it out, understand? The comfort of the fans didn't work, Tuanchuan was still crying very sad. Although the camera is not turned on, everyone can imagine that the Tuan on the other side of the screen must be pear flower with rain. The true fans feel distressed, but they are helpless. Chen Sigu, who has been silent since he read the email message, finally spoke. Tuan, don't cry, this is not your fault, Before she finished speaking, Chen Sigu was permanently kicked out of her YY channel by Tuanchuan. Not only that, Tuanchuan also ran into Chen Sigu's live broadcast room, and during this time, the other party deliberately rewarded himself with gifts to please himself, and all returned them in full. When he finally left, Tuanchuan left a barrage, and Chen Sigu's face looked ashamed after seeing it. Starting from today, the relationship between you and me, and that's the end. Let me say one last thing, I have never liked you, it's just that you are passionate. After the barrage was released, Tuanchuan cried and apologized to everyone, shutting down the broadcast. Suddenly, at night, the Shark Post bar became lively again. The newest sister of Shark, who has nearly tens of millions of Douyin fans, cries bitterly for blaming good people. And to openly clarify the relationship with another second-rate anchor Chen Sigu, cut off contact. This news is no different from the celebrity making news, and it became popular in the Shark circle. The last news hasn't stopped, and the rumors of the secret story about the love-lost relationship of the little girl hasn't stopped. This time Tuanchuan has another accident. And it's much more serious than Daxiomii. During the live broadcast, she cried so much that she didn't cry in the live broadcast. Many people were curious about the reason. Fans who were watching the live broadcast told the truth, and the truth of the matter was revealed. After listening, many netizens ran to check it out curiously. This investigation does not matter, some sharp-eyed netizens have found an abnormality. They found a screenshot from Jiang Siming's accompanying play information, which was a screenshot of Jiang Siming's large ID data. The data is unremarkable, even a bit low. But what everyone pays attention to is not the score and KDA, but the ID name in this screenshot. Ming. Many water friends recognized this ID on the spot. Isn't this the rumored boyfriend of the little girl, the sniper master in the mouth of the great, even the passerby who wants to win the team? This discovery is like a bomb that stirs up the shark situation, and the heat rises exponentially. The few news that sharks have made these days are all from one person or passersby. When several pieces of news are put together, the heat is naturally high. Supermasters, gossip boyfriends, great gods recruit, and now see you male gods, Tuanchuan crying for him. These hot sources all came from the same passerby. Suddenly, Ming, this ID became the most popular shark passerby. It's even more popular than the accountant who made legal cases before and the boring brother who stole shark fin. The last two passersby had long been sitting in prison, relying on frantically brushing gifts. But, Ming, is completely different, his heat is all sunny and clean. Even the high-level sharks couldn't sit still, and they were about to start talking about bringing Jiang Siming to the shark as the anchor. If they are a local tyrant, they are not sure, but the other party is to play with. 20 yuan an hour is willing to do it. If you give the other party a good reward, I believe the other party will be happy. The little girl who was broadcasting that night naturally also got the news. But she didn't know, because the whole screen was swiping barrage. Old woman, your boyfriend found it. Old woman, your husband was wronged and lost his job. I have been listless these past 2 days, now it's fine, you found the mail ticket, are you happy? A pair of A, your mail ticket was bullied by Tuanchuan, go get revenge. Your mail ticket was wronged by Tuanchuan and her fans, and you lost your job. The little girl who saw these barrages didn't believe it, but after 2,000 girlfriends came to verify and confirmed, she immediately picked up her phone to check Bishin, and she found Jiang Siming. In the past 2 days, 2,000 is the one who knows the state of the stupid girl best. She was in a daze during dinner, walked in a daze, and took her to go shopping. Even the live broadcast was often short-circuited. It was a proper lovesickness. But no, I found Jiang Siming this time, and the long-lost smile returned to the face of the little girl, but she soon became lost again. Because Jiang Siming's Bishin account has been blocked, Dai Xiaomei can't contact the other party or place an order at all. Fortunately, she is very familiar with Bishin's Shaoxian customer service, and asked for Jiang Siming's call from her. But I found out that the other party was on the phone. Chapter 19 1 Month Order 019 1 month's order. To be honest, Jiang Siming really didn't expect that his first business would become like this. It was going well, but suddenly it turned yellow. And soon, I didn't know what was going on, a lot of people scolded him under his playlist, and gave a lot of bad reviews. As a result, Jiang Siming was GG before he started playing with him for half an hour. So far, Jiang Siming is at a loss. His work has become dirty, and Jiang Siming has no intention of playing games. He was in a bad mood and was about to sleep, but was disturbed by a phone call. After being connected, he immediately understood that the other party was the customer who took the order. I already refunded the money to you, why didn't you let me go? Jiang Siming was also angry. It's hard for anyone to get angry with this kind of thing. Before, because she was a client, Jiang Siming gave in everywhere and didn't want his job to become pornographic. Although it was only 20 yuan an hour, Jiang Siming was like that. After he chose this path, he had to go down seriously. But the job has been degraded, and Jiang Siming no longer needs to be her client. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, I will pay you how much you want, okay? Tuanchuan's voice is no longer full of spirituality, but cowardly and careful and weak, eager to forgive. Do you think I am open to seeing money? You think I can buy everything with money? No, no. I really didn't expect to have such serious consequences for you. Listen to me explaining to you, I am an anchor, and what happened today is like this. Tuanchuan told Jiang Siming the whole story, including her true inner thoughts at the time. I also admitted that I was angry at the time because I really suspected that Jiang Siming was open to Ji. Only then did Jiang Siming understand the whole story. In that case, she can't be blamed entirely on her. Although it is my fan who made your work pornographic, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Don't worry, I will make up for it with all my strength. Forget it, just treat me as unlucky. Anyway, I only took a business from you, not at a loss. Jiang Siming didn't want to pursue it. In the final analysis, this matter was a misunderstanding. It is not she who engages in pornographic work, but those netizens who are maliciously driven by the rhythm and impulse, and cannot be held accountable. Is it possible to go to her live broadcast room and spray 100,000 on her fans one by one? Jiang Siming is not so boring. No, I have to make amends, Xiao Ming. I have explained what happened to the customer service Xiao Xian. She is contacting the upper management to unblock your account. As long as the unblocking is successful, I will mobilize all my fans to help you brush up the word of mouth and evaluation. In addition, I also prepared 200,000 compensation, and... Before Tuan was finished, Jiang Siming stopped quickly. Hey, stop, the money is fine, the lofty people don't drink the water from the stolen spring, and the cheap ones are not affected by the food. If you mention this kind of payment again, I will hang up. Jiang Siming said very seriously that although he is poor and has backbone. Even if there is no such thing as fragments, he will still not accept this kind of money, although it can indeed be counted as his compensation. But he didn't invest a penny in his play work, and it was the first order, but he was paid 200,000 yuan in compensation, which is too outrageous. At the same time, he was a little envious of the speed at which the anchor came to pay, and seeing how lavish his shots were, it was simply not good for a local tyrant. This, then okay. I won't say anything, then I will take a photo of your order for 1 year, how about it? Jiang Si clearly rolled his eyes and vomited. 1 year order, are you planning to support me? Tuanchuan Xiao blushed on the other end of the phone. It really feels like a nurturing. It's okay. Except for ordering my order normally, I will not pick it up for more than a day. Don't bargain with me, otherwise there will be no talk. Jiang Siming issued a notice. Accompanying the customer service to work with the customer, he is not happy when others ask him to order. Jiang Siming is also the only one here. Tuan, who has no room for resistance to bargaining, had to agree. Tuan, who was forgiven by Jiang Siming, was in a great mood and was more happy than ever. Brother Xiaoming, are we friends? Tuanchuan asked negatively while looking forward to fear. If you, the big anchor, don't dislike me as a small person, of course we are friends. Jiang Siming replied generously. Tuanchuan, who was even more pleased, clutched the microphone of his mobile phone and happily exploded on the spot, a pair of big long legs kicking wildly under the table. The grandmother who was walking back was baffled when she saw her granddaughter passing by her room. Then, Xiao Ming, can we exchange WeChat? Okay. Not long after I exchanged WeChat, Tuanchuan received a letter from a girlfriend saying that Jiang Siming's Bixin account was unblocked. Brother Xiaoming, your account is unblocked. I won't tell you anymore, I want to place an order, let's play the game together again. After speaking, Tuanchuan hung up the phone and opened Bixin to search for Jiang Siming's account. Unexpectedly, this time Jiang Siming's account was not only unblocked, but also a gold medal to accompany the game, and the price rose to 300 yuan an hour. Moreover, the account was also on the first day of the hot push, and you can see Jiang Siming's accompaniment account when you enter. This is also the compensation for Jiang Siming from Bixin platform. Not only that, Jiang Siming's account score has returned to 10 points, and the following is full of praise. This made Tuanchuan really happy for Jiang Siming. She was ready to take the order quickly, and then immediately report the good news to Jiang Siming. But when she ordered, she was dumbfounded. Jiang Siming's order was booked in advance by a person. And booked for a full month. 300 yuan an hour, even if you only play for 5 hours a day, it will cost nearly 50,000 yuan in that month. Who is this? I'm not right to a. How can I do this? I ordered a month's order at once, I am embarrassed to do it. Tuanchuan wanted to cry again. Click to open the account of, I am not right to a, and want to find the other party for accommodation. To see if the order can be cancelled, she can pay the other party in full, or even double or triple. But what made her want to cry without tears was that the other party said do not disturb, and she couldn't contact. I accidentally clicked on those good comments, and Tuanchuan was surprised to find that it was not his fans. Although she has some fans, she hasn't notified the fans yet, so not many people come to comment and apologize. Most of these people who write good reviews have one thing in common. The old woman fan group is here. I'm here to propose a marriage. Big brother Ming, please accept the old woman, she thinks you are coming up with lovesickness. At the call of a pair of A's, I'm here to stand by for the Ming boss. The technology of the Ming boss can't be a hang. Ming has been wronged, don't be afraid, our old woman fan club will always support you. The old woman said, if you want us to help you clean up your grievances, we will come. Seeing these comments, Tuan realized that it turned out to be a fan of the anchor Daxia Omiai on the same platform. Chapter 20 It's Like Love. 020, It's Like Love. She just remembered the news that the little girl fell in love with passers-by a few days ago. Unexpectedly, she fell in love with Xiao Ming. Tuanchuan's heart is tight when he understands it, as if some of the most precious treasure is being coveted and peeped. No, although you first liked Brother Xiaoming didn't promise to be with you. I still have a chance. Fair play, I won't lose. Thinking of this, Tuanchuan regained confidence and prepared to confess to Jiang Siming. Never thought that Jiang Siming was also on the phone. Jiang Siming really didn't expect that within 2 days, he provoked 2 female anchors, and both of them were very popular big anchors. As soon as he hung up Tuanchuan's call, he received a call from little sister Do. Dai Xiaomei also indicated her identity and purpose, and Jiang Siming couldn't refuse people thousands of miles away in the warm communication with him. The other party also ordered his 1-month order. For this month, Jiang Siming is a little bit painful, he won't really let himself accompany her to broadcast for a month. Brother Ming, don't worry. Although I ordered a 1-month order, I will never force you to accompany me to play, and I will not specify a time. I will still give 1 month's money as long as you can play games when you have time. Just take me. The little girl is very considerate. After listening to Jiang Siming, of course he was relieved and said with a smile, thank you, then, when you pulled me the other day, I was not at the computer for a little bit. You just went offline when I went into the lobby after I dealt with it. Jiang Siming felt it was necessary to say something, after all, the girl waited for herself for an hour. Really? The little girl was surprised. She thought Jiang Siming had deliberately ignored her, but she did not expect this misunderstanding and coincidence. Really, more real than pearls. Puffy. The little girl who was unkept in her heart felt like a ball, becoming a fried chicken. The sweet smile returned to his face. And with a strange sentiment and a little girl like a little girl who is sneaking in her heart. Then Brother Ming, do you have time now? Shall we play games together? Jiang Siming's originally depressed mood disappeared after the loss of his work as a playmate. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Siming agreed. The little girl who had been away from her position for almost half an hour returned to the live computer from outside the door. The girlfriend Urchin who replaced her live broadcast was relieved and immediately got up to give up her position. How is it? Looking at you, are you very happy? 2000 teased. While quack, Brother Ming promised to double row with me, little sister Dai made no secret of her joy. The audience in the live broadcast room smelled the sour smell of love. TSK Tusk, I was so lifeless before, is this rebirth? Sure enough, the IQ of a woman in love is negative. The old woman is stuck in the swamp of love, unable to extricate herself, she can't help herself. Old woman, don't be happy too early. Visually, Tuanchuan also likes Ming, you have a rival in love. What I said upstairs is right, Tuanchuan seems to have fallen in love with Ming boss, hey, when will I be as good as him? What did the barrage say? The little girl was not thinking about watching it now, she immediately put on the headset to log into the game, and waited. This looks like waiting for a lover, like love. You look like a concubine waiting for the emperor's grace. Urchin smiled. Fuck you. The little girl cursed with a red face and smiled. After a while, Jiang Siming's YY picture appeared on the channel. Brother Ming, you are here. Well, you invite me, or I can pull you. Okay. The happy and broken little girl drew Jiang Siming into the game hall. It's different from her many game skins for dressing up her game characters beautifully. Jiang Siming's character is just an ordinary male character wearing cheap short sleeves. It just so happens that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds today updated the snow map. Jiang Siming and Dai Xiaomei, who have not played yet, decided to experience it. The game landed in, and the two were on a completely unfamiliar map, with snow everywhere. As a southern girl, the little girl screamed when she saw this snowy landscape. Looks so good, Brother Ming, you say no. Jiang Siming also saw the new map for the first time, and couldn't help but nod in approval. The map made by Blue Hole was really getting more and more beautiful. From islands to deserts to Sano, and now snow, the level of refinement of each map is improving. This is also thanks to the capital injection of Tingshuan's father. Blue Hole has turned from a small workshop to a large company. The annual profit of tens of billions of games is no joke. Now PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has completely become the #1 FPS game. The number of online players worldwide has even tied the League of Legends, and sometimes even overtakes. The game has been in operation for almost 3 years, and it is still hot, and the chicken and LOL players in the internet cafes are almost the same. Mainly Jiang Siming's world has been very successfully managed, coupled with promotion and continuous updating of the game content, making this game endure as long as possible, and many stars love to play. Brother Ming, come and see. The little girl called in a hurry. Jiang Siming found her next to a telephone pole. What's the matter? Little sister Dai picked up a snowball from her waist and said to Jiang Siming, you learn from me, switched the first-person perspective, and smashed the snowball on the telephone pole. Although he didn't know what was wrong, Jiang Siming still followed after hearing the words. Boom, the snowball slammed on the telephone pole, and the splashed snow flickered at the beginning of the star under the sunlight. There are stars, have you seen Brother Ming? Little sister Dai looked innocent. Jiang Siming laughed and followed her words and replied, well, I saw it, it looks good. Hee hee. The little girl was silly and happy. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but smile for some reason. They seemed to see the beautiful love, which is sprouting and taking root. The waiting time soon ended and everyone boarded the plane. Over the snowy city, the beautiful scenery is unobstructed. Jiang Siming was also immersed in the magnificent and beautiful snow map, but unexpectedly found that it was located at a seaside location on the snow map, flashing a red light. Let's go here. Jiang Siming immediately punctuated, and Dao's sister naturally had no opinion. Don't say go far now, just because Jiang Siming marked the point in the sea, she would jump down without hesitation. The two left the plane and flew towards the destination. Unexpectedly, the technique of skydiving has also been updated. You cannot hold down shift, otherwise it will fall vertically. Moreover, the height of the skydiving is very different from the distance control of the flying parachute, and landing will cause a side flip on the ground. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of skydiving and is more realistic. However, for Jiang Siming, there is no obstacle, but it is more convenient. The higher the difficulty, the longer it will take him to pull other people to land. No, when Jiang Siming had already landed, the little girl was slamming into the ground, she hadn't even opened the umbrella bag. If this little girl is an enemy, Jiang Siming can let her die in the snowy skies of Northern Europe without opening her umbrella bag. Chapter 21 The War of Two Women. 021, The War of Two Women. Wow, Brother Ming, why do you skydive so fast every time? Teach me, okay. Dai Xiaomei admires Jiang Siming's skydiving technique, not only the audience in her live broadcast studio wants to learn it. Ming, teach us. We have all sent you old women. Yeah, God, please give me some advice. I really don't know how to use this new skydiving technique. Updated today, all the skydiving skills I'm proud of are no longer available, cry to death. Old woman, please hurry up and beg your man to teach, we are waiting. A pair of aces, your husband is so strong, let him teach 2 tricks. Looking at the barrage with a mouthful of, your man, and, your husband, the little girl's cheeks flushed, but she was very useful. Brother Ming, my fans are also begging you to teach them, so you can just give me 2 tips. Just at those 2 fans who are so talking, the little sister Dalai spoke for them very loyally. Hearing this, Jiang Siming didn't hide his personal information, and generously taught them skydiving techniques. He is not afraid of being stolen, because this is not something you can learn by teaching. There are various factors such as the gravity of the game, the landing speed, the control of the parachute, etc., which cannot be delayed at all. This difficulty is no less than a PhD-level math problem. The average person can learn it in 1 second as fast as possible, and the top master can also die in as fast as 2 seconds. But everyone didn't know the difficulty of this, and heard Jiang Siming's instructing each other. The audience thanked Jiang Siming for his generosity, and hurriedly picked up the small notebooks to write down. The Duke, Angel's Wings, rewards the little girl in the live broadcast room X1 Super Rocket. Angel's Wings, this rocket is not for you, but for Ming Gang. Earl, Brooke, rewards the little girl in the live broadcast room X2 Rockets. Brooke, Ding Duke +1, just to thank the great Ming for his generous teaching. In a series, there are more than a dozen live streaming room friends who are brushing gifts, including super fire, rockets, airplanes, or cards. The total value is about 7 or 8,000 in cash. The little sister of Daddy immediately smiled and reported to Jiang Siming, Brother Ming, you are generous in teaching. Many people have given you gifts. I point out that they are for you. I will transfer the gift money to you later. Jiang Siming was a little surprised when he heard the words, but he smiled and declined, it's not necessary. If I start the live broadcast someday, you can come over and say a few words. Yeah, Brother Ming, are you going to start a live broadcast? The little sister was surprised, so that she and Jiang Siming would be on the same side, and they would have more topics. It's just that I have this idea, I haven't decided yet. Jiang Siming replied. You see, the little girl received thousands of gifts after staying for a while, and the live broadcast profit can be seen. Jiang Siming naturally wants to get into the business. Okay, when you start the broadcast, I will definitely bring all my fans to join in. The little girl promised. Hee, aren't you afraid that we will all betray to the great god Ming? At that time, when the big guy Ming is broadcasting live, I will go to him. With the current popularity of Ming gangsters, as long as it starts broadcasting on Shark, it will definitely become popular. Book a rocket in advance. The little sister dazed smiled proudly and said, my old lady doesn't care, you support Brother Ming, I am too happy to be too late. The best friend who watched the live broadcast patted her forehead by 2001. This stupid woman sold herself so quickly. This is too fast. While talking and laughing, Jiang Siming ran to a sea boat and found the red debris hidden in the corner of the stern. Pick up, singing talent, *1, 2/5, the number of fragments is full, it is temporarily unavailable. It is another fragment of singing talent, although it is useless. But it's better than nothing, and it might be useful someday. Putting away the fragments, Jiang Siming began to search for equipment. He has map mastery. Even if it is a new snow map, he has a clear picture of the geographical location and equipment distribution inside. Soon I found a few fat spots, and searched a whole body of good equipment. The snow map also has helmet picking. Unlike other maps, the helmet will only be in the airdrop. Jiang Siming and Dai Xiaomei each have their heads together. They all have 98K silencers and M4S, and they are all well equipped. To pick up this kind of equipment in normal times, the little girl will have to go out of the sky. The wind is rumbling, and a bit of grass can scare her to death, for fear of being beaten to death and robbed of her equipment. But with Jiang Siming by the side, the little girl was playing quite freely. Regardless of them, they would just close their guns and run next to Jiang Siming, jumping around, and still have time to study the size of their footprints on the snow to analyze the size of their shoes. The audience joked that the great god Ming brought a fool to play the game. At this moment, a shark ID that everyone is very familiar with entered the live broadcast room of Daxiaomei. I'm going. Tuan Tuan is here. Really? Tuanshuan is here to stay in my little sister's live broadcast room. Don't broadcast it well. Why is Guanbo running over? It's over. Isn't Tuanshuan here to catch the rape? It's about to stage this year's Torn and Force War, and the Shark sisters are torn each other for their lovers. Tuanshuan's entry made the rhythm of the barrage start to skew. It's a pity that the Tiran Force battle that the audience was looking forward to did not begin. Not only did Tuanshuan not prompt the teacher, but instead greeted everyone with a barrage with a smile. Then, she sent out 10 super-large rockets in the live broadcast of Daxiaomei. This scene was naturally seen by the little sister, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He still smiled and thanked Tuanshuan. Thank Tuanshuan for the 10 super rockets. Is this rocket for Brother Ming? Don't worry, I will transfer your gift to Brother Ming via WeChat in a moment. Dai Xiaomei's words meant to declare sovereignty, and she also showed off to Tuanshuan from the side, but she had Jiang Siming's WeChat account. The audience was thrilled to see this scene, as if they had seen the court drama of two women fighting in secret. Many viewers even found melon seeds to move to the bench, planning to watch this TV series with a heart-to-heart connection. But Tuanshuan did not respond, but replied. No, I also have a WeChat account for Xiaoming. I wanted to transfer money to him as compensation, but Xiaoming didn't want it. I used the rocket for you. Oh. It's even more exciting. Tuanshuan's reply is also very meaningful. I also have Xiaoming's WeChat, you don't have to show off. This gift is for you. Don't hit the smiley person with your hand, you can't do anything to me. Thank you so much. I will watch your live broadcast when I'm fine. It's very interesting. Can we double row together when we have time? Dai Xiaomei came to attack Tai Chi, and she always defended her attack. But Tuanshuan is even more vigorous. Okay, I'm free now. Will you pull me after you finish this? I want to play with Xiaoming, too. This. Little sister Dai was shocked, never thought that the offensive of this rival of love was so fierce. The audience enjoyed it and laughed. Too awesome, ha ha ha, 100 times better than those palace dramas. I can't stop laughing when I see it. The contest between the two major anchors is deadly. Old woman, don't promise her. She's here to grab your man. Tuan Tuan and Dai Xiaomei are torn up, really exciting. Bigger Ming is out of luck, the two anchors like him at the same time. Chapter 22. Two women fight for one husband. 022, two women fighting one husband. The audience laughed and laughed, but the little girl can't be a joke, she is one of the heroines. Of course I have no opinion, but I have to ask Brother Ming, if he is willing, of course I will be happy. Dai Xiaomei handed the ball to Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming immediately became the emperor, controlling the concubine's life and death power. Jiang Siming was a little dumbfounded when he heard the narration of the little girl. What happened? Another one? However, he has never liked indecision, and he replied happily, "Let her come." Hearing Jiang Siming's reply, the little girl was a little jealous, but she was soon overshadowed by her. It's normal to be jealous, but the little sister is not a woman who doesn't know the generality. Besides, Jiang Siming has no certain relationship with herself, and she has no right to interfere. Tuanshuan is very happy. Does this mean that Xiao Ming has her in his heart? The audience in the live broadcast room admired Jiang Siming. The gangster is the gangster, he is not at all shocked, he dared to contract 2 women at the same time. What else can they say besides cattle breaking? Simply, the little girl is more generous, and doesn't even care about a good outfit. Brother Ming, let's just withdraw, don't let Tuanshuan wait too long. Fans of Daxiaomii gave a thumbs up to this wave of operations for their anchors, and this wave of operations is full. Jiang Siming naturally had no objection, and both of them withdrew from the game at the same time. Dai Xiaomei added friends and pulled Tuanshuan into the game. So, she and Jiang Siming's 2-person world squeezed in out of thin air. There was no awkwardness in the 3-person hall. It's normal for 3 people in 4 rows. Many players have played it. It's just that the 3-person hall here is filled with an invisible smell of gun smoke. The people who eat melon see it with relish. The popularity of the live broadcast of Daxiaomii rose to more than 5 million, 3 or 4 times the usual live broadcast. Shark hasn't published such interesting news for a long time. Through the publicity among the major live broadcasts, a large number of water friends have arrived. Little sister Dui looked at the popularity of her live broadcast room, really wondering whether to cry or laugh. You guys, don't think what you are doing here, let me tell you. The plot you want to watch can't appear. In the face of the cold water poured by the little girl, the audience is worthwhile. I just watched you pretendingly, and then your man held another woman in his arms. Hee, you can decide this kind of thing by yourself. Tuan fans are here. Old woman, you can't grab my Tuan. 2 girls fight for 1 husband, the plot is too strong, the best seats have been adjusted, and the observation group is online. Why are the 2 of them fighting? The little brother who has such a nice voice, our shark girl group is the first to disagree, the little brother is ours. The barrage is full, the rhythm is flying, and all kinds of gifts are mixed. The live broadcast room of Daxiaomii is the same as the Chinese New Year, which arouses the envy of other anchors. The 3 clicked to enter the game, and the flying snowflake map came again. Flight, take off. Where to jump, brother Xiaoming? Where shall we go, brother Ming? The 2 women were talking almost at the same time, and the audience covered their mouths and laughed, very excited. This is it. There was no debris to refresh. Jiang Siming marked a very rigid central castle, where the flow of people was very high. When parachuting, at least 3 full formations followed Jiang Siming and the others to land. When they were about to land, the sky was densely packed, and with the 3 of them, more than a dozen people competed for a castle. A lot of people, what to do? Wow, Tuanshuan yelled everyday ghost. My mother, let's get dumplings, brother Ming, we really want to go here. The little sister is also persuaded. The 2 Jedi sisters have a very common characteristic, that is, from the heart. Well, it's okay, you find a place to hide first, and you will come back after I solve them. Jiang Siming didn't take it seriously. He had already fallen a few seconds in advance on a pile of guns. This map is completely unfamiliar to others, but to Jiang Siming, he is familiar with it, and he knows exactly where to use the equipment. Pick up a handful of M16 and load the bullets. The people in the sky haven't come down yet. The audience admired Jiang Siming's skydiving skills even more, and felt that Jiang Siming's skydiving teaching was precious. The M16 in his hand was raised to the sky, and Jiang Siming pulled the trigger against the tiny pinpoint of the sight. Bang bang bang. One shot, like a death bullet, accurately penetrated some people's flesh. The punctuality is a headshot with one shot, and a three-shot execution is a bit too late, rarely when the gun is emptied. Without their heads and armors, Jiang Siming was able to save the most bullets and destroy the most enemies. One by one corpses rolled down from the sky, turning into grey urns one after another. It's really a box. 30 rounds of bullets were empty, 6 boxes appeared, and in an instant, 6 were killed. The audience didn't have time to marvel. Jiang Siming had replaced the bullets and began to hunt down players who had already landed. One person drove 3 teams. This kind of spectacular scene is really a bit scary. The one who didn't find the gun wanted to escape, but still couldn't escape the bullet that Jiang Siming could track. The one with the gun wanted to fight back, but Jiang Siming had a faster reaction speed and headshot. GG. The entire castle has become on Earth, with corpses everywhere. In the past, this effect was the result of several teams fighting each other. But now, only Jiang Siming is alone. Seeing Jiang Siming chasing him with a gun, the audience seemed to see the murder in vain. I'm a good boy, I didn't kill a pig so quickly. Is this already 10 kills? Starting from today, I will only serve Ming bosses in the chicken world. The desperate castle, the carnival of one person, is too domineering. The castle is in chaos. Myojin has the final say. Is the top shark blind? Don't you rush to sign Ming God. Since the great left the shark has no chicken-eating god, and only 2 stewardess maintain the effect. The marksmanship is staunch, the technique is extremely high, and the killing is numb. This kind of ultra-violent aesthetics is so exciting. Even if there is no such thing as Duan Tuan Tuan, there are probably countless viewers willing to watch it. When it was changed to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds just after the public beta, there were indeed many anchors who could achieve this effect. Because they are basically all newbies, they can kill almost at will when they have played the closed beta version for a long time. Even anchors with a bit of FPS experience can complete this kind of wild killing operation. But now it's different. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been operating for nearly 3 years. The market is basically saturated, and there are few cute new people who don't understand anything. Even stupid people have learned a lot of experience after so long of practice. Nowadays, the world of chicken eating is even more masterful, and it is good luck to meet a cute new person in one hand. Even the top professional players, even if they are as strong as the great Thomas, would be fierce and unlucky to jump in such crowded places, and they often die suddenly. If it is not good to kill a person, it is easy to be counter-killed by the other party, let alone being like Jiang Siming. Nowadays, there is no PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds anchor that can achieve this effect. Killing is as simple as drinking water. If it weren't for the players who were running around for their lives, and some would fight back, the audience would have thought this was a man-machine mode. Chapter 23 Ultraviolent Aesthetics 023 Ultraviolent Aesthetics. The Shark executive Sun Gu, who was watching this live broadcast, looked excited as if he had discovered a treasure. He seemed to see a rising super anchor of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds appear. Immediately notify the subordinate by a phone call. Contact this Ming immediately and sign him at any cost. Change the original B-level contract to A-level. If the other party disagrees, you can upgrade to S-level. The people under him shook, and the Shark contract was divided into D to S grade. Class D is a non-inflow contract, and Class C is already a small name. Class B can only be owned by popular anchors. A-level belongs to the category of well-known anchors, and their fan base is about 50,000. The fan group here does not refer to the number of people watching the live broadcast, but the number of people who have a fan card for at least 10 yuan or more. For anchors with 50,000 fans, the average live broadcast room popularity is around 1 million. S-level is the top anchor, and Tuanchuan and Daxiaomiai are currently S-level contracts. The number of their fan groups is more than 100,000, and the live broadcast popularity averages about 2 million. As for the SS level, but this contract, there are only 2 people in Sharks currently, one is the current live broadcast brother PDD of the former retired player who recently returned to live broadcast. The other is only the tainted milk powder brother, the big macaque favored by 8 million warriors. Both of them have double S-level contracts, and the number of fan groups is nearly 1 million or more. Shark's willingness to sign Jiang Siming with an S-level contract is an unprecedented exception. Originally, Shark only wanted to talk to Jiang Siming with a B-level contract or even the highest A-level contract. But after seeing Jiang Siming's super technology, senior executive Sun Gu saw Jiang Siming's future prospects. Another most important point is that Shark hasn't appeared in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for a long time. The first brother here is not only the first brother in popularity, but also the technology needs to be the first brother. Although it has introduced a large number of masters such as XDD, OMG All, 17 All. But their skills pass the test, but their popularity is not good. After leaving the Great God, the Shark in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can no longer do the Huya with all 4 AM members. This is the pain in the heart of the Shark, and Sun Gu is fancy Jiang Siming's potential, hesitate to make an exception to use the S-level contract. 2 minutes later, the castle was quiet again. If it weren't for the scattered boxes on the ground, no one would have imagined how tragic a battle took place here. The little sister and the 2 girls Tuanshuan, who had been hiding by the wall of a castle, heard that there were no gunshots in the castle, so they asked Jiang Siming. "You can come out, no one is left for the time being." After Jiang Siming finished speaking, the 2 girls relaxed before rushing into the castle and searching for things. The 2 girls did not speak, and the 2 admiring and careful faces on the computer side had betrayed them. "It's not that I don't want to talk, but I was completely conscripted, and it hasn't been relieved yet." A total of 10 kills, 3 teams of 12 people. 2 of them were killed by other team members, and the rest were heads of Jiang Siming. Among the 10 boxes, 3 boxes were lit, 2 golden lights and 1 white light. The explosion rate was great. Jiang Siming ran to pick it up, the first golden fragment. Pick up, soft girl coin 30,000, fragments *1, 1/1. The number of fragments is full and can be used directly. 30,000, not bad. Jiang Siming took it happily and ran to pick up the second golden fragment. He thought that it was also a soft sister coin, and he was surprised to find that this fragment gave something completely different. Pick up, Audi RS7, fragments *1, 1/2. The number of fragments is not full and cannot be used temporarily. Audi RS7? Isn't that a car? Jiang Siming took the time to cut out and search for the price of this car. Good deed, the price of a bear car must start at 1.8 million plus. If you buy it, at least 2.3 million plus. Unexpectedly, golden shards could produce such a thing. Jiang Siming is even more happy, as long as he collects a piece of debris, he can get a luxury car. Temporarily concealing this expectation, Jiang Siming ran to the last white fragment, still a game skill. Pick up, melee weapon proficiency, fragments *1, 1/1. The number of fragments is full and can be used directly. It's a bit tasteless, but it's not necessarily useless. It's good to have more skills. The 3 of them searched the castle clean, and the airdrop appeared, and it landed at a place not far from the 3 of them 500 meters. There happened to be a 3-wheeled motorcycle outside the castle, and it happened to be sitting on 3 people. If the 4-man team is really difficult to allocate. When the 2 girls saw these 3 rounds, their eyes lit up. Then he closed his gun almost at the same time and rushed towards the tricycle. Those who didn't know thought they saw the airdrop. The little girl who was closer to the tricycle arrived first. She pressed F in seconds and then switched to seat 2. Seat 2 is in the back seat of the motorcycle, so that you can put your arms around Brother Ming's waist. The 2 girls grabbed the parking space for this, and the audience who understood them were also drunk. Tuanshuan was a little upset that he couldn't get the seat number 2. It would be nice to see this car earlier. Could it be that I can only succumb to the position next to it? Then, what is the difference between the style of painting and the parents with a child? Tuan Tuan, who was unwilling to catch it at his fingertips, thought about it and immediately begged Jiang Siming. Brother Xiaoming, how about I drive this time? I haven't driven in the snow yet. I want to feel the feeling of driving in the snow. Jiang Siming didn't doubt that he had him, so he agreed and sat on the edge of number 3. You. The little girl was angry, she didn't expect this guy to come to this hand, it was too cheap. He. Tuanchuan smiled like a fool, not letting him sit in the driving seat, and behind him was a little girl. Stupid, sit firmly, hug my waist casually. Tuanchuan smirked. The little girl is so angry, the ghost wants to hug your waist. During the operation of Tuanchuan, the 3 of them drove to the airdrop point. Although the bumps almost overturned the car along the way, there were surprises to reach the destination. No one came to the airdrop for the time being, and the 3 of them quickly packed their bags. They were not lucky. There was only 114 Malawian kwachas in it. Jiang Siming didn't know how to use this gun, so he gave it to the little girl who didn't have a sniper rifle, and she still carried a SKS. The Jia head inside, the 2 girls did not move, and consciously handed it to Jiang Siming. The thigh treatment is full. The fun thing is that there is a snowy auspicious suit in the airdrop. Tuanchuan took it away, and after putting it on, she became a snowman, and she laughed like a little hen with joy. The snowman knows what to do. I will save you, Will Lump we should mess with. Tuan Tuan imitates the dubbing of the Snowman Knight of the League of Legends. Although funny, it is also somewhat vivid. The little girl was amused by her and started to imitate Mundo. Mondo thinks you are a big lady. Go wherever you want. The deliberately crude voice made people laugh, and the 2 girls laughed together. Brother Xiaoming, you also come to learn. Yes, Brother Ming, your voice is so good, come one. This kind of teasing wants to get Jiang Siming together with 2 women. Jiang Siming said, I often don't fit in with you because I don't have enough sand sculptures. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed wildly, a golden sentence. Jiang Siming can only satisfy the 2 girls' plea. Who should I learn? Jiang Siming thought for a while, and soon had an idea. Chapter 24 Funan Changsha Suo 024, Funan Changsha Suo. I bloom in the midst of killing, like a flower in the dawn. The deep feeling full of power and killing intent hits the face, such as surrounded by 3D stereo surround sound, surrounded by surround sound 5.0, real and more shocking. Wow! Everyone's damned expression. Jin's original voice actor is Shenlei, who is a national first-class voice actor. But now everyone hears it, but think Jiang Siming deserves a better sound. It's not over yet. You will be poetic. You will be beautiful. This is your curtain call. Jiang Siming's voice penetrated into this ice and snow game map, echoing in everyone's ears. Especially the last curtain call, the frenzied murderous intent that flourishes, perfectly interprets the temperament that a hero like a lunatic should have. Listen to me, the CU monster is too scary. Second kill Shenlei. It is recommended that League of Legends find Jiang Siming to do the dubbing in the future. I can't hold it anymore. If I had a boyfriend with this voice, I would be so happy and crazy. I thought I was playing LOL when I first came in. It is strongly recommended that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds also get a dubbing. Let Ming Dao do it, the absolute effect will explode. Tuanchuan and Dai Xiaomei were also completely conquered by Jiang Siming's voice. Although Jiang Siming's voice was good before, all he said was daily communication. This time there is a special program with special dubbing, and the effect is simply amazing. Come on again, Xiao Ming, I really like Yasuo, do you deserve one? I like it too, Brother Ming, here's another one, please mess with it. The 2 girls begged, if it weren't for the internet, they could not wait to pounce in Jiang Siming's arms and beg each other. Okay, then another Yasuo, stop it when you are done. Everyone is looking forward to it again, waiting for the spa enjoyment from the sound. Jiang Siming brewed for a while, and then spoke. But when they opened their mouth, everyone laughed and peed. For directions and wind moving house facing the wind. A Changsha dialect accent in Yasuo lines with a sharp duck voice came out of Jiang Siming's mouth. The effect is like flying snow in July and the scorching sun in winter. The contrast is unacceptable. Shifeng Jinhao. Ha 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 ha. Funan Changsha Sua, laughing until his stomach hurts. The sudden saw almost flashed my waist. Puff puff puff. A mouthful of old blood came out, and my brother Sua was dubbed. How did it become like this? Face 0.0, I don't dare to play Yasuo again, I think of it as Ming's dubbing. God Ming did a great job, and Torso should dub him this kind of voice, and see who will love to play Yasuo in the future. The two girls couldn't stop laughing, the laughter of geese, 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 and geese. It took a long time to relax, because Jiang Siming told them that the enemy was coming. Okay, don't laugh for now, unless you can't help it, goose, 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 goose. Seeing the two women still couldn't stop, Jiang Siming ignored them, and ran to the source of the car noise. A squad of 4 people drove a jeep and ran over to pick up the airdrop, but when they saw someone next to the airdrop, they knew they had been picked up, and they wanted to run when they stepped on the accelerator. But he was caught by Jiang Siming, with an AK in his hand, with a fully automatic sweep. The bullets gathered in a straight line and hit the front of the jeep. The car's blood volume was frantic, but all 4 people in it were safe. Huh, this guy is really good, we missed a shot. The team sneered mockingly. Jiang Siming was not heading towards them at all. All he aimed at was the car and quickly swept out all the AK bullets. The bullets didn't change, and immediately switched to another SKS to madly at the car, 20 rounds of sniper bullets, plus 40 rounds of AK. A full 60 rounds of 7.62 bullets, many of them hit the jeep. Midway Tuanshuan and Dai Xiaomei also ran over to the car and made a few shots. After the last SKS bullet was hit, the jeep just exploded. Mission destroyed. This team was full of formations, and they couldn't get out of the car to resist until they died. They lived and died in the car. Cruel. Too cruel. The audience couldn't help but sympathize with this team of players, but the 10 fingers couldn't help but frantically tap the keyboard to hit 666. This kind of unreasonable, cruel, and bloody is their favorite. FPS shooting game, what is emphasized is a violent aesthetic. The effect of the show just brought by Funan's nursery was also washed out by this wave of sweeping cars, and everyone's attention was turned back. Not bad, a white fragment lit up in the box of the corpses of 4 people. Pick up, Tian Bag Mastery, Fragments *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Tian Bao is proficient. And this technology. But it's right to think about it again. Tian Bao is also an essential technique for a master. In order to experiment, Jiang Siming deliberately followed the little sister who was going to go to Tian Bao. When Dai Xiaomei was full of joy and wanted to see what good things were in the box in front of her, she just pressed tap. She was surprised to find that all the things she had fancied were all missing. I want to drag the arrow to grab a bottle of Coke, but the mouse just moved to that position, the box, empty. Is this a bug? What's the matter? The little girl turned around suspiciously, and saw that there was no one beside her, only Jiang Siming, strangely seemed to have just left from her. Looking at the tip of the gun in Jiang Siming's hand again, the little girl Dai understood. Brother Ming, did you secretly search for my things? Jiang Siming didn't answer, but the little girl was even more convinced. She smiled at her hips and groaned, bad. The audience's attention is not in the fight between the two. What's the speed of the Tian package? The corpse box is empty in less than a second. If it hadn't been for the Great Ming to tee on the old woman's bag, we didn't even know that the Great still had this hand. Hey, how fast does this have to be? As for the rot girl, I said that if I was stunned by the Great Ming, I'm afraid I would fly, dirty. The little girl who was laughing with Jiang Siming received a call. After a while, she reported to Jiang Siming with a happier smile. Brother Ming, the official shark official called me just now and said they want to talk to you about the live broadcast. Do you have any intentions? Shark didn't have Jiang Siming's contact information, so he found Daxiaomi to pass it on. Brother Xiaoming, aren't you just trying to broadcast live? If you can, just play with Shark. It will be convenient for us to play together in the future. The two women have the same idea, and they have more opportunities to contact after working on the same platform. It also depends on the remuneration, but the official staff just revealed to me that as long as Brother Ming agrees, the conditions and remuneration will not disappoint him. Said the little sister. Everything depends on what Jiang Siming meant. Chapter 25 S-Level Contract. 025. S-Level Contract. No problem. Jiang Siming said frankly without being hypocritical. He already had the idea of live broadcasting himself, and since others offered an olive branch, he certainly wouldn't mind. Okay, I'll give them your phone number. How about you call to talk in detail when you have time, Brother Ming? Don't worry, I will help you stare at them. Dai Xiaomei looks like her own man, and the shark executives who are watching the live broadcast are all black. Please, you are on our platform, shouldn't you stand in our interests? After Jiang Siming agreed, he quickly received a call from the other party. The two parties agreed to meet in Shanghai at noon tomorrow. In order to discuss matters tomorrow, Jiang Siming had to fight with the two women and went off the assembly line to rest. The two girls also understood very well and closed the broadcast together. Jiang Siming turned off the computer. It was already 1 o'clock in the evening. He wanted to go back to sleep for a while, but he didn't get enough sleep in the morning. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Jiang Siming walked out wearing only a pair of underwear and was about to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Unexpectedly, Wang Xini, who got up in the middle of the night and wanted to go to the bathroom, opened the door and walked out. Seeing Jiang Siming at first glance, she screamed and ran back to her room, covering her face. Amount. Jiang Siming was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Wang Xini hadn't slept so late, so he only wore a coup and was seen. Sorry, Xini, next time I will pay attention to putting on my clothes. Jiang Siming apologized in Wang Xini's room before returning to sleep. And Wang Xini, who ran back to her bedroom, had no urination, lying on the chuang flushed. Jiang Siming's head is full of half-luo body, lingering in her head, and she can't sleep. On the contrary, Jiang Siming was heartless and sleepy when lying on the chuang. Sleep until the next morning. Morning, Xini. On the way to the bathroom to wash, Wang Xini also woke up, her eyes dimly open. Jiang Siming greeted her. Wang Xini's small head hung down hurriedly, her voice replied early, and she dared not speak much. Gulugulu, bags under your eyes are coming out. Didn't you sleep last night? Jiang Siming asked enthusiastically while brushing his big white teeth. No. No. Wang Xini was even more embarrassed. Jiang Siming didn't think much. After washing up, he simply cleaned up and went out. Arranged with Shark at a certain Japanese food store in Zujiawi, when Jiang Siming arrived, the other party happened to be in place. Only one person came to the other party, still a mature OL-dressed young woman. Although not particularly beautiful, she has a nice face and delicate skin, wavy hair, and a plump body. A pair of big weapons towers like she wants to break through her little suit. Her whole body exudes the fragrance of delicate roses and the charm of adulthood. This kind of woman, even if her face is a little bit inferior, is absolutely stunner. Hello, I am the general manager of the Shark Games section and the general manager of the Shark Group, Zhao Xian. Hello, this is Jiang Siming. The two shook hands briefly, then walked into the Japanese food store together, and came to the already reserved box. After being seated, Zhao Xian asked Xia Jiang Siming's taboos carefully and ordered a few special Japanese ingredients. After the service member left, the two entered the subject. I remember that the person in charge of Shark is not Brother Sun. Jiang Siming was a little strange. Zhao Xian smiled and said, Sun Yukai is just the deputy manager, and he is the person in charge. That's it, then I'm really honored, Mr. Zhao came to talk to me in person. Jiang Siming said politely. In fact, it is not necessary for a high-level person like Zhao Xian to be responsible for negotiating a contract with the anchor. But this time Sun Yukai did not hesitate to sign Jiang Siming with an S-level contract. When reporting, Zhao Xian was a little curious about this, and the Shark was recently going public. Zhao Xian, who needed to review the internal staff of Sharks to exclude dissidents, was not at ease, so he personally accepted the business with Jiang Siming, and wanted to see for himself whether Jiang Siming really had this value. And when she saw Jiang Siming at the entrance of the Japanese food store just now, she was very surprised. Before coming, she did a lot of homework and knew Jiang Siming's specialty. Voice actor monsters, super technical skills, stalking ghosts, etc. It stands to reason that a person with such a nice voice will certainly not look very good in reality. God has opened a door for you and will certainly close a window for you. However, Zhao Xian did not expect that Jiang Siming's appearance would be amazing to her, and this kind of boy could be outrageous in the entertainment circle. Even people like her who always treat men with true colors have a little throbbing in their hearts. If Jiang Siming shows his face live, it is estimated that she will attract a large group of female fans. On this point, Zhao Xian felt that this S-level contract was not so excessive. You are too modest. Besides, I am not so indifferent. I should be grateful for the opportunity to sign such a potential new anchor for the company. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, and spoke well in her heart. I won't say much about polite things. Let's get to the point. I believe someone has also instilled a lot of contract inside her. I don't bargain to take advantage. To be honest, S-level contract, 10-year contract, don't you treat you badly? With that said, Zhao Xian took out a contract from the briefcase. In fact, she put 3 different contracts in her briefcase, each with 3 levels of ABS. They were all prepared for Jiang Siming. Zhao Xian originally planned that if the other party didn't let herself be satisfied, she would try her best to get a B-level contract, and at most A-level. But now she has changed her mind. Bargaining like this will easily make the other party unhappy. It won't be good if other platforms take advantage of it, so she simply takes out the S-level contract. Jiang Siming took the contract and watched slowly. Zhao Xian did not bother, and quietly drank water, looking at Jiang Siming from time to time. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Jiang Siming's appearance would no longer be a star. Especially when he looked at the contract with his eyebrows, his conscientious look really got her some electricity. Impossible, men don't have a good thing. Zhao Xian's heart poured cold water on her heart, and the strangeness just disappeared. After checking the contract, Jiang Siming looked up and said to Zhao Xian, the contract is okay, and the treatment is very generous. I have no reason to refuse. With an annual salary of 10 million yuan a year, Jiang Siming accounts for 60% of the gifts, and the monthly live broadcast lasts 300 hours, and there are no requirements for receiving gifts every month. For a newcomer like Jiang Siming who has never done a live broadcast, this is simply a fairy-like treatment. The ugly duckling becomes a white swan in seconds. This contract is completely S-grade, the only difference is the contract period. Hearing Jiang Siming's words, Zhao Xian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly, then let's sign the contract. But Jiang Siming smiled and shook his head, and said, but I still refuse. Zhao Xian was taken aback, frowning her eyebrows, and her feelings about Jiang Siming disappeared. She thought Jiang Siming still wanted the lion to greedily raise prices. Mr. Jiang, you should know that this contract is top-notch in the entire live broadcast industry. What else are you dissatisfied with? Jiang Siming smiled elegantly and replied, Mr. Zhao, you have misunderstood, I am not asking for an increase. Then what do you mean? Jiang Siming pushed the contract back, tapping the end of the contract with his slender fingers. Dear 18 cm readers, if you think this book is still in your taste, please order a collection. In the past few days, the background Fuwu device has been stuck frequently. The data of the Book of Sake is simply horrible, and I don't even have the courage to put it on the shelves. Big guys, help out, I wish you all the things you want in the year of the pig, good luck and wealth. Chapter 26 Surrender Treatment 026, Submission. Zhao Xian understood at once, and after a sigh of relief, he continued to explain to Jiang Siming. Although the length of life is longer, you have to know that for your first live broadcast, we gave you an S-level contract. The risk is already great. We must be relieved, right? Jiang Siming didn't follow her practice. He was not that kind of stupid fat house. He was deceived by 2 words. With a wealth of work experience, he can cope with such a situation like a fish in water. I know that I live broadcast for the first time. I have no experience, but I can't use this as a bargaining chip for Mr. Zhao. Otherwise, you wouldn't sign me with an S-level contract, would you? My value, for you, must be recognized after careful consideration. It must be greater than the shortcoming of my lack of live broadcast experience. Am I right? Zhao Xian was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. Jiang Siming smiled, and then said, since there is no such obstacle, there is naturally no risk, that Mr. Zhao said. In 10 years, no one can guarantee that there will be changes in the middle. I will bet on all of it in 10 years. Career and youth, I think this is inhumane. For your platform to value me so much, I'm not a person who doesn't know good or bad, so let's sign the contract for 1 year and 1 year, and change the S level to a level. Zhao Xian was taken aback. This was the first time she heard the anchor lower her contract treatment. Your company treats me kindly. I'm not a person who doesn't know good and bad. I'm not a good person, but I don't agree with the 10-year contract. Naturally, I have to choose something. I can't let me take advantage of everything. Jiang Siminjian's light smile made Zhao Xian's affection for him uncontrollably rising. The other party was not the kind of person she thought, and could take the initiative to lower her contractual treatment in exchange for her own freedom. Not only is he free and wise, he must also have a strong ability to control himself, and at the same time he must be extremely confident in his future. If you were not confident about your future, how could you let go of such a lucrative 10-year contract? Once a 10-year contract is signed, even if Jiang Siming does not meet their expectations or even declines in popularity, their platform will still give him at least 10 million a year. It was equivalent to 100 million benefits in 10 years, but Jiang Siming refused, which really made Zhao Xian not expect. Okay, I agree. Zhao Xian nodded and agreed. However, the contract must stipulate that as long as the contract expires, on the premise that our platform does not treat you badly, we have the priority to renew the contract. Jiang Siming also decisively agreed to this. I am a very emotional person. If the platform is not bad for me, I am willing to stay on your platform forever. That's good, happy cooperation. Zhao Xian smiled and shook hands with Jiang Siming again. The contract was quickly finalized, in duplicate, signed by both parties. Starting today, Jiang Siming has become a glorious D anchor. The A-level signing fee is 5 million, and the platform will hit your card 3 times. The first 2 million will be transferred to your account at the latest tomorrow. As for the official live broadcast time, how about we set it on the day after tomorrow? The platform will give you the strongest publicity in these 2 days. Jiang Siming had no objection and agreed. At this time, the service clerk also served the dishes, and the two who had finished talking about business had a pleasant meal. Japanese food. Jiang Siming has eaten a few times, but he won't make jokes like a dumpling. After a meal, Jiang Siming and Zhao Xian left each other happily. Before leaving, the two exchanged WeChat. Jiang Siming looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G that Zhao Xian drove away, and then looked down at the portrait of Zhao Xian in the phone. The head looks like a close photo of a mother and daughter. The girl seems to be 11 or 12 years old. The mother next to her is Zhao Xian. Looking at her circle of friends are also daily life with this little girl, and the dynamic text is also what the daughter is doing today, happy birthday, and so on. It's really a mother and daughter. Jiang Siming was surprised that Zhao Xian was already a mother and the child was so old. Looking at Zhao Xian's appearance, she is in her early 30s at most. How could her child grow up so much? Could it be an early marriage? Moreover, this daughter doesn't look like Zhao Xian. Jiang Siming, who was scratching his head, didn't think about it anymore. He wondered about other family affairs. It is a rare visit to Zujiawi where Jiang Siming plans to buy a new computer and live broadcast equipment. Yesterday, Dai Xiaomei told him about a series of hardware facilities needed for live broadcasting, and now they are still chatting. Brother Ming, are you in Zujiawi now? Little sister Dui didn't know where Jiang Siming was talking about the contract, only that the other party was also in Shanghai, living in Hongqiao, far away from her. Well, I plan to go to Zujiawi to buy the equipment. You won't be in Zujiawi too? No, I'm at home, quite far from Zujiawi. On the other end of the phone, the little girl waiting for 2000 to try on clothes in a clothing store in Zujiawi was nervous. She was afraid that Jiang Siming would invite her to meet, and she hadn't prepared anything yet. I didn't make much makeup today. I just bought 2 clothes with 2000. They didn't reach the highest value. If you want to meet, you must let Ming brother see his most beautiful side. The guilty little girl even hurriedly glanced back, as if she was afraid Jiang Siming was nearby. I never thought that she had never met Jiang Siming, even if they were there, she would not recognize him. Then I'll go ahead and talk later. Jiang Siming didn't doubt he was there, and walked towards the computer city after speaking. There is a dedicated digital floor in Zujiawi, which is full of high-end electronic products, which is prohibitive for the poor. Jiang Siming didn't want to buy too good, but Xiaomei told herself. If the live broadcast and the game are carried out together, the load on the computer is too heavy, and the poor computer will not only get stuck, but the frame rate of the live broadcast will be greatly reduced, that is, the live broadcast screen is blurred and other problems. No way, Jiang Siming had to choose a good one. The signing fee is about to come, and Jiang Siming is not reluctant to spend this little money. I was hesitating which store to buy, and WeChat sounded again. Brother Ming, there is a shop called Quick, in Zujiawi Electronic Mall. The contents are all genuine and the owner is real, but it's a bit expensive. If you don't know where to buy, you can go there and see, my equipment I bought them there. Okay, I'll go there for a look now. Jiang Siming agreed. In the clothing store on the other side, the little girl was so excited that she slapped the door of the 2000 fitting room. 2000, hurry up, something urgent. What's the matter, dazed, I haven't finished the test yet. 2000 asked inside. Brother Ming bought a computer in Zujiawi, let's go see him. Once this idea appeared in the head of the little girl, she couldn't control it anymore. Ah. You two are going to show up now? 2000 were shocked. The little girl said to her and said. What do you think, I didn't dress up well today, so I don't want Brother Ming to see me like this. Then you still go? Let's go see him secretly, don't let him find out. Are you sure? What if he looks ugly? I heard that good-sounding male appearances are very casual. What if it's a middle-aged man with a sloppy beer belly? 2000 reminded. No way. Chapter 27 Lost in Love Again. 027, Lost in Love Again. The little girl was bluffed by 2000 words. If Jiang Siming really looks like that, beer belly, bald head, full face. It's a little scary to think about it. But if you don't watch it, wouldn't you just stop on the internet with Brother Ming all your life? Regardless, you must go and see. As long as the other person doesn't grow up to be invisible, even if she looks a little ugly, I don't mind. Go. I've decided. Little sister Dui made the decision. 2000 could not persuade her. In fact, she was also curious about what Jiang Siming looked like. The two quickly came out of the clothing store and ran to the computer city. All the way to the rapid computer city, there are many people coming and going. The two girls are in trouble. How do you know who is Jiang Siming? You tap on the side of WeChat. 2000 said. When the little girl heard that it made sense, she immediately asked Jiang Siming about his purchase on WeChat. I'm almost finished buying it. I still bought it according to the equipment list you gave me. Now I only need a live camera and microphone. Jiang Siming replied. What list did you recommend to him? Urchin immediately asked the little sister. A lot, water-cooled chassis, 4-way Titan, 2800 Ti graphics card, etc. Damei answered. The two immediately started looking for the corresponding equipment in the shopping basket of the customers in the store. Finally, at the checkout, they found the water-cooled chassis, 4-way Titan and 2800 Ti graphics card in the basket pushed by a fat customer, exactly the same. But looking at this person again, Urchin and Dai Xiaomei felt that the worldview was a bit collapsed. This man is full of fat, weighs at least 200 caddies, and is 1.65 meters tall. His hair is greasy and sticky. I don't know how long he has not washed. He was holding a big hamburger in his hand, and his mouth was greasy. The guests next to him were holding their noses and staying away from him. This, Didi. 2000 carefully turned to look at little sister Dai. The little girl is crying. She really is not an appearance association. The expectations in her heart have fallen to a super low level, but the reality is still far lower her bottom line. She really couldn't accept such Jiang Siming. Woo, 2000, how could this be? The little girl was crying, holding her best friend and crying. She felt that her first love fantasy was completely shattered at this moment. No wonder Jiang Siming didn't have a selfie on WeChat. He said that he didn't like selfies, and the little sister Jiao believed it at the time. It now seems that he was deliberate. The little girl who was broken in love again cried much worse this time than last time. It's okay, you should be thankful that if it weren't for you to find out earlier, you have sunk deeper. Urchin patted his shoulder to give comfort. 2000 hearts are also speechless, thinking that eldest brother, you are just a little bit fatter and ugly. Even if he looks a little frustrated, I would definitely be willing to stay with you. But you look too hard to tell, who can accept this? Sure enough, online dating is not reliable. Ding dong. Dai Xiaomei's WeChat rang again. 2000 picked up her cell phone and saw that it was Jiang Siming's. 2000 was planning to turn off the phone to prevent the other party. But the little girl kindly took the phone. I'm going to come and see it myself, don't blame Brother Ming, you will treat him as a good friend in the future. Dai Xiaomei forced a smile on her tear-stained face. Anyone who encounters this situation will collapse. Suppose you talked about an online dating, the other person has always been perfect in your heart, although you have thought about the difference between the other person's appearance and the photo. But when you look at it in reality, the other party is completely different from Lin Chiling and Luo Yufeng. Can you accept it? The little sister is very kind, she can't bear to alienate Jiang Siming, and wants to treat her as a good friend. If it's someone else, it's not bad to make a report forever without it, and it's even a bad temper. Turning on WeChat, Jiang Siming's message shows that he has finished buying things, and now he goes to the counter to pay. Little sister Dai looked at the store in despair, and found that Jiang Siming was arguing with the store owner in a desperate manner. The reason is that he accidentally dripped hamburger grease on the graphics card. He wanted to replace it with a new one. Of course, the boss would not agree. Oil stains will corrode the graphics card. Of course, people will not agree, and the two will make a noise. Little sister Dai became suspicious. Brother Ming was arguing with someone. Why did he send her WeChat free? 2000 also noticed this. You can post another one and see if the other party answers. After hearing this, the little sister Dai immediately replied to Jiang Siming's news, saying, Brother Ming, what have you bought? Take a picture and I will help you see it, right? After sending it out, the little girl Dalai stared at the Jiang Siming in the store, and the other party never took out her mobile phone. And WeChat has never responded, and the two are almost certain, and desperation reappears. Ding dong. Just when I was desperate, my phone rang again. It's Jiang Siming's reply. In the message, there are several photos sent by Jiang Siming one after another. But the little girl is so sure that she has been staring at the quarreling Jiang Siming in the store. He didn't even take out his mobile phone, let alone take pictures with it. And the electronic equipment in the photo is also different from that of Jiang Siming. There are many other devices, which are not in the shopping cart of Jiang Siming at all. The thought of surviving after the catastrophe appeared in the hearts of the two women. Is this Jiang Siming just a coincidence and similar to certain things that Jiang Siming bought? Soon, the Jiang Siming negotiated with the store to no avail, so angrily he only bought the graphics card and left angrily. At the cashier of the store, a tall figure pushing a shopping cart appeared. While standing in line, he picked up the things in the shopping cart and took pictures one by one. Every time I took a picture, I received the photo on her mobile phone, and even the shooting angle was exactly the same as that of the tall boy in the store. In order to confirm again, Dai Xiaomei replied on WeChat. I pretended to ask Jiang Siming to ask for a business card from the store, saying that it would be convenient to place an order directly by phone in the future. As soon as she finished posting this WeChat message, Jiang Siming in the store called the service staff in the store and exchanged a few words. The service staff handed him a business card from the front desk. Jiang Siming also took a photo of his business card with his mobile phone and sent it to little sister Do. The little girl who received WeChat returned from to the world in an instant. Only she can understand this feeling. I thought that love was going away from her, but I didn't expect everything to be just a misunderstanding. The two girls hugged each other excitedly and jumped, and the pedestrians passing by gave puzzled glances. I don't know what happened to these two girls, what can be so happy? Don't be in a hurry, we only saw his back, but we haven't seen his appearance yet. 2000 vaccinated her in advance. Jiang Siming in the store has always turned his back to them, so they have not been able to see Jiang Siming clearly. This is the same for the little girl. What if this looks terrifying and is too old? But as long as it doesn't look like the Jiang Siming just now, she doesn't mind. The little girl who lowered her standards again. The two girls calmed down, found the nearest spot, and stared at the door secretly. As long as Jiang Siming comes out of it, they can see everything. Chapter 28 The Premiere of Ming God. 028. Ming God's Premiere. Soon, Jiang Siming paid the money and walked out of the store with his things. The moment he left the house, Jiang Siming's face was completely exposed in front of the two women. Dai Xiaomei and Qian stood in place as if they were punctuated by someone. The two of them opened their mouths slightly, and their eyes widened, as if they had seen an alien. Hey! What did we just see? Is it a prince? The body is like a model, looks like Panan, and has a temperament like a fairy. What Hu Guhua Jianhua, what Peng Yuyan and Wu Yifan, all stand aside. After a while, after the shock, the faces of the two girls were full of red clouds, and the girl's ears and neck were red. The two women looked at each other and understood what they wanted to say. Mom, I'm in love. Damn, I have already bought it, and now I am planning to go home. Thank you for your recommendation to save me a lot of detours. I will invite you to dinner if I have the opportunity. Jiang Siming is pushing the shopping cart with one hand, and holding the phone with the other hand to send a voice while pressing the microphone. The voice is exactly the same as Jiang Siming on the internet, but it sounds better than on the internet. However, Jiang Siming didn't see the dull side. After sending out the voice, he pushed the car and left hurry. After Jiang Siming left, the little sister and 2000 were hugged again, screaming and laughing, attracting more attention from passers-by, but the two women turned a deaf ear. Back home, Jiang Siming assembled the computer. These things cost him nearly 30,000 yuan. All are top equipment. After assembling, look at this computer that is so cool, whether it is screen or chassis. Let's take a look at the new machine next to it that has been installed for $5,000 and has not been used for a few days. It is simply the difference between a king and a beggar. By contrast, Jiang Siming, who was originally satisfied with his 5,000 yuan computer, couldn't help but complain. People are more annoying than others, and they have to be thrown away. 2 devices, 30,000 yuan is for live broadcast. The 5,000 one is also useful, put it aside as a secondary machine. It can be used to view the barrage, draw a prize for the water friends, or place a panoramic camera. In short, all the configurations of the live broadcast are all done, and then Jiang Siming only needs to wait for the day after tomorrow to start the broadcast on time. On the evening after the signing of the contract, Shark's official Weibo released a message. Great news! PUBG Jedi Demon King, King of Instant Sniper, the strongest passerby king with a spear like a god. Ming. Already settled in Shark Live. I will meet you in the 99999 live broadcast room on time at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. If you want to learn the skills of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, come and join us. This Weibo caused quite a stir, especially the top executives of other platforms. They also had the idea of negotiating with Jiang Siming, but they all regretted that they didn't start early. I didn't expect the shark to move so fast. The netizens who have seen Jiang Siming's technology in sharks are happy to run, and Jiang Siming will start broadcasting, so they can learn the technology better. Moreover, Ming's voice is super nice and his personality is also humorous. Yesterday, the dubbing of the Strong Wind Swordsman was already in a mess. I don't know how many people are using this dubbing as the background. And the dubbing of his narrator Jin is also popular on all major short video platforms. Such a popular newcomer who turned out to be a live broadcast now naturally receives a lot of attention. Tuanchuan specially posted a Douyin video, in which the funny clips of the double row with Jiang Siming and the 3 rows of Dai Xiaomei were edited last night. At the end of the film, straightforward publicity, Jiang Siming's first broadcast address in time, gave Jiang Siming a big wave of advertising. Dai Xiaomei also vigorously promoted Jiang Siming's premiere news in her fan base, and also called on everyone to join in and make gifts. In this way, Jiang Siming, who didn't have any foundation, was given to favorite by 2 big shark anchors at once, and the popularity warm-up was quite successful. 2 days passed quickly. In the past 2 days, Jiang Siming has mastered all the live broadcast skills at Demai and Tuanchuan. Similarly, he also harvested a lot of debris in the game. Among them, singing talent has been collected, and 1 more guitar talent. In the game, there are 2 important new skills, Hot Eyes and Golden Eyes, and Extreme Positioning. Fire Eye Golden Eye, this skill allows Jiang Siming to see all the wind and grass in front of him. As long as someone hides in his sight, he will definitely not escape his eyes. The only thing that made Jiang Siming a little regrettable was that the Audi RS7 he was thinking of was not revealed. 2:50 in the afternoon. The 99999 live broadcast room is very lively. Before the broadcast, the popularity has reached more than 1 million. There are not many gifts, but there are also nearly 200,000. After all, Jiang Siming doesn't have any fan base, and most of the gifts are made by fans of Tuanchuan and Daxiaomei. These 200,000 gifts have also brought the level of the live broadcast room to level 40. Although it is not high, it is not easy for a rookie anchor. The level of the live broadcast room is easy to brush up, and the more you get to the back, the gift money you need will increase exponentially. If you want to reach the full level 100, you need a total of nearly 25 million renminbi gifts. At present, there are fewer than 10 shark anchors at full level. There are not many gifts, but the barrage is quite sufficient. Open the door. Ming Ming is on the air. Hurry up and start. I'm here with Douyin, and I want to hear Funan Changsha Suo's dubbing again. The killing is about to begin. I want to see the violent slaying of Ming, it's so exciting. I really want to continue to watch Ming Das Hang Days and Tuan Tuan, full of jokes. Will Ming show his face live? I really want to see what a person with such a nice voice looks like. The barrage began at 2 o'clock, and it was always like this, densely packed. 3 o'clock. The originally dark live broadcast room flashed and there was a picture. In the picture, in addition to Jiang Siming's computer screen, there is also a camera picture in the lower right corner. Unfortunately, it was not the face that was photographed, but the keyboard and mouse. Not the girl fans are disappointed. Look at the face, look at the face. Don't take photos, Ming husband, we want to see our faces. Who allowed you little to call my husband? Bah! That's the fairies. Pull the sword, bitches. Please look at your face, even if you only have one look. Forget it, I'm afraid that after looking at my face, my beautiful fantasy will be shattered. Many viewers called for the hope to look at their faces, but Jiang Siming did not do what they wanted. Here is the technical live broadcast room, the beauty link has not been unlocked yet. Jiang Siming's voice sounded in the live broadcast room. With top-notch live broadcast equipment, Jiang Siming's sound effects have taken a step further. Ah, I can't stand it sisters, I lost it first MMM. How come the voice becomes better? Who can stand it? A man of mine can hear you, Ming God, you have to be responsible. With this kind of voice, you can't even look at your face. It must be ugly, otherwise why don't you dare to show your face? Go to the dead side upstairs, no one begs you to see. Seeing the content in the barrage, Jiang Siming shook his head and laughed. I am here in the technical live broadcast room. For the time being, I only broadcast technology. If I have a chance in the future, I will show my face. After getting this reply, most of the audience accepted it, and only a small part remained persistent. Just as Jiang Siming was going to say it again, his live broadcast room ushered in a series of appalling barrage launches on all platforms for the opening of titles. Chapter 29 ranked number 1 in Asian service in one day. 029. Be the first in Asian service in one day. Tuan Tuan will open the Emperor title in the Ming live broadcast room. Tuan Tuan Emperor rewards Ming live room Super Rockets X100. ODI boy. Tuanchuan opened the Emperor to Ming. And also gave 100 Super Rockets. The Emperor will get 120,000 soft sister coins in 1 month. 100 Super Rockets are equal to 200,000 soft sister coins. This means that Tuanchuan will give Jiang Siming a gift of 320,000 yuan. Except for fan festival sharks who are engaged in large-scale events, even the super local tyrants will not give gifts like this. Watching the big golden rockets rise into the sky one after another in the live broadcast room, the audience was shocked. The trench is inhumane. Oh my God, Tuanchuan, you have to ask your girlfriends to get money for a cup of milk tea. When did you become so embarrassed? Tuan Tuan domineering. Is this a beach gift for Myojin, ha ha ha. Come from another live broadcast room, I'm going, what's the situation, Shenhao came to the world. Did you see Myojin? My family is so good, so just follow it. Spend $300,000 at once. Can anyone tell me how much it is? I have never seen it in my life. Jiang Siming didn't expect Tuanchuan to do this, so he wanted to speak. Another full-screen barrage emerged from his live broadcast room. Dai Xiaomei will open the Emperor title in Ming's live broadcast room. Dai Xiaomei, the Emperor rewarded Ming's live room Super Rocket X-150. Another Emperor. The audience don't know what to say. Besides envy, what else can they have? 250 super rockets, plus 2 emperors. And Tuanshuan saw that the little girl brushed more than she did, immediately unhappy, and continued to send super rockets wildly, and the 2 women fought. This time almost the entire shark's popularity has been absorbed. The popularity of Jiang Siming's live studio reached more than 20 million. The number of online viewers reached 3 million. Although this is only temporary, it will drop again soon. But it is a miracle that the new anchor can have such data on the first day. Jiang Siming is not a PDD, not a Malaysian monkey. He has never been broadcast live, and he has no fan background. With such popularity, even Sun Yukai, who was optimistic about Jiang Siming, found it incredible. Jiang Siming's live room level rushed to 52. Soaring to 12 levels. What can Jiang Siming say about this scene? Don't bother you two. I just let you come to join me. You guys made such a big move for me. Others thought I was performing the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation in the live broadcast room. Everyone laughed, the voice of the anchor was so nice and quite humorous. Many viewers who were attracted by the gifts couldn't help but want to stay in the live broadcast room to watch, and then slip away if they look good. Fortunately, Jiang Siming's words were very useful, and the 2 women stopped presenting PK. Jiang Siming also started his official live broadcast. He didn't take the 2 of them. Jiang Siming chose a single-row live broadcast. He didn't want to be criticized for being a little white face who only relied on the popular live broadcast of 2 women. Click the single row to enter the game. The first task of the premiere is to be number 1 in the Asian server within 1 day. My current score is 1800. Jiang Siming seemed to be talking about a trivial matter and announced to the live broadcast room. A large number of viewers sneered and expressed their disbelief. Do you know how many points are currently number 1 in Asia server? 4,200 points. 1,400 points a day. Are you kidding me? Forget it for you. If you want to be number 1 in the Asian server, you have to eat at least 20 chickens with 25 kills or more today. Is the anchor here to perform bragging? How is this different from the cowhide of the king of League of Legends? God Ming, I know you are very strong, but you really have passed this way. Facing everyone's unbelief, Jiang Siming smiled. Why don't we make a bet, from now until 3 p.m. the next day, if I can't be number 1 in the Asian server, I will draw 24 viewers in the live broadcast room at will, and each will give 100,000 renminbi. Really? 2,400,000. This is okay. Bet so big? I kind of want to watch it. Okay. If you succeed, 5 rockets, remember my ID. 2 super hot, booked. 100 cards to apply for. The audience agreed to the bet and gambling with Jiang Siming, although they don't know how many are true. But Jiang Siming can't go back. If he doesn't have credibility as an anchor, it is estimated that the platform will not allow it. If this is lost, all the gift money for today will have to be paid in. Jiang Siming himself will have to post more than 1 million. While chatting, Jiang Siming was already on a single-row flight. He did not choose a random map, only the small map of Sano. The small picture is fast-paced, every 10 minutes a game, unlike the big picture, it takes more than half an hour to reach the finals. However, although the small pictures are fast-paced, the degree of danger is the highest. A dense map with a small figure, a jungle that is very easy for Tibetans, a poison ring that refreshes quickly, and an Oldine ratio with a cold gun at any time. These are the scary places of the small pictures, and it is too difficult to eat chicken in them. However, the audience would not kindly remind him, wishing him to land to death waiting to collect the money. Entering the flight, Jiang Siming not only did not jump into the wild, but flew to the autistic city with the most people. Many viewers who have not seen Jiang Siming's technology all sneered. Just want to eat chicken. Eating will pull you. Autistic city dare to jump, do you think this is a human machine? You have 30 chickens short of it, can't you please? Anchor Sankai boy, identification is complete. People who haven't seen Myojin technology shut up, okay? Wait for a face slap. The audience said nothing is useless, Jiang Siming has fallen on the most central floor of Autism City. Still parachuting a lot faster than others, picking up the gun, and starting to shoot birds. The player, Ming, used the AK-47 to kill the player, Imp. The player, Ming, used the AK-47 to kill the player, Fenglialangzi. The player, Ming, used the AK-47 to kill the player, Dakashaji. The player, Ming, used AK-47 to kill the player, Dushidity. Player, Ming. A series of killing messages appeared, and those ridiculing audiences couldn't help but shut up. Before the players landed one after another, Jiang Siming had completed the 6 kills in the sky. After landing, the people around him couldn't escape the fate of death. A series of operations such as remote pressure gun, single point, waist shot, machine aiming headshot, etc., are gorgeously completed in Jiang Siming's AK. Within 2 minutes, the autistic city fell silent. Jiang Siming walked out of it, not only with luxurious equipment, but also with a horrible, 12, kill in the upper right corner. This is just the beginning. Just killed 12. The viewers of the live broadcast didn't believe it no matter how they looked at it. Many people even checked Jiang Siming's account score to see if it was a few hundred points in the Fish Pond Bureau. But after watching it, they were willing to believe that this is really close to 2,000 points. Chapter 30 You can avoid bullets by walking. 0:30, you can avoid bullets by walking. 12 kills in Autistic City, but there is only one fragment, a red guitar skill fragment. His guitar skills have collected 4 pieces, and 1 piece can be synthesized. Jiang Siming found that the refresh rate of the white shards had become lower. It may be that the game's skills were almost finished, so Jiang Siming rarely picked up the white shards in the past 2 days. Today's task is not to pick up debris. Jiang Siming's goal is to be the first in the Asian server. After walking out of the closed city, Jiang Siming drove the Yachty electric car outside the city to the most likely place for people. Where does anyone go, Sozi? Bang bang bang. Passing by a private house, Jiang Siming was blocked by a passerby. However, he who possessed Jedi car skills didn't panic at all. The electric car drove into an S-shape, and it was fast and slow, and the opponent could not hit a single shot. The audience was amused. What are these buddies doing? Are you shooting a salute? This spearhead, the human body stroke Dafa. Fools who don't understand, don't blame that person, it's completely Myojin's car skills are too good. Did you find that Myojin's car has always been outside the opponent's gun head? How did he do it? What kind of ability to have a car to hide from bullets? There is a way to get out of the car and walk to hide from bullets. I can dodge a wheel of bullets and I will get 10 super fires. Is there a brain problem upstairs? Do you think this is a MOBA game? If you can hide, I will give you my house. Stupid dog. Jiang Siming took the time to look at the barrage, just to see this barrage. Since someone wants to watch me move and hide from the bullet, then I will satisfy him. It doesn't matter if I am super hot or not. If I do, just send a, "Dad, I am wrong," barrage. Ha ha ha. The audience was amused. Myojin is a bit bad. Unexpectedly, the owner of this barrage jumped out again. No problem. You can do it, I will not only send barrage, I will give you 10 super fire. It was a little duke who sent this barrage, and he seemed to have this economic strength. A word is a deal. Jiang Siming really stopped the car, switched to fist mode, and stopped carrying the gun. The guy who was blocking people looked overjoyed and thought that Jiang Siming was panicking and jumping off the car. Immediately changed the bullets and single-pointed at Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming was in this clearing, and he started walking frantically, sometimes squatting, sometimes jumping up, and sometimes turning around like ghosts and animals on the spot, looking a bit silly. But what made the audience dumbfounded was that the other party's bullets, as if Jiang Siming were insulated, only flew by Jiang Siming each time. Every bullet is almost hit, but it just can't. Extreme position. The skills are fully displayed at this moment. He still has 13 rounds of ammunition, if it is installed to expand. Jiang Siming also took the time to calculate the number of bullets on the other side. The guy who fired the shot also got angry, and he could see that Jiang Siming was playing with himself. He jumped directly out of the room. With a wider field of vision, he was confident, and aimed and shot Jiang Siming again. Biu. The other side's bullets attacked Jiang Siming intensively, but he was still avoided by Jiang Siming with all kinds of incredible twisting and shifting positions. The last one, I blocked it with the pot on my butt. After speaking, Jiang Siming turned around, turned his back to the man, and jumped into the air. The other side's bullet, as if it had eyes, hit Jiang Siming's pan obediently, making a crisp sound. Okay, you have enough fun, it's time for me. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Siming's 98K cut back to his hand. Turning around, he fired a shot without even opening the scope. The man's head accurately caught the bullet and fell to the ground. This gun operation was completely shot after turning around. There was no such thing as aiming and previewing. After a period of silence in the live broadcast room, then a crazy barrage mode began. 666,666. I dropped Guanyin Bodhisattva Tathagata Buddha. What did I see? I saw the gods. Is it really possible to walk around and hide from bullets? Is it because I don't know enough about this game? Ming Shen Yo Beep. I am Buddha. Where's that dumb duke? Get out. Mom asked me why I was watching the live broadcast on my knees. Big Ming, you once again used the operation to show me. All audiences were impressed by this operation. Even if it is a particularly long distance, it is indeed easy to dodge. But Jiang Siming is less than 20 meters away from that person. And there is no cover yet. This kind of distance and environment, even the level of the stroke of the human body of Daxia Omii can hit the opponent at least 5 or 6 shots. But that's how the magic happened. I saw it with my own eyes. You have to say that the other party is an actor. Jiang Siming finally used a pan to catch the bullet, which is simply not what acting can do. Many well-respected audience members have started to pay for gifts, as if only in this way can they express their feelings at the moment. All of a sudden, planes, rockets, card applications, and even a super rocket. Forget it, these gifts are worth more than 5,000. Then, a purple barrage of the Duke floated out in the live broadcast room. Dad, I was wrong. Ming Dad, you will be my idol from now on, and I won't go anywhere. The Duke, Wangchuan Scholar, rewards, Ming, Live Room Super Rocket X10. The Duke user was very trustworthy and brushed 10 super fires and sent out 5 ordinary rockets. Thank you for the gift given by the Duke, let alone everyone. This buddy keeps his promises. At first glance, he is the material for big business. I will give you a housekeeper in a while. Jiang Siming said with a smile. The Duke was even more grateful to Jiang Siming and sent 5 rockets again. Easily convinced a Duke user, Jiang Siming found that Ueshio's operation, the more the audience loved it. Since this is the case, get your knees ready. Picking up that person's bag, Jiang Siming picked up all the 6 grenades inside, and even skimmed a lot of bullets for this. After getting on the battery car again, Jiang Siming drove to the safe area. Too few bullets, right? Only 60 rounds, is it enough, Myojin? The audience asked worriedly that they were not good enough to play a game with 200 bullets. It doesn't take that much. 60 rounds plus a dozen of the sniper rifles are enough for me to kill 20 people. Jiang Siming replied. This time no one was scornful, because Jiang Siming had already proven himself with strength. The battery car arrogantly drove into the center of the safe zone and picked up an airdrop. Inside was an AWM, the most powerful sniper rifle. But Jiang Siming didn't pick it up. He just picked up the bullet, leaving only one round, and then found a place to throw it away. The audience laughed and scolded Jiang Siming as being too bad. If anyone came to pick up the airdrop and saw this AWM without bullets, he would probably swear. One bullet, don't pick it up, let it go, pick it up, and only one bullet is not enough. People who choose phobias have to drive crazy. After doing bad things, Jiang Siming smiled, drove the car up high, and began to wait for the prey. Chapter 31 Encounter Champions 031 Encounter Champion Players. The circle of the small picture is brushed very fast, and in the jungles of Southeast Asia, a group of figures are running towards the center. Standing on a high point, Jiang Siming possesses the skill, fire eyes and golden eyes. As long as the people appearing in the screen, none of them escaped Jiang Siming's sight. 120 southeast direction, 1, first settled. Jiang Siming reported to the audience, and opened the scope. With the mouse moved, he immediately caught sight of the player running around in the jungle. Despite the fact that the opponent moved in position, he still couldn't escape Jiang Siming's shot. As the 98K bullet evacuated, a blood spattered on the head of the man, and then he fell down without life. The audience in the live broadcast room had not had time to applaud. 105 direction, another one, this one is a bit far away, my sniper also depends on luck. After Jiang Siming finished speaking, the scope moved, and a running figure appeared inside again, the target was very far away. The audience knelt at Jiang Siming's vicious eyesight, a full distance of 500 meters can still be seen in the jungle. If it weren't for the cameraman to take the screen, everyone would think that Jiang Siming had a perspective. Move the pinnacle, preview the position, shoot. At such a long distance, almost no one thought that Jiang Siming could hit it. But in fact it is. The player, Ming, used a 98K headshot to kill the player, Yuan Maishini. My day. Can this too? Still a headshot. Hey, luck, I thought I could only hit the body. Jiang Siming seemed to have only completed a wave of small operations and was only happy for a while. The audience was speechless. So you said that it was a bit of luck from a distance. You can hit the head, and even hit the body at the worst. Good boy, monster. It must be a monster. Next, at this high point, Jiang Siming killed 7 poisonous enemies in a row, only to change points because no one came over. The audience can't remember that this one has been said a few times from the beginning to now, and the knees for a year are explained here. Soon, the poison circle became smaller and smaller, and the number of people decreased. Jiang Siming discovered that in addition to the fact that he had been killing people, there was an ID, which was also lit in the upper right corner several times. The player, OMG_Xiaohai 555, used M416 to kill the player, Zenbangbang 111. When it lights up again, the audience discovers the abnormality of this ID. Ale. Isn't this Xiaohai? It's really him, he is live streaming. I watched. This is his trumpet, Xiaohai has already killed 10 people. Wow, Myojin, you have matched a professional player. OMG, this is last year's global championship team, Xiaohai is very strong, only slightly worse than the Lions. I saw some of these. I hope to see the contest between the two masters. Myojin, kill Xiaohai, I will give you super fire. Jiang Siming didn't expect to match a professional player, but he didn't panic at all, and he even looked forward to it. I hope this professional player will not die. His hands are itchy. Jiang Siming discovered Xiaohai, and Xiaohai also discovered Jiang Siming early. The information ID that has been active in the upper right corner is difficult for Xiaohai to find. I'll go, this guy has killed at least 20, right? In the live broadcast room, Xiao Hai couldn't help but complain. Behind him, there was a person sitting. I just went to his live broadcast room to watch it. 26 has been killed. Xiao Hai was speechless when he heard this. Is it so scary? His sniper is indeed very tight, and his eyesight is vicious, and his position is extremely strong. No wonder the great gods are dead in his hands. When the man sitting next to him spoke, he had a strong desire to fight, and he wanted to fight this Ming. Then I will try not to fight him, anyway, I hope I can fight him. Which of the professional players admits counsel? Xiao Hai, who refuses to admit defeat, refuses to give up. I have asked the club to communicate and see if we can dig into our team. In this battle, you must show your strongest strength and let us see where his limits are. Xiao Hai nodded earnestly when he heard the words. His operations became more cautious. No one had just shot, he was afraid that it would be worthless if he accidentally died in Lao Yingbi's hands. On the contrary, Jiang Siming, as always, is extremely unrestrained. He will appear wherever there are people, and then frantically harvest the heads. The circle is getting smaller and smaller, and there are only 3 people left on the field. Xiao Hai, Jiang Siming, and a passerby player. Jiang Siming appeared behind a tree beside a mountainside, and the number of kills in the upper right corner had reached a terrifying 33 kill. With the last 2 people, he can eat chicken. There are only 3 rounds left in the 98K barrel, and the rifle only has the ammunition of 1 magazine, and there is no spare. Many viewers complained that Jiang Siming didn't pick up more bullets, but they dare not BB for fear of affecting Jiang Siming's operation. Jiang Siming's current position is not very good. He belongs to the Scourge Circle and needs to run poison down the mountain. On the right side of the mountain, there was always a person there. This person also knew the location of Jiang Siming, and he would definitely not let Jiang Siming enter the circle alive. Jiang Siming shot a few shots there with his rifle, trying to induce the opponent to confront him. But what is helpless is that this bee belongs to the old tortoise type. No matter how unwilling to show up, Jiang Siming can't fight. It's stuck, right? Then I will let you taste the thunderstorm. Jiang Siming believed that this person could not be OMG Xiao Hai, and professional players could not be so eager. Since you are a passerby, don't hesitate, as long as you get him done, he can have a wave of Imperial PK with professional players. Untie a grenade from his waist and pull the bolt. ZZ. The grenade started to ignite spontaneously. After pinching for 2 seconds, Jiang Siming threw it out. And this is far from over. Jiang Siming's backpack contained a dozen grenades, all of which were found in the boxes of other people's corpses. Jiang Siming had a brainstorm and threw out everything if he didn't want money. The grenades exploded intensively at that point, more fierce than the bombing zone. The lingering passerby player trembles when he hears the sound of the sky and the earth trembling next to him, and he begs his grandpa to tell his grandma not to throw it under his feet. But what made him scold his mother was that the last grenade appeared on his face so coincidentally. Boom! The player, Ming, used a grenade to kill the player, Dushes Hazha. The audience couldn't help expressing sympathy for this buddy. There are so many grenades, so inhumane. Sky Thunder is not enough for this effect, right? It's too much, but it's really red chicken. Seriously suspect that Myojin was deliberate, just trying to throw the thunder away. It is estimated that the last one will kill the opponent. Come here. The exciting duel of masters is about to begin. Champion player PK passers-by, video has been opened, ready to send first-hand video. Jiang Siming ran into the poison ring smoothly after killing the obstructive passerby. In fact, Xiao Hai had the opportunity to harass Jiang Siming along the way, but he did not. He wanted a fair and just duel with Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming also knew well that in order to respect his opponent, he would hit his full HP to reach the perfect state. Chapter 32 Master Showdown 032 Master Showdown. The point where the two stood was a flat ground, each with a boulder as a shelter, and the distance between the two was no more than 10 meters. The geographical position of Xiaohai's side is obviously better, because his side is covered by woods, covered by large tracts of trees and grass. But Jiang Ximing was an open space, with only the stone, and the other locations in sight. But this game itself is not absolutely fair, so it is already very balanced. Neither party has done anything yet. The live broadcast rooms of the two anchors were silent, and the barrage was much less. The audience watched the duel very nervously, and there was no time to post a barrage. In the end, Xiaohai took the lead in the trouble, madly at the corners of Jiang Ximing's stone, and appeared in Go In Jiang Ximing. Jiang Ximing didn't let him down, a head came out from beside the stone, and then quickly retracted. On the way, Jiang Ximing had fired a 98K shot. Instantly. Reappearance. But can it hit this time? The answer is yes. Xiaohai's body instantly heard the sound of bullets entering the flesh. But luckily, instead of hitting his head, he hit the arm of his shoulder. Although only a small tube of blood was lost, it was enough to shock Xiaohai. It's so accurate. Xiaohai shrank and beat blood as he exclaimed. At the computer desk on the other side, the little lion did not return him, but stared at the screen without blinking. His screen is Jiang Ximing's live studio, which is Jiang Ximing's first perspective. Even if it was him, he couldn't understand how Jiang Ximing did it. This person, doesn't you need to aim? The other OMG players who had been attracted a long time ago surrounded the little lion computer. No one looked at Xiaohai's perspective, which made Xiaohai's heart want to cry for a while. Why no one looked at him? The little lion who had been observing for a long time finally spoke. Look at the camera where he holds the mouse's hand. This person is a typical arm flow. He uses his arm's perception to achieve preview without the lens. The muzzle is wherever the arm is pointing. The arm flow is not uncommon, I am the arm flow, but I definitely can't achieve his precise effect. OMG said with a smile. This is the amazing thing about him. No one has learned it. It can be said to be a talent. Neither the North American god G nor Grimm have such an exaggerated level of instant attack. The little lion said with confidence, because of these few. He has fought. That Xiaohai is not over. The team members gleefully smirked. The Xiaohai who was heard snorted coldly and said, I can't lose, I don't believe that his sniper is really so strong. My sniper is not a vegetarian. Having said that, Xiaohai, who was full of blood again, picked up his M24, pulled his head out of the bunker, and looked at Jiang Ximing. But people are instant snipers, you are preview guns, no matter how fast your preview response is, won't you start shooting faster? Instant sniper is unreasonable, no need to open the scope, the probe is just a shot, and then retracted. The little lion has already put an end to Xiaohai's impulse. The great gods have nothing to do with Jiang Ximing's instant attack. This is an example. Sure enough, Jiang Ximing appeared again, and Xiaohai was about to shoot, only to find that the opponent was one step ahead of him. Bang! The gunfire just rang, the bullet has arrived. There was a bullet on Xiaohai's head. Fortunately, it is the head, otherwise he has died at the moment. Returning to the bunker again, Xiaohai was sobbing in his heart, and no longer thought of confronting Jiang Ximing. Hit full of blood again, Xiaohaixue became clever, and started to throw cigarettes frantically at Jiang Ximing. The smoke bomb completely blocked Jiang Ximing's sight. Xiaohai switched his rifle, left the bunker and rushed towards the opponent. Sniper right, but would I still lose to you with the rifle? Xiaohai's fighting spirit returned, he was originally the team's second assaulter, and he had absolute confidence in his melee rifle skills. Seeing smoke bombs around him, Jiang Ximing understood what the other party meant. If you want to fight melee, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Ximing's audience squeezed sweat for him. Don't Myojin, Xiaohai's melee combat is quite strong, don't fight him. It's over, I must not be able to fight melee. This is a world champion, the world's top assaulter. Myojin is dangerous. Myojin, don't fight melee with him. Jiang Siming didn't see the audience's dissuasion. Even if he saw him, he would not listen. A trace of footsteps sounded in Jiang Siming's ears, indicating that the other party had touched his near point. But there were smoke bombs all around him, and he couldn't determine the location of Xiao Hai at all. He only knew a rough location. The closer they touched each other, the two were about to meet. The heartstrings of the audience also mentioned the highest point. At this time, the smoke was all gone, and the two saw each other at the same time. Shot. Xiao Hai, who was the first to open the mirror, aimed precisely at Jiang Siming's muzzle, and the flame from the muzzle was like a deadly sickle. On the other hand, Jiang Siming seems to be stupid. He has not fired a shot. The audience felt a chill, and even the little lion felt that Xiao Hai had succeeded in fighting back. Is this man so bad? Forgot to even shoot. OMG smiled somewhat mockingly. If this is the case, then their team doesn't seem to need such a team member. After all, a good sniper strike is useless. In professional competitions, no one will be stupid and keep shooting at you, knowing that you are accurate. They will never do points in your distance, they will only fight you in close combat. Only the little lion saw the clue. He exclaimed and said, "No. He is here. Go." Jiang Siming in the camera suddenly squatted sideways in the face of the coming bullet. Then he stepped out of his right half of his position, which was such a seemingly useless sleepwalking operation. Dodge all Xiao Hai's bullets. Xiao Hai, with a waxy face, hurriedly tried to pull the gun line again, but at this moment the other party made a few AKs. Puff puff. Xiao Hai caught 3 AK bullets in his head and fell completely to the ground, becoming a cold body. Xiao Hai was stunned on the spot, staring at the screen in a daze. Good luck, eat chicken tonight. 34 kills. This message appeared on Jiang Siming's computer screen. A huge movement broke out in the live broadcast room, and the audience's gifts were scattered like snowflakes. The Duke, Wang Chuan Scholar, rewarded Ming's live room Super Rocket X2. Wang Chuan Scholar, be good. This wave of operations makes my scalp numb. My God is mighty. King, Flower Ruthless, rewards Ming's live room Super Rocket X5. Hua Ruqing, I knelt down, my knees are broken after watching a game, I can't learn how to learn. The Emperor, Tuan Tuan, rewards Ming's live room Super Rocket X10. Tuan Tuan, my girlfriends and I both looked stupid and screamed to wake my grandma, hee, call me crazy for Xiao Ming. The Emperor, Dai Xiaomei, rewarded Ming's live room Super Rocket X10. Stay little sister, Brother Ming is awesome to defeat professional players. He is your most loyal Tian Dog fan. Chapter 33 30,000 fan cards. 033, 30,000 fan cards. Dukes, kings, emperors, and counts and viscounts, a large number of local tyrants gave rewards. Pushed Jiang Siming's popularity back to 1000 W+. At the moment, the number of people in Jiang Siming's live broadcast room is still 200 W+. This is the number of people who were attracted by the emperor who had given away gifts by Daxiaomiai and Tuanchuan before. At that time, there were more than 3 million people online. I thought that these people who just came to grab the treasure chest should have left, but I didn't expect that there are still more than 2 million left. Tuanchuan and Daxiaomiai can only reach this number of people online occasionally. Jiang Siming only took 1 day. Jiang Siming was also satisfied after eating a handful of chicken smoothly. After killing Xiao Hai, a golden shard came out of his backpack. And this fragment is the Audi RS7 that Jiang Siming has always wanted. It's just that during the live broadcast, Jiang Siming can only wait for the broadcast before going to toss. A chicken with 34 kills raised Jiang Siming's score to 2,300, and he added 500 points. Without stopping, Jiang Siming re-entered the game. From 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Siming played until 3 in the morning. 12 hours of broadcasting. In 12 hours, Jiang Siming ate 18 chickens. Almost an average of every 3 will eat one. Sometimes people kill fewer people. Jiang Siming will directly thunder and start over, otherwise his rate of eating chicken will be even more terrifying. Among them, there are 11 with more than 30 kills and 7 with more than 20 kills. And Jiang Siming's score has risen to a terrifying 4,500 points. On the Asian server rankings, Jiang Siming topped the list. First place. Ming. Score, 4,500. KDA, 19.4. Total number of games, 103. Number of chickens, 38. Chicken eating rate, 36%. Second place. 4M_GodC. Score, 4,200. Third place. OMG_LionKK. Jiang Siming surpassed the second-placed Great God and the third-placed Little Lion and reached the top of the Asian server. It only took him 12 hours to complete this feat. At the moment when he reached the top, the number of people in Jiang Siming's live room reached the peak level, a full 600W+. The popularity is as high as 3,500W+. This data is almost comparable to the two sharks, the Big Macaque and PDD. 6 million viewers came and squeezed in Jiang Siming's live broadcast room to discuss the miracle that Jiang Siming had accomplished. The Shark executive Sun Yukai smiled, and the Shark's PUBG section hasn't been as prominent as it is today. Count the gifts given by the audience today, worth 1.98 million soft sister coins. At present, the level of the live broadcast room has reached level 65, and the next level requires 150,000 soft sister coins. A fan card of 26,850 yuan has been born in the live broadcast room, which means that 26,000 users have paid at least 7 yuan for gifts. The current live broadcast industry is no better than before. Nowadays, most of the audience watching live broadcasts are more sensible and will not blindly brush gifts. Unless the effect of the live broadcast really satisfies the audience. Now, today, the effect of Jiang Siming's live broadcast has convinced a large number of viewers, and nearly 30,000 fan cards have been born. At present, the popularity of Shark's live broadcast room can be brushed up by local tyrant gifts, but the fan card cannot be brushed. This is the data that can best see the anchor's true popularity. It is almost impossible to fake it, unless you are crazy and misappropriate. Register an account with someone else's ID card, and then charge 7 yuan for each account to apply for a card. Not to mention the huge cost and engineering, it is also thankless, because the fan card will be lost if you don't spend a period of time with gifts. This also completely eliminates the possibility of fraudulent use of fan cards. The record for Shark's highest increase in fan cards was on the day when PDD was rebroadcast, and it increased by 500,000 cards a day. But most of that was because of the super high popularity that PDD had accumulated in the past. In addition to his crazy lottery draw, I strengthened a large number of local tyrants and rich people to join in. But Jiang Siming didn't do anything, he didn't draw any prizes, he was a little newcomer, and he had no local tyrant friends. However, it can increase nearly 30,000 fan cards in a day, which makes the Shark executives feel incredible. Okay, the task is completed ahead of schedule. I should go to bed too. I am a little tired after a day of work. Jiang Siming said with a lazy waste. Of course the audience is reluctant. Don't, the live broadcast room is so popular now, keep on broadcasting. Myojin didn't have any live broadcast experience at first glance. Now that the popularity is at its peak, continue to live. Fight 2 more. Not long after I came here, I didn't see any violent massacres, they said. Myojin, take me and Tuan, the two of them have been thinking about you. Yeah, the little girl Dalai has been falling into a box, and she's about to be beaten and shut down. Seeing everyone barraged to stay, Jiang Siming is not the kind of unsympathetic anchor. It just so happened that the first few chickens were filled with the fragments of guitar proficiency, plus Jiang Siming's singing talent. Jiang Siming intends to give everyone a song, which is regarded as today's download program. Today I played the game for too long. Now my brain is a little dizzy, so I stopped playing the game. I went to my roommate to borrow a guitar and sing a song for everyone. What do you think? He doesn't have a guitar, but Wang Sini does. He intends to borrow it and use it. In fact, Jiang Siming also wanted to experiment with these two new skills he had acquired, but he had never used them. Myojin still plays the guitar. I'll go. Do you want so many talents? Can we men live? Agree. Ming's big voice is so good, and singing must be great. You still play the guitar. It's not just an entry level, right? Don't be ashamed. I'll tell the old woman, she will definitely be happy to come and see. Hearing that most of the audience agreed, Jiang Siming got up and temporarily left the live broadcast. When I came to Wang Sini's room, the light was still on. Jiang Siming knocked on the door. Sini, are you asleep? Senior brother, is there something going on so late? Wang Sini was a little strange and nervous. She didn't know what Jiang Siming would do with herself so late. Oh, I'm live streaming, I want to borrow your guitar for a while, okay? Don't worry, I will play very quietly. Jiang Siming had already told Wang Sini about becoming an anchor. After a while, the door opened. Wang Sini in cartoon pajamas walked out holding the guitar and handed the guitar to Jiang Siming. Brother, do you still play the guitar? Jiang Siming took the guitar and smiled and said, I know a little bit. I plan to sing a song and it will be broadcast. Don't worry, I'll get it done soon. Can I listen to it? Don't worry, I will definitely not make any sound right there. Wang Sini was very curious about Jiang Siming's guitar skills. Okay, you can come here without getting bored. Jiang Siming agreed happily. Back to her room, behind her was Wang Sini who looked around like a curious baby. Watching Jiang Siming sit in front of the live camera, Wang Sini stood at the door, staying far away, watching curiously without saying a word. Jiang Siming, who was in his seat, waited a long time for the live broadcast room, and moved the microphone position closer. The position of the camera is also aimed at his hands and guitar. At this moment, the little sister and Tuanchuan have been guarding the live broadcast room. Brother Ming wants to sing, how can they miss it? Chapter 34 Crazy Reward 034, Crazy Reward. At this time, in a villa in a wealthy area of Shanghai, Zhao Xian, who had just handled company affairs, went to take a look at her daughter's bedroom. After seeing her daughter fall asleep, she went back to her bedroom, lying on the chuang and planning to sleep. But she was not drowsy and planned to watch the live broadcast of her company's platform, so she would check the room. If there was a violation of the live broadcast, she would not mind driving the TA live room crazy on the spot. The top 10 popular live broadcast rooms should still be the same. Zhao Xian thought about starting the live broadcast, and found that the top 10 popular anchors were all familiar old faces. But after a dazzling glance, she discovered that there was an unfamiliar live broadcast room, and the popularity occupies the 5th place. She has never seen this in this live broadcast room. Could it be that the female anchor in which Beauty District has met the big local tyrants again, with more than 20 million popularity, so high? In doubt, click to open this live room, and the anchor's name will let Zhao Xian understand. Isn't this the new boy anchor who signed today? Why was the popularity so high on the first day? Is it brushed? Zhao Xian immediately clicked on the data to view, and was surprised to find that the data inside were normal. More curious, she decided to stay in the live broadcast room for a while to see the situation. Okay, everything is ready. I want to sing. If I don't sing well, I will give some face. Don't boo me. As soon as Jiang Siming finished speaking, his slender fingertips moved on the guitar strings. The clear guitar sound reverberated like a spring water ding-dong in a quiet night. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room became quiet instantly. The rhythm changes from low to light, then to a touch of sadness. The sound of the piano is clean, pure and natural, like a breeze blowing on your face and the setting sun on your face. The audience was immersed in the sound and melody of the piano. Wang Xini, who stood at the door and listened quietly, was shocked. Experts know if there is any. As soon as Jiang Ximing raised her hand, she noticed the clue. This guitar level is definitely not like Jiang Ximing said, only a little bit. Senior brother is too humble, this kind of guitar level is better than my teacher. After the melody played for a while, Jiang Ximing's voice rang from the live microphone. The rain stopped outside the window. The light in the room is still on. Count your indifference. Playing with loneliness. I'm thirsty before calling. The night I stayed up for you was cold. All the sheep ran away. 1-2. Laugh at me and laugh at my ears. It was cleaner than the sound of the piano, and the purely magnetic voice like the snowflakes of the Tian Shan mountains, just so, abrupt, break into everyone's ears. With sadness in the deep, like a wind and frost, he tells his story before the campfire. Everyone who was listening could hardly bear the baptism of this voice, falling down, one by one, raising their hands to surrender. Not only is the voice offensive, even the song sung also makes the audience feel unfamiliar and pleasant. Apart from enjoyment, there is only one thought in everyone's mind: what song is this? Why never heard of it? The Hai Chao part of the song came soon after. After a long time I finally want to look up. You walk so slowly on the other side. Let me be alone in the dilemma between fake dormancy and reality. After a long time, finally I want to look up. You are waiting for me to be brave. You are still mine, you see. The sad melody and the sentimental lyrics completely sang the full charm of this song. The audience couldn't prevent it and was completely fascinated by this song. In Jiang Ximing's memory, Walking Horse was a very popular song at that time, and it was written by Chen Li. It's just that I don't know why, this song disappeared out of thin air since the singing talent was assembled. Jiang Ximing wanted to hear it a few days ago, but he couldn't find it after searching the entire network. More than that, there are many niche and nice songs, and even Su's song, who Jiang Ximing used to particularly like, was not found. Those songs are not even a capital. Slowly Jiang Ximing also understood some of the mysteries, which seemed to be related to the thunder and lightning. Since the song did not appear, Jiang Ximing said he was welcome. It would be foolish if he didn't accept the gift from heaven. The green tea is just twitching. Come, then accept it. Nothing to be polite. It's just that Jiang Ximing's hobby is not here, so he just wants to sing 2 songs when he is fine, purely for entertainment. But with such a hand, he could not stop millions of viewers. Mom, I'm really in love, online dating. Confession Jiang Ximing. Oh my god, this singing skill and voice are more than enough to be a singer. What else do you do live broadcast? I was not interested in the anchor who came to see that they were playing games. With your hand, how can I return to other live broadcast rooms in the future? What's the name of this song? It's so nice, I'm going to search it, and it will be played on a loop all night tonight. There is no such song, it's not original by the anchor, right? That's too beautiful. From now on, fans +1. Because of this song, Jiang Ximing's live broadcast room exploded on the Shark platform in the early morning. The number of people in the live broadcast room went from 600W+ to 900W+ in one breath, and squeezed the second-placed Malaysian monkey to become the second-ranked anchor this week. The gifts from the audience were not stingy, and they went crazy. Smile Bald Donkey, The Emperor Rewards, Ming, Live Room Super Rocket X20. Laughing Bald Donkey, I just broke up with my girlfriend, it was too much to cry to me at night, but thank you, the song is really nice, I will live here in the future. Unintentional sleep, the emperor rewards. Fu Fuyun, the king's reward. He Hualin, duke's reward. Jiang Ximing never expected that a song would cause so many nobles to bubbling and like. The number of his fan cards has soared from 26,000 to 31,000. The 65-level live broadcast room itself rushed to level 70. The grade from purple has changed to crimson, which is very beautiful. After singing a song, Jiang Ximing thanked everyone one by one. I wrote this song by myself, and there is no official version yet, so there is no demo version on the internet. Friends who like it can click a wave of attention, and I will sing it for everyone in the future. Just finished talking, another super award appeared. Shark, Xian users can activate Emperor in the live broadcast room of Ming. Shark, Xian, the Emperor rewarded, Ming, S live room spacecraft, 5000 RMB/ship, X100. Shark, Xian, Emperor, what is the name of this song? 100 spaceships. This is 500,000 renminbi. Trench in humanity. With a gift of 500,000, Jiang Ximing's live broadcast room level reached 2.5 levels, 7***. The Shark executives who were watching Jiang Ximing's live broadcast were shocked when they saw this ID. Isn't this the ID of the general manager? The general manager has given this kid a gift. What kind of luck has this kid gone? PDD returned to the general manager without giving a gift. Let alone open the emperor in his live broadcast room. Chapter 35 Unique Skills, Light Speed Downcast. 035, Unique Skills, Speed of Light Downcast. Thank you for your reward, and thank you for your gifts. This song is called, Walking the Horse. To express my gratitude, I will perform a show for you again. I am new to learn the best skills. The audience looked forward to what Jiang Ximing said. What unique skill? Should you sing? I want to hear Walking Horse again. Sure enough, it's an original song, Nyobai Nyobai. What is a unique skill? We can't agree without the excitement of Walking Horse. My husband, you are my husband. More than 9 million viewers stared at the live broadcast room expectantly, wanting to see what Jiang Ximing's unique skill is. But suddenly, the live room went black. Only then did everyone woke up and was given a routine by Jiang Ximing. Damn! You learned it on the first day of broadcasting at the speed of light. My husband, you're bad, small fist punches you in the chest, hum. More than 9 million people online actually download. Really capricious. Myojin, do your family know that you are so skinny? Myojin. Give me rough. Can I still sleep tonight if you leave like this? Please, let me listen to Walking Horse again. But no matter what the audience shouted, Jiang Ximing didn't show up again. He just posted a barrage saying that he was too tired today and will continue tomorrow. The persevering viewers can only give up, and they clicked on the wave before leaving. As long as Jiang Ximing starts broadcasting tomorrow, they will receive the news. Jiang Ximing got up from his seat and stretched out a little tiredly. After the live broadcast for a day, he was really tired. Brother, I didn't expect you to be a major anchor. Wang Sini, who had been at the door, saw Jiang Ximing close the broadcast before speaking. It just started broadcasting today, and there are more people coming. Jiang Ximing humbled. Wang Sini didn't entangle this, but turned the topic to the song Walking Horse. Music is what she is most interested in. Senior brother, did you really write this song Walking Horse? Jiang Ximing nodded very calmly, his conscience was very easy, and he was not guilty at all. God made such an arrangement, blame me. Brother, in the future, can you teach me composition when you have time? I want to write songs, but I am too stupid to write. Wang Sini pitifully asked Jiang Ximing for help. I'm writing nonsense too, and I can't get on the stage. Wang Sini shook her head violently and said, No, brother, your music skills are better than our teacher, so you can teach me, okay, well, the big deal is that I will cook for you every day, how about? Hey, let me consider this condition. Jiang Ximing said happily. When there was a play, Wang Xini was so happy, she immediately made persistent efforts, ran to Jiang Ximing, took his arm, and started acting like a little woman. Senior brother, my good brother, please. This is a bad thing. It is the summer season, both of them are covered by a single coat. Wang Xini, who was about to go to bed, only wore a pajama, not even XZ in it. With his arms around Jiang Ximing's arms, how could Lao Jiang withstand the physical contact between the two? Coupled with the two young people getting along these days, Lang is interested in concubine. Hold the other party in your arms. Push it. Wang Xini's weak and boneless body was stunned. The sudden change shocked Wang Xini. Just about to scream, she realized that Jiang Ximing's face was only a few centimeters away from her. A handsome face, deep eyes, a good-smelling man's breath, strong arms. All these made Wang Xini like a frightened deer, unable to find her direction. Knowing what TX brother me will end in the middle of the night. Jiang Ximing's light voice rang in Wang Xini's ears. I didn't say a word, don't be silent. The body that has been modified by primary genetic medicine does not seem to have any resistance to this aspect, just a little bit. The two didn't communicate much before, and it was not long before they got along, and they had never communicated so close. You said that in the middle of the night, a girl who is so pure and lovely ran over to pick you up close, who can stand it? It was dawn the next day. Opening his eyes, Jiang Ximing found that he was sleeping in an unfamiliar room, which was full of good-smelling female scents, a light fragrance. And in his arms, a lazy and tired kitty was sleeping. Thinking of the madness last night, Jiang Ximing couldn't help but laugh. Why was he so unsure? As if feeling something, Wang Xini opened her eyes. The original clear eyes were also peach-like drunk and beautiful because of Jiang Ximing's enze last night. Wake up. Jiang Ximing asked with a smile. Wang Xini blushed, buried her head in the pillow, and couldn't help but get out of the pillow and switch to Jiang Ximing's arms. Brother, I like you. This is Wang Xini's late confession. She wanted to say it last night, but it was too exciting and Jiang Ximing did not give her this affectionate opportunity. From now on, you are my Jiang family. Wang Xini responded like a mosquito. Jiang Ximing looked at the Karen in front of him, and was impulsive again. Pain. Brother. Fortunately, Wang Xini's words made Jiang Ximing clearer, and he just remembered that he had been too cruel to this first girl last night. The chuang slip that was thrown on the ground last night and stained with blood is still there, which also calmed the fire in Jiang Ximing's heart completely. You sleep a little longer, I'll go get you early. Jiang Ximing said softly. Well, thank you brother, Wang Xini responded sweetly, with a sense of happiness. Jiang Ximing got up and got it early, and Wang Xini also recovered a bit, not so painful. However, after Jiang Ximing entered the house, he found that the C-slip on the ground was missing. Eat early, Wang Xini went to class. Although it is still a little uncomfortable, it is not a major problem. On the contrary, happiness far exceeds the current physical pain, and she doesn't care about this pain at all. With nothing to do for the time being, Jiang Ximing started to study the Audi RS7 that was gathered yesterday. This will be the first car in his life. Use fragments. Jiang Ximing said silently in his heart. Successful use, the parking lot of the community has been placed. In Jiang Ximing's hand, there is an exquisite and cool black car key with 4 circles of Audi's Peugeot on it. After getting dressed, Jiang Ximing quickly went downstairs to the parking lot of the community. After pressing the car key, a nice car sound rang in the center of the parking lot. Jiang Ximing ran over and saw that among a bunch of ordinary cars with a maximum of 1 million, a particularly conspicuous black cheetah was lying there quietly. A strong sense of impact hits the face, like a beast in the dark, the black honeycomb front grille makes the front face of this car extremely aggressive. The black carbon fiber style front surround, front lip, wind knife, and side skirts show that this is not an ordinary coupe or two, but a violent beast of pure Austrian origin. Chapter 36 Audi 7 Rupees 036, Audi RS7. Jiang Ximing fell in love with this car at a glance, and seemed to be sure that it was his own car. He pressed the key again, and the beep sound made him completely relieved. My buddy, your car costs more than 300,000 yuan, right? A middle-aged man who drove a Crown to park the car nonchalantly asked Jiang Ximing. Jiang Ximing ignored him, walked over by himself and opened the door. The interior of the car is luxurious and low-key. Sitting on the main driver, the ergonomic fiber leather seat makes people feel very comfortable. The co-pilot next to him also placed a series of certificates such as a motor vehicle registration certificate, a vehicle purchase invoice, and a vehicle maintenance card. These documents are all Jiang Ximing's name. Jiang Ximing thought of something, and hurried out of the car to see that his car still had a license plate. Shanghai A00008. This license plate was also presented by the Golden Shard. At first, Jiang Ximing was worried that the car would not be found to be a black car or a smuggling car without any proof. Now it can be considered relieved, this fragment is too considerate, everything has been taken care of. After completely relieved, Jiang Ximing returned to the car and couldn't wait to start. The car slowly drove out of the community and then drove onto the road, attracting the attention of many pedestrians and drivers. Although this car is not as expensive as those luxury cars, its appearance is definitely not lost to any sports car under 5 million. Besides, this car belongs to the coupe series, and its performance of only 1.2 seconds to 100 meters is no worse than those 5 million sports cars. It's just that Jiang Ximing is not addicted to driving too much in the city. In order to feel the real speed and performance of this car, Jiang Ximing drove it to high speed. As soon as he got on the high speed, Jiang Ximing stepped on the accelerator. With the roar of engine gone, this car is like Jiang Ximing's 98k Bullet, speeding on the highway. In less than 2 seconds, the speed has exceeded 130 yards, and in 2 seconds, the speed has been pulled to 180. The excitement brought by the speed made Jiang Ximing's blood boil. As soon as the speed came up, Jiang Ximing felt a push back, so he didn't need to be nervous at all. Driving from Shanghai to Kunshan and back from Kunshan, Jiang Ximing only took 1.5 hours. I have been driving outside for more than 3 hours. Jiang Ximing, who had been addicted, checked the time, and Wang Xini was about to get out of class. She has only morning classes today, and promised to pick her up home. Jiang Ximing drove off to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The roar of the car attracted many students in front of the school. Although in this place of Shanghai, luxury cars abound. But Jiang Ximing's appearance is really good. Jiang Ximing stopped not far from the school gate, ready to wait for Wang Xini to come out. After sitting in the car for a long time, Jiang Ximing got out of the car, leaned against the door, and swallowed a cloud of smoke. Jiang Ximing hasn't discovered how lethal his appearance is. The eyes of the schoolgirls passing by were straight. Look, look, there's a super handsome guy. What to do, my heartbeat is so fast. This handsome guy smokes so stylishly, I'm a little dizzy, help me. Jiang Ximing, who has long been out of society at the age of 24, is dressed in mature clothes, young and attractive, with luxury cars nearby. For women, especially female students who have not yet entered the society, the lethality is like a mortar, wherever it goes, there is no grass. Some people want to call WeChat, some are screaming, some want to come and ask for directions, and some even take pictures and videos of Jiang Ximing. In short, after smoking a cigarette, Jiang Ximing made the girls at the entrance of the Conservatory of Music feel happy. Hey, they are all ordinary goods, not in my eyes. Jiang Ximing sighed. Just thinking about it, Jiang Ximing walked in front of him. The face is exquisite, the skin is better than snow, and a pair of peach blossom eyes can see through the autumn water. Wearing a red V-neck lace knitted dress, the size of the V-neck is just right. It doesn't go out, but it reveals the white neck, which looks fashionable and sexy. Makeup is the second-day drunk makeup of the 2016 meeting, and the red lips are charming. This girl made Jiang Ximing think of Zhao Xian. But her face is better than Zhao Xian, but her temperament is not. Even if the dress is gone, and the makeup looks like a woman, it is still no match for Zhao Xian's natural mature charm and strong female popularity. In short, each has its own merits. The girl walked up to Jiang Ximing, her voice soft. Mind if I give you WeChat? Jiang Ximing squeezed out the cigarette that was still burning with his fingers, and accurately bounced it into the trash can nearby. I already have a girlfriend, don't get close to evildoers. Jiang Ximing responded in a melodious voice. Pooh. The girl laughed, but her eyes brightened. She had never heard such a nice voice. You are unmarried, why not? The girl counterattacked without showing weakness. Jiang Ximing was funny, staring at the girl, and smirked. You can send me WeChat, but leave a kiss, dare you? The girl looked at Jiang Ximing for a few seconds, and finally stepped forward boldly, and licked Jiang Ximing's face with her tiptoe. At this moment, the boys at the gate of the school were wailing, and their school took the initiative to post other men. As long as it is said and done, give me the phone. The girl smiled like a flower. Although she was calm, the blush on her face revealed something. Jiang Ximing really didn't expect the girl to come, so he took out the phone. The other party added Jiang Ximing's WeChat, compared with a victorious V, said goodbye to Jiang Ximing, and left. Jiang Ximing glanced at the newly added friend on WeChat, named Jiang Lan. He didn't care too much. Jiang Ximing wiped off the slight lipstick mark on his face, and continued to wait casually. Not long after, Wang Xini walked out of the school after class. Seeing Jiang Ximing wave himself, the smile on Wang Xini's face was like a blooming flower. Immediately trotting to Jiang Ximing's side, a little bird entered the forest and threw into Jiang Ximing's arms. I just picked up a perfect goddess school flower, and then abducted a first love of all boys in the school. Regardless of the killing gazes of the boys around, Jiang Ximing drove away with Wang Xini. The two drove back to the community and went to the community supermarket to buy a lot of vegetables. After arriving home, Wang Xini made a sumptuous lunch. Lotus root soup, saliva chicken, stuffy lion head, plus 2 vegetarian dishes. It was so rich that Jiang Ximing's mouth watered, and he was satisfied after eating nearly 4 bowls of rice. Wang Xini was so happy to see Jiang Ximing like eating what she made. In the afternoon, Jiang Ximing needed a live broadcast, so Wang Xini obediently returned to her room without disturbing him. After a night of fermentation. The video of Walking Horse sang by Jiang Ximing last night went wild on the internet. Many netizens fell in love with this song after listening to it. But because there is no demo version, it can only be watched by video. This still did not slow down the enthusiasm of a large number of netizens. In addition, Jiang Ximing rushed to the top of the Asian server last night, with more than 20 chickens. Many up-owners took the initiative to edit the scenes of Jiang Ximing's violent killing. Especially in the last one, the duel with the top masters of OMG Shanghai is even more exciting. Chapter 37 Popularity is rising. 037, High Popularity. There is 1 hour left before Jiang Ximing's broadcast time at 3 p.m. The 99999 live broadcast room is already overcrowded, with more than 1 million people online, and it is still rising. I came here especially for the online video, Walking Horse. Watching the killing video at Station B, it's like a livestock, I'm here to verify it. Open the door. I want to listen to songs. Let's start killing, Myojin, I want to see you kill and wear Asian clothes. Husband, when will it be broadcast? Hey. Such a talented husband belongs to me. The popularity is soaring, and it's hot for a long time. Jiang Siming's live broadcast room seems to have the potential to become the third brother. According to this popularity, in addition to the veteran anchor PDD and Mahu, Jiang Siming is likely to become the third brother of the shark. Many old anchors are jealous of Jiang Siming's popularity and think that the other party is cheating, but after reporting, they only answered them one sentence: "He is okay, you are small-minded." It was almost 3 o'clock before Jiang Siming got over the car addiction and went home to open the live broadcast. When the broadcast started, Jiang Siming was a little dumbfounded. What happened? Why are so many people? Number of people online, 354,5129, about 3.5 million. Popularity value, 878,7544, about 8.5 million. Jiang Siming was bewildered by this data. When it first aired yesterday, the number of people was only a few 100,000, and the popularity was only 1 million. Today's launch data is a bit scary, ale. It's so lively today. Good afternoon everyone. Jiang Siming greeted the audience into the microphone. Finally it started. You were a full minute late. Myojin, you are floating, you are 50 seconds late, so you can pay us a song, Walking Horse. Coming specifically for Walking Horse. If you come to learn technology from Station B, will the anchor accept apprentices? Husband, you can count, the slave family has been waiting for you for a long time. I watched the barrage. Many people came for Walking Horse, but I am not a live music studio. What should I do? Jiang Siming's cry of mourning made the audience amused, and they all said that they would let you off after singing a song. But knowing that what is not eaten is the most fragrant truth, how could Jiang Siming agree so easily? Well, I'll sing a song for everyone before I download it. Isn't it all right? After that, regardless of the opinions of the audience, Jiang Siming was so proud when he landed in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. The big anchor must have this kind of momentum. Well, I learned pretty well, very similar. Yesterday when I used Douyin, I found a video saying that Win 94 is the weakest gun, and a lot of garbage was said. Today I will play Win 94 to prove it. After Jiang Siming finished speaking, he replaced the desert map and started the game. The audience who came to listen to the song wanted to come back tonight, but when they heard Jiang Siming's words, they all stayed there and wanted to watch it for a while. Win 94 is very weak, anyway, I never use this gun. You can't install a magnifier, you can only rely on the machine to aim, it is too difficult to play. Myojin doesn't want to eat chicken with this gun, right? If you can use Win 94 to eat chicken globally, 5 rockets will not be much BB. I believe in Big Ming. The lively barrage of the audience, both believers and unbelievers. Unlike yesterday, when he said that he was number 1 in the Asian server one day, it was all about Jiang Siming's dream. Entering the vast desert map, Jiang Siming aimed at the most chaotic point Picardo City in the desert map. This is a paradise for desert thugs. Like Sano's autistic city and the island's airport, it is an violent city. Jiang Siming chooses to jump in the most terrible boxing arena. Although there is a risk of not being able to find Win 94, Jiang Siming parachuting is much faster than others. Even if he can't find it, he can still run. As soon as the parachute was closed, Jiang Siming fell into the 3rd floor of the boxing arena. Many people were still flying in the sky at this time. Jiang Siming glanced at the 3-story building. Although there were a lot of guns, he didn't have what he wanted. Even in the face of the temptation of AK, M416 and even a 98K, Jiang Siming ignored it and said yes, only Win 94. After the 2nd floor, unfortunately there is still no. At this time other players have also arrived on the 3rd floor to pick up guns. The audience was anxious for Jiang Siming. How about picking up a gun and doing it first? Let's pick up a gun and kill someone first. You can change it when you see Win 94. You will die if you don't pick up a gun, don't be persistent. I beg you to be a man, I have heard the steps downstairs. Jiang Siming walked around on the 2nd floor and still didn't. He continued to run downstairs. Someone behind him was already listening to his footsteps. Finally, Huang Tian paid off, and Jiang Siming saw the gun in a lounge on the first floor. Pick up the gun and reload, the reloading speed is still very slow. There was a sound of loading, which made the audience panic. It just so happened that just after the bullet was loaded, the player that was found had already arrived with a gun, still a big spray. When he saw Jiang Siming and saw Win 94 in his hand, the man smiled, and his face appeared with confidence. Lifting the thick black barrel, I want to give Jiang Siming a double spray package. But Jiang Siming raised his gun calmly and pulled the trigger. Win 94's nice bullet sound, like a dull torpedo. But in the dullness, it contains the powerful power that it has suppressed for a long time. The bullet passed through his head, and the player holding the sprayer fell to the ground unwillingly. A white light of surprise lit up in the box. Pick up, Shotgun Mastery, Fragments *1, 1/1, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. With good game skills, Jiang Siming accepted the fragments, turned around and rushed to the second floor with a gun. With only a Win 94 in his hand, he walked out of an imposing manor full of magical outfits. On the second floor, 3 players were shooting guns. One of them couldn't resist the attack of 2 people and wanted to escape. He was snatched by Jiang Siming with a Kobe shot. Among them, the player who could have won the head was very annoyed. The AK in his hand was aimed at Jiang Siming, and he wanted to sieve Jiang Siming. You know that Jiang Siming is playing a large size. The Asian server with 4,500 points is the first. The people he matches are all the top-notch people in each section. Players with AK are also well-known technical anchors for YY live broadcast. He just ate a handful of chickens, and his live broadcast room is booming, with hundreds of thousands of viewers staring at him. Snatch the head, right? I let you die in a rhythm. Raise a gun while shooting. The anchor's pressure gun level is also good. It stands to reason that Jiang Siming, who is exposed to the whole body without a cover, is mortal. But Jiang Siming managed to avoid the deadly bullet of this shuttle by turning around. Is this a J** thing? Is it an orphan of Sima? The little anchor came casually, and adjusted the gun to find the place. Adjusted the muzzle and successfully found Jiang Siming, but from the small anchor's magnifier, that figure that seemed to be something in his pocket, he was lifting up the white Win 94 in his hand that seemed harmless. Bang! When the little anchor's eyes went dark, he fell to the ground as a corpse, and the corpse rolled down from the audience. Chapter 38 was sniped by the girl. 038, sniped by a girl. I'll him. Is this him eating shit? I him. The little anchor slammed the keyboard angrily and yelled, but the audience in the live broadcast room did not agree with him. Did you see this ID? Stupid anchor. The other party is, Ming, don't you know me? New Asian server first. But the little anchor turned on deaf ears and continued to spurt. The first J** in the Asian suit, a dog, the first Asian suit who opened up the game, go to him. This behavior completely dissatisfied the audience in his live broadcast room. If you don't understand it, just spit it out. This kind of anchor is really disgusting. I went to the shark to see Myojin, and it was just a blow. When you meet a master, say it's hanging up. Is it so difficult to admit that others are strong? If someone else is a suspect, please come up with evidence. Both the Great and the Little Lion said it was not a failure. The monitoring station said it was okay. Are you more professional than them? I liked you quite a bit, but I didn't expect you to be such a virtuous person. Take the pass and goodbye. The number of online users in the live broadcast room, which originally had hundreds of thousands, plummeted to a few tens of thousands. These tens of thousands of viewers still cursed him in large numbers. After watching the live broadcast for a few months, the attention that has been accumulated after a few months is lost in less than a minute. The little anchor is completely dumbfounded. Jiang Siming didn't know this. Even if he knew him, he would just treat this kind of person as an ass. Just solved this little anchor, the third player who had been hiding at the top of the stairs to beat the blood to recover. A head came out gloomily from the stairs, wanting to launch a sneak attack. But Jiang Siming, who had been paying attention to him, could do what he wanted. As soon as his head came out, Jiang Siming turned around and took a shot without turning on the sights. The man fell on the stairs with a face of astonishment. The audience sounded a silly trough. Win 94 can also snipe. Win 94's damage is actually very high, equivalent to 98k, and it has a hidden attribute. You don't know that its damage can be superimposed. As long as you hit the first shot, the second shot's damage will increase a bit, so as long as if you can hit it, even if you only hit the opponent's armor, 3 shots are mortal. The murder room does not forget to popularize science to the audience. Touch the opponent's A and medicine to clear the second floor, and continue to the third floor. Coming out of the boxing gym all the time, Jiang Siming had 7 kills. It was mainly because he couldn't find the gun when he landed, and he couldn't shoot the birds. When he came over, many people had already died. At this time, Jiang Siming is carrying 2 Win 94s on his back, and they are all equipped with bullet bags, so the speed of loading bullets will be greatly improved. On the top floor of the red building of the boxing stadium hotel, a player who had been in ambush for a long time raised his gun frantically at Jiang Siming. The level of high segment is really high. This person is stuck in the corner of a window, only revealing a very small head. And the opponent's marksmanship is very good, 3 shots even on Jiang Siming's body. Jiang Siming, who was in the 2nd grade, couldn't hold it very quickly, and his blood volume dropped. If you encounter this kind of person, don't panic, don't just run away, just like me, first twist the angle to hide the bullet, and when he needs to adjust the direction, turn around and fight back. After speaking, Jiang Siming has completed the above operating instructions, and shot the enemy above him with a headshot. 6666, in the live broadcast room is endless. Watching Jiang Siming's game live is like watching a killer highlights show. It's just that it is difficult for others to perform a collection-level operation, but Jiang Siming can see it almost every moment, as long as he sees the enemy. Jiang Siming hides in the corner to fight medicine for the guy who solves the people upstairs. At this time, a blonde girl drove in from outside the city, and the direction was Jiang Siming. Thinking that an enemy was coming, Jiang Siming just wanted to raise his gun. But the other party honked frantically, and the puzzled Jiang Siming turned on all the voices. Myojin, don't hit me, I am your fan. Jiang Siming was happy, but he didn't expect to meet a water friend, and she was still a girl water friend. Of course Shueyu didn't kill him. Putting away his gun, Jiang Siming smiled and said to him, "Sister, how did you get to me?" "Sniper, I will drive when you open it," the girl replied. "Well, did you come to me to give me equipment?" "Thank you." Jiang Siming smiled kindly and pleasedly. "No, I'm here to challenge you." The girl answered straightforwardly. Jiang Siming was choked and could only cover up his embarrassment with a dry cough. The audience in the live room was happy. "Myojin, are you my breeder?" "Shueyu, no, I'm here to beat you." It's so embarrassing, the anchor doesn't want face. Is this girl so funny, challenging the Ming boss? Haha, Ming Dashin coughed, and I must be MMP in my heart. Jiang Siming was also very helpless. The first time he met a female fan of water friends, he actually came to kick the hall. "Well, what do you want to compare with me? You can use whatever gun you want, and I will use the Win 94 in my hand." But the girl did not agree. "I want to fist with you." "Just kidding, fight with Jiang Siming." Xiao Hai Weishan couldn't do it, she was not so stupid. "Then fist, this is very spiritual. No one will practice this thing specifically, right? If you are lucky enough to kill Jiang Siming, then you have to blow." "Are you sure?" Jiang Siming showed a meaningful smile. He has the skill, fist proficiency, and has never used it. Yes, we are in the boxing gym, and you are not allowed to wear head armor. You must hit full blood first. The sister said. No, this bit of blood is enough, just let me give you 2 punches first. Jiang Siming said openly. The girl was also welcome, and the two entered the ring of the boxing gym. This girl thought I only had a gun to play with, but he didn't know that I had another identity, Jedi Mike Tyson. The audience obviously didn't believe this sentence. Blow, then blow. Myojin is so handsome as well. Sit down and be slapped in the face by a girl. Waiting to see the anchor being solo killed by friends. It's not too big for the audience to watch the excitement. The girl opposite Jiang Siming also warmly reminded, Myojin, I often play custom boxing matches. I won the first place many times, so be careful. Hey, I also met the female boxer. Okay, I will go all out. Jiang Siming responded with a smile. The boxing match officially begins. The girl began to walk left and right on the ring, squatting from time to time, and punching provocation. It seems that there are so many points of play. Sister, are you performing acrobatics? Jiang Siming asked with a smile. Myojin, this is the Jedi free fight that I invented. You can't do it. The girl said proudly. Okay. Jiang Siming smiled and then asked the audience seriously. Such a cute girl. She should cry for a long time if I punch it down. The audience laughed. Does this sound human? Cute girl, do you want to punch others? Lao Jiang, are you floating? After speaking, Jiang Siming rushed towards the girl, leaped high in the air, and struck out with a punch. While swinging his fist, Jiang Siming also cried out in a weird way, Pegasus Meteor Fist. The girl wanted to walk away, but Jiang Siming accurately predicted the position and punched her head. With a heavy punch, the girl was knocked out by a punch. The player, Ming, kills the player, Kaz, with his fist. Before the new book is put on the shelves, it is guaranteed 3 times and 4 times after it is put on the shelves. Dear brothers, please vote for the Flower Monthly and evaluation votes in your hands once a day. Sake needs these grades very much, and the grades are too bad. I will pay attention to this book, and it will be tears. Chapter 39 Tears the Water Friend. 039, Tearing a Water Friend. Seeing the girl fall in a pool of blood, the audience was sympathetic and funny. Sister, my boxing champion. Myojin, oh. Ha 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 ha, my belly is almost bursting with laughter. Shueyu, 1, black powder +1. The girl is dumbfounded, am I not the champion? It's too much. All the girls are killed. It's really awful. Jiang Siming smiled embarrassedly, and said to the corpse sister Shueyu, I'm sorry, my fist is too strong and confiscated. Who would have thought that the girl suddenly cried? Wow Myojin, you bully me. This, I can't do it if I was wrong, what do you think of me, as long as you bring it up, but it's not excessive, I will promise you. Really? Well, really. Then I want you to tease me in the softest voice, okay? This, no problem. After agreeing, the girl didn't cry anymore, waiting for Jiang Siming to tease her expectantly. Don't have that kind of local love, I like to listen to art. The requirements are still so high, shut your mouth if you want to listen. Jiang Siming pretended to be angered, and the other party smiled and stopped talking. The audience are also very curious about what Jiang Siming will say, will Myojin tease his sister? Isn't it a straight man of steel? After clearing his throat a little bit, Jiang Siming's tone became serious. The audience couldn't stand his seriousness, especially the female audience, who couldn't help but clamp their legs. Do you know? Like you, I probably gave up 1,000 times in my heart. As long as you look back once, I will rekindle the hope of loving you. Even if the catastrophe is over, even if the love is deep in the bones, I will treat you as before, and the years are the same. I really want to accompany you to cook snow and tea, by Tianya, thousands of lights, the moon falls home. After reading in one breath, Jiang Siming found that the live broadcast room was silent. Afterwards, the cry of the Shuiyu girl sounded again. Compared with the pretended cry last time, this time she sobbed softly, really crying. Myojin, thank you, this is the best love word I have ever heard, thank you, I'm off, goodbye. After all, the female water friend no longer has a voice. Myojin, you made all the girls cry. I am a Buddha, this set of love words is 10,000 times stronger than those love words that are too dirty. Remember it, and save it for confession later. Such a nice voice, coupled with such a nice love story, is too powerful for our girls. Hey, cry me too, Myojin villain, I'm going to snipe you too, let you talk about love to me. Jiang Siming never thought it would be like this. Is it the first time this girl has heard this kind of literary love story? It's too easy to get it done. I don't want to think about it, turn off all voices, and Jiang Siming comes out of the boxing ring and moves on. The two Win 94s once again re-emerged, and they lost a lot of time in the friendly exchange with water friends. The drug circle at this time is already the fourth to last wave, and the safe zone is no longer in Picardo. The circle is so small, but the map still shows more than 40 people. This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds without a link. When the external plugin was rampant a year ago, the first poison circle had not been brushed, and there were a dozen or 20 left in the game. It's not dead now. There are still a lot of people in almost every final round. It's too real. However, Jiang Siming was able to meet so many people in the finals because he didn't go to kill and patronizes the PK with friends. Only then can these players survive till now. Before the car entered the circle, Jiang Siming was intercepted by a poisonous player. Even if he did not enter the circle himself, he would not let Jiang Siming in. Jiang Siming pulled up the handbrake in the next second, jumped out of the car, and shot Win 94 in that direction. After the shot was fired, Jiang Siming didn't even look at the man, so he got on the car again and continued to set off, very chic. The player, Ming, used Win 94 to kill the player, Su. The audience is already a little numb, and the word show is really going on all the time in Jiang Siming's live broadcast. Only the new audiences exclaimed, and the old audiences calmed their little emotions just like the older brother and the younger brother. Basic exercise, don't sit all. What a fuss, can you calm down? This is the norm in the Myojin live broadcast room, newcomers should learn something. The old man who has been here for 2 days tells you that you can't make a small run in the live broadcast of Mingxin, otherwise you will miss a wonderful operation if you don't pay attention. Mingxin has been taught, old people, please have tea. As soon as he ran into the circle, Jiang Siming's so conspicuous and arrogant car was beaten by the crowd at various points. The car was about to explode soon, and there was no other choice but to abandon the car and temporarily hide in a gutter to get blood. Jiang Siming's position is very poor, almost as long as he shows up, at least 3 people can see him. Coupled with this kind of top-level game, you will burp if you don't pay attention, and Jiang Siming is not a god. The audience couldn't help worrying about Jiang Siming. Myojin should be dying. This chicken is hopeless. But he can't be blamed, that water friend has delayed his rhythm for too long. Otherwise, with Jiang Siming's killing style, there would never be so many people in the finals at this time, and it would not be reduced to such a bad position. Watching with the audience, there are the 4 AM players in the base club office. Great God took the lead. Several other players were sitting around, and several managers and coaches were also on one side. Their computer broadcasts Jiang Siming's live broadcast. This force is finally going to die. Xiao Xing said happily, the enemy who was destroyed by Jiang Siming's group is still there, this time he can finally be seen dead. People are not dead yet. Great God said silently. I took a look at such a bad location. There are at least 6 people around him, all of whom are in the top segment. It would be too ridiculous to want to survive. Xiao Xing made a very well-founded analysis. Yes, this position is too bad, he still has 2 win 94s, isn't this a joke? Aluka also agreed. Wei Shen turned his gaze to Coach Allor. The middle-aged man with gold wire glasses had been staring at the computer screen, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Dying or not, it's not what we want to see. Coach Allor said. What we want to see is whether he can respond calmly in such an extremely disadvantaged situation, and whether he can have a certain counterattack operation. The manager also nodded when he heard the words, and said, we have watched this person live for 2 days, and we can only watch him go smoothly, occupy favorable terrain in advance, and shoot and kill people. A strong tailwind is not really good. Only in adversity can a person's true professional strength be tested. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, he can only be a passerby anchor player. The coach added. Sharks XDD is a good example. Playing in the passerby mode, the operation is very beautiful, and eating chicken is very simple, but after RNG pulled him into the team to play professionally, it was completely different. He has not yet been able to play the game officially. Why is this? It's because he can't deal with headwinds, and it's easy to impulsively shoot someone to death. After listening, several people stopped talking and watched the live broadcast silently. Chapter 40 Terrible Reaction Speed. 040, Terrible Reaction Speed. Wei Shen is looking forward to Jiang Siming's performance. He wants to win this teammate into his team. Because his sixth sense told him that this person is so strong that he can change T. The location is so bad. 3 people are aiming at me and waiting for my head to show up. If I show up, it's no different than giving someone a head. Jiang Siming is very aware of his situation, has been lying in the ditch without moving, and gave the audience an analysis. At this time, if you really want to become a master, don't panic. Use all the available points you know. For example, the closest location to me is the stone point protruding from the foot of the mountain. He is the one who can get me in my position best, so as long as I seal the smoke bomb to his position, I can temporarily get rid of one of the dangers. But even if you have a lot of smoke bombs, you can't seal the points of the other 2 people, because then you can't know any of their points. As long as you run out of the smoke bombs, you will still be hit. Dead. So, to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, you need to leave an enemy spot that you can kill with confidence. If you are a person with poor skills, I suggest you choose the person on the right side of the slope. He is best to kill. But I chose 98K at the small window in the front of the room. Not much to say, action. A wave of analysis made the audience listen with gusto and made 4 AM Coach Allo's eyes brighter. Jiang Siming's smoke bombs accurately sealed the left and right positions. After the smoke bombs were completely dispersed, Jiang Siming came out of the ditch and ran forward. The 98K player who was not covered by the smoke unceremoniously shot Jiang Siming. But Jiang Siming shot a lot faster than him. He was still aiming, and Jiang Siming's Win 94 had already fired in advance. The bullet passed through the window and hit the opponent's forehead. Damn! Jiang Siming was annoyed, because he didn't notice that the other party was wearing a head. If a shot fails in seconds, Jiang Siming's position is even more dangerous. The smoke bombs have begun to dissipate. Starting from the far left, the player on the edge of the cliff has already seen him, so he raised his gun and shot. The player who was shot at the head wanted to get blood, but saw that Jiang Siming was beaten by others, so he immediately gave up the fight and chose to continue fighting with Jiang Siming. This is the difference between a master and a rookie. When a rookie is beaten, the only thing he thinks about at the first time is to fight drugs, and then he will fight with others after hitting his full state. But the masters will depend on the situation, and they will never take so long to make their situation more dangerous. All of a sudden, facing both sides and beating, no, it is 3 sides. The smoke bomb on the right is also scattered. It was as strong as Jiang Siming and there was no way to be tough. However, Jiang Siming didn't give up on himself, but started to walk in snakeskin, the limit shuttled under the bullet. In the incredible gazes of the people around, Jiang Siming ran out of the point where the three people were pinching, and ran into a pit to get blood and take medicine. This can live. Even the bold friends who watched Jiang Siming's extreme operations for 2 days were completely shocked. In the close siege of the three masters, Jiang Siming can be said to be 10 dead. These three people are definitely not rookies, because each of their bullets is aimed at Jiang Siming with precision. 3 men shot targets at close points, but the opponent escaped to the limit. This is too ridiculous. And everyone knows that it was Jiang Siming's position that caused this desperate situation. In the eyes of others, he used the operation of jumping up and down by twisting his left and right, but in Jiang Siming's place, he escaped one deadly bullet after another. Of course, Jiang Siming didn't hide all of them, he still got several shots, but he avoided all the deadliest 98K bullets. It's too dangerous. I died just one shot. I have to be thankful that the guy at the window was too confident in his sniper shooting skills. If he just shot me with a rifle, I would definitely die. Jiang Siming also has a survivorship, since he got the fragments, he hasn't experienced such an exciting game atmosphere for a long time. Not only is he not afraid, but Jiang Siming's blood boils, and his desire to operate is unprecedentedly high. Since you can't kill me, save your lives. Jiang Siming's tone suddenly became serious, as if an ordinary young man became a cold killer in seconds. After the blood was filled, Jiang Siming emerged from the pit with a shot. Kill the player under the cliff on the left with a headshot. Without them shooting together, the current position is also okay, Jiang Siming can start killing one by one. The player behind the on the right heard Jiang Siming shooting, and immediately showed his face and wanted to attack. But never thought, after Jiang Siming hit the one on the left, he turned around and aimed at him. As if already knew the intention of the other party. Bang! 2 win 94, take away 2 unwilling souls. Under the sniper, there is no remnant soul. 2 headshots made the top player in the window shiver. This is a master. This is a master. The man only had this sentence in his heart. Very clever, he chose to give up fighting Jiang Siming, but got stuck in the room and waited for Jiang Siming to run the poison before hitting him. After all, Jiang Siming must run poison. But he didn't expect Jiang Siming to enter his strategy so decisively and directly. Before the circle was brushed, he had already ran to his house. Then I can't blame you for master. The head player showed his face. It doesn't matter whether the public is fair or unfair, he only needs ranking and score. Facing Jiang Siming who had already run over, he immediately came out from the window, trying to beat the opponent with a rifle. But what made him feel desperate was the moment his scalp just popped out of the window, that is, the moment his eyes saw Jiang Siming. A Win 94 gunshot came out of his skull. Reaction. A reaction that almost exceeds the limits of humans. At the moment when the opponent's helmet came out, he shot a shot. How abnormal is this reaction speed? Let alone how the audience in the live room expressed their shock. In the 4 a.m. bass, there was a silly sound. Is it still human? This is too awesome. Compared with him, I am ashamed as a professional player. Is this really hungry? Why do I not believe it so much? Humanoid self-propelled hangar, confirmation is complete. Including the great gods were all shocked. To be honest, he said that this kind of reaction, if he was replaced by a professional LOL, might have made it when he was in excellent condition. But now he can guarantee that he will never reach it. Coach Allo stood up at this time and said emotionally, "This person, we must do our best to dig it up. Contact immediately." "Are you sure?" the manager said. Allo didn't speak, and spread out the tablet in his hand. On it was the hexagonal diagram of the strength of the 4 a.m. players. The 6 corners of the hexagon correspond to marksmanship, consciousness, reaction, vehicle skills, body technique, and command. The hexagonal icons of several players each have lengths and shorts. For example, the youngest team is always good in three aspects: marksmanship, reaction, and car skills. Other points are very bad. Of course, his position in the team is not commanding, and his consciousness and command have nothing to do with him. At this point of Shenfa, except for the great who is slightly better, everyone else almost fails. Hexagons like the great gods are fuller, with good points. But when compared with the last new hexagon, he was just pretty good. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the newly baked hexagon, and the earth shakes the mountain in their eyes are clearly visible. This is a hexagon that is almost full, with marksmanship, reaction, vehicle skills, and body skills all at the top. Only the consciousness and command are slightly weaker, but it is also very close to the full state. All in all, this is a hexagon that is close to the most perfect. Chapter 41 Full of Hexagons. 041, the hexagon is full. Arlo has analyzed the comprehensive strength hexagons of all professional players in China. The best ones are the Little Lion of OMG, the Show of 17 team, Joe Lilly of the original 4AM team SSS, IFTY's Big Brother A+, etc. Their hexagons can only be compared with those of the great gods, some are close, some are a little taller. Now that this new hexagon is coming out, Alo can pat his chest to ensure that, whether at home or abroad, this hexagon is absolutely second to none. Really, it's full. Xiao Qian still didn't believe it. Coach Alo laughed and said, "I didn't dare to make any conclusions about the 2 points of consciousness and command before today, but just after seeing his operation, I can conclude that even if this person plays 4 rows, it will be a very qualified lead." "What else are you talking about? I'll get in touch now." Manager Lu Yun was also excited to clap his hands. "There is a question, he is live broadcast on Sharks, our whole team is in Huya, will there be trouble?" Aller worried. "I will negotiate with Huya and Shark about the live broadcast. It's best to dig the other party to Huya. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't dig. The live broadcast will not be delayed on both sides. This is his personal freedom." Manager Lu Yun said. Wei Shen added, "And fast, I think other teams must have thoughts about this person, especially OMG and 17, they are recruiting personnel themselves, I'm afraid they will be the first to get there. Then I'll get in touch." Lu Yun became anxious when he heard the words, and left immediately. The great god guessed right, not only they were interested in recruiting at 4 a.m., but many PUBG professional teams have varying degrees of interest in Jiang Siming. Among them, 17 and RNG teams are the most eager. OMG didn't have much interest in Jiang Siming, because the staffing of their team was full, and the various members worked together for more than a year. They were very tacit and would not easily change players. But RNG and 17 value Jiang Siming very much, and their team needs a pillar-level personnel. Team 17 relies on 17 shows individual performance, and the strength of the other 3 members is very average. RNG is the average strength of all staff, the technical level is similar, not bad, there is no outstanding point. I invited XDD before, but this kid is just like playing matchmaking. He is impulsive and show-loving. He is not mature enough, let alone directing. He can't bear the brunt at all. He is still undergoing coaching training. Jiang Siming didn't know that all the sub-teams were wooing him. This game, Jiang Siming played more and more exciting. There are so many people in this finals, Jiang Siming can always meet 2 or even 3 opponents at once. The intense excitement also allowed Jiang Siming to maximize his state of mind. Almost every battle is a moment of life and death. Every viewer in the live broadcast room is always in fear and danger. At the last moment of the finals, Jiang Siming used his 2-win 94s to kill 4 masters again in a row. Ha! This one is very tired. Jiang Siming breathed a sigh of relief. Mainly he only had 2-win 94s. Every time he swiped the circle, he was a scourge. The location was too awkward and there were so many people. It was a miracle to be able to eat chicken. The audience enjoyed it. The local tyrants in the live broadcast room showed up and gave rewards. Gifts floated all over the sky. I believe those up owners are busy tonight, but they are very happy. This is all a highlight operation, and it will definitely attract a lot of fans for themselves. Seeing that the level of the live broadcast room has risen by 2 levels, Jiang Siming is also very happy, and the chicken just broke 2 pieces for him. 1 gold, 1 black. Jiang Siming hasn't seen the black fragments yet. First open the golden shard, the contents inside make Jiang Siming's mouth water. Pick up, single-family villa in Shanghai Lujiazui second ring, fragments *1, 1/3. The number of fragments is not full and cannot be used temporarily. Single-family villa, Shanghai Lujiazui, within the second ring road. Jiang Siming seemed to see a baby of tens or even hundreds of millions beckoning to him. But now he is not the old poor boy who was excited for $5,000 for a long time. As long as he wants to continue live broadcasting for a year or 2, he can definitely afford a villa. In addition to the signing fee of 2 million that arrived in the account, the gift money Jiang Siming received in the past 2 days was nearly 2 million after dividing the account with the platform. In addition, the golden renminbi fragments he obtained in the game are as high as more than 1 million. At present, Jiang Siming's bank card has a balance of nearly 6 million. Putting away the fragments of the villa, Jiang Siming continued to open the black fragment that had never appeared before. Pick up, Black Technology Series, Game Program Tamper, Fragment *1, 1/1. This fragment is full and can be used directly. Black Technology. Jiang Siming was a little surprised and clicked to use it immediately. There is something similar to a chip in his hand, and there is also a miniature screen on it. The information of this thing also passed into Jiang Siming's mind. Game Program Tamper. There is no need for any hacker means to tamper with the internal programs or data of any game in the world, even the most powerful firewall in the world cannot detect it. Note, this tamper can only be used once within 15 days, and it is recommended that the degree of tampering is not too heavy, which is easy to attract attention. After learning about this thing, Jiang Siming was surprised. Really, Black Technology, this kind of thing is too advanced. Easily break through game loopholes and modify game programs at will. Jiang Siming only needs to input the game name into this chip with his mind to complete the above operation. This is simply a nightmare for the world's major game companies. Use this chip to brush money in those online games, and change the game account and equipment at will, and you can sell it for cash. But this thing can't be used too much, otherwise it will definitely attract the attention of other companies. Temporarily put away this black technology, Jiang Siming continued to broadcast live. A cell phone ringing interrupted Jiang Siming's live broadcast work. Jiang Siming glanced at the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. He thought it was a promotional advertisement. He connected the phone with the idea of hanging up in 1 second. Hello there. As soon as the other party spoke, Jiang Siming blocked his words. I don't buy a car, I don't buy a house, I don't have the money to invest in a shop, I have bought social insurance without commercial insurance, and I have won a Mercedes-Benz this year, 2 Volkswagen CCs, 3 Rolex watches, 4 global travel tickets, and there are nearly 20 million in cash from various David TVs and major variety shows, so I don't need to win the prize reminder. After that, do you have anything else to add? If you don't have it, I will hang up. The audience laughed at Jiang Siming's series of thief introductions. Speaking so skillfully that it hurts people, how many times have you said it? Ha ha ha, Mr. Ming seems to have been annoyed by selling advertisements many times. He is so experienced. Promoting ads is very annoying. The winning text messages and phone calls I receive are similar to Myojin. With a grin, the other party was speechless, hung up and pulled you into the blacklist. Salesman, what can I add after you finish my line? Chapter 42 The Big Teams Recruit. 042, Recruitment of the Big Teams. What Jiang Siming and the audience did not expect was that the other party was not a salesman. Myojin is very eloquent, but I'm not selling ads for you. I'm 4am manager Lu Yun. I want to talk to you about professional teams. I wonder if you are interested. Ha! The news shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. At 4 a.m., he wanted to recruit Jiang Siming. I know you are live streaming, so how about it, we will talk after you live broadcast. Well, I will call you after the broadcast. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Beep. As soon as the phone hung up, Jiang Siming smiled awkwardly at the audience, and said, I didn't expect it was not an advertisement, so let's continue the live broadcast. Don't, 4am recruited you to join the team, do you agree with Myojin? A team with great God, isn't Myoshin not willing? Is Myojin going professional? Will there be no time for live broadcast? I look forward to the performance of the Myojin professional game, I promise to answer. The audience didn't bother to watch the live broadcast for the time being, they were all sending out barrage to ask Jiang Siming whether he would like to enter a career. Jiang Siming thought about it and said, professionals are definitely what you want to play. After all, people who are really strong are not only willing to match passers-by. I also want to compete with professional players in the arena. As soon as the conversation changed, Jiang Siming said, but I am used to being free and loose, and I can't adapt to the daily life of training in the club. I still hope to focus on live broadcast. After all, you are my favorite. Man. Woo, I almost believed it. Myojin, you are so kind, just shoot this, I'm your fan. It's so numbing, but I love it. In this case, will 4am agree? I went live on Shark at 4am, will it have an impact? Seeing everyone's questions one after another, Jiang Siming's head is big. Okay, don't ask everyone, I will talk to the other party after the specific broadcast, and I will tell you when the results are obtained. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again, and Jiang Siming answered it. Hello, I'm Wang Dong, manager of RNG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Club. After hanging up the call, 17 Show, the captain of the 17 team who was on the Shark live broadcast, came to Jiang Siming's live broadcast room. Brother Ming, our team also wants to talk to you about joining the team, how about it, wait for you to broadcast and let's talk. After sending away one team after another, Jiang Siming was able to continue the live broadcast quietly. It's just that the audience's minds are no longer on the live broadcast at this time. This kind of a glorious and long face thing happened before their eyes. In an instant, 4 or 5 teams came to invite Myojin, which is really a big face. This is the greatest recognition of Jiang Siming's strength. Who would dare to question Jiang Siming's failure? There was a lot of discussion, and discussions were in full swing, and they were all suggesting which team Jiang Siming should go to. Some said to go to 4am, some said to go to RNG, some said to go to Team 17 and so on. There was even a quarrel with each other, and Jiang Siming took it seriously. Fortunately, after a while, the rhythm finally subsided. Jiang Siming was broadcast live until the evening, and Wang Xini had already prepared dinner outside the house. Jiang Siming had no intention of continuing to broadcast it, so he planned to broadcast it. It's okay to download, Walking Horse is handed over. Say yes, downstream singing. Don't regret it. It's coming, it's finally coming. Listening to the song Party Gathering Myojin is going to sing. How can I sing one song? It will be broadcast so early today. At least 2 songs must be sung. Yes, 2 poems, it was such a happy decision. Okay, I'm sorry, everyone will download it in advance today. I'll sing 2 songs. It's okay. Wait, I'll get the guitar. After all, Jiang Siming ran to find Wang Xini to borrow the guitar. He plans to buy a new guitar when he has time in the past 2 days. If he can't borrow his girlfriend, she has to use it. Hearing Jiang Siming was about to sing, the audience in the live room immediately ran around to tell. Many viewers in the live broadcast rooms of the anchors have heard the news. 78,622 live room. Everyone, wait a while. I will listen to others singing and come back soon. After speaking, the anchor stopped singing, clicked on the live broadcast platform, found the live broadcast room he wanted to search, and clicked in. Second, do you go and listen to Myojin singing? It's over, you won't be able to also fall into it, right? The 78622 live broadcast room has fallen. I hope the other female anchors are fine. I listened to the song, Walking Horse, today, and it sounds really good. The key is to write this song by yourself, talent and singing skills, it's hard not to be popular. 241,431 live room. Oh, I'm hooked on Walking Horse recently. The version I sang just now is too ugly. Let's go see the original master version, hehe. The female anchor also put down her live broadcast and plunged into Jiang Siming's live broadcast room. I'm going. Just came over from Urk, did you start when she fell? It's over, Sophie's live broadcast room has also fallen. You have to hold on to other female anchors. Myojin is a goddess harvester. It's only been a few days since I came to Shark. A bunch of female anchors are fascinated by him. Little Sophie, you have to hold on. Just because I want to listen to the original, Walking Horse, once, the number of people online in the 99999 live broadcast room has reached 6 million plus, and the popularity has exceeded 20 million. I think Chenifa's status as the first Shark sister was almost established just because of a cover of Fairy Tale Town. If it weren't for her own death, the first sister of Shark would definitely be her. Now Jiang Siming has written a song, Walking Horse, by himself. Not only is it the original version, but it also sings so well that it's hard to get popular. Jiang Siming, who got the guitar back, still had some oil stains on the corners of his mouth. This guy stole a piece of braised pork while holding the guitar. Get ready, come here. After speaking, Jiang Siming played the melody of Walking Horse again. The familiar rhythm makes this currently the most popular live broadcast room extremely quiet, and everyone has no time to send barrage. The rain stopped outside the window. The light in the room is still on. Count your indifference. Playing with loneliness. After a long time, finally I want to look up. You walk so slowly on the other side. Let me be alone in the dilemma between fake sleep and reality. After singing a song, the gift in the live broadcast room is like a flower. The Emperor, Dai Xiaomei, rewarded Ming's live room Super Rocket X10. The Emperor, Dai Xiaomei, it sounds so good, brother Ming. The Emperor, Tuan, rewards Ming's live room Super Rocket X10. Emperor, Tuan, brother Xiao Ming, I am your fan, la la la. For everyone's gifts, Jiang Siming couldn't take a closer look at them because of too many gifts. He could only thank them collectively. Since I have said that I will sing 2 songs, then I will not break my promise. The audience was overjoyed and listened to it beautifully again. I didn't get tired of listening to this song for 2 days. People did not expect that Jiang Siming didn't plan to sing Walking Horse. The following song is still written by myself. The name of the song is Paris by One. I hope you like it. Today's 4th update. Add even more. Silver that works hard like sake must be added from time to time. I add more, I am happy. Chapter 43 Singer who was delayed by eating chicken. 043, the singer who was delayed by eating chicken. Everyone is speechless. Hey, another new work. Is the speed of this song so wild? Myojin is writing a new song again. Come and listen. I promise you will be listed on Weibo Hot Search. Gosh, do you want other anchors to live? A singer who was delayed by the chicken game. No longer looking at the barrage, Jiang Siming retuned the strings, and after a little preparation, his slender fingers moved the strings. A completely different melody sounded in the live broadcast room. Unlike Walking Horse, the prelude of this song is more pleasant. It is like a chime ringing in the soul, melodious and echoing, with elegance similar to a piano. How to delete those photos about you? Why don't you read the text messages of those conversations? Can't let go, can't go back. Why not make a decision? The warm voice of singing lingers in the ears, and every sentence of the lyrics makes people feel a little distressed. This kind of tender heart-piercing is even more profound. It's just that the previous part of the song is not too amazing, including Walking Horse is the same. But this makes everyone look forward to the next chorus even more. The chorus in Walking Horse makes people fall in love with it. I don't know if this new song can have such charm. Just thinking about it, everyone's heart suddenly opened the door and saw the sea of flowers under the Shangri-La Snow Mountain, which was amazing. How to go to Paris alone. How to let go of the memories of two people. Flew over 10,000 kilometers. Count the distance between yourself and you. How to become a person and go to Paris. Find the scenery that Jean talked about. Finally found out. Still I care too much. Don't lose Walking Horse at all. The chorus is extremely ear-catching. Compared with the hysteria of Walking Horse, the love in the roar. This song is completely gentle. Like a dedicated gentleman, he talks about Jean with his ex-girlfriend gently. How to become a person and go to Paris. Paris is the place that all couples dream of going. Jay Chou's Confession Balloon are all recorded MVs there. But in the lyrics of this song, there is Paris alone. How lonely and painful is that? Damn, my tears were tricked out again, Myojin, you are too bad. When people are old, they are easily sentimental when listening to any song, alas. I remembered that I had agreed to go to Xinjiang with my girlfriend, but unfortunately she didn't go anymore. I went to Xinjiang by myself last year. Music genius, Myojin, you can't tolerate the truth if you don't make your debut. Stop playing professionally and go to be a singer. Until the song was finished, the audience was still immersed in the sadness this song brought them. This time the gift rewards are even more fierce, just like Walking Horse just came out yesterday, fans are not stingy with their wallets. It is worth the money to be able to hear such a nice song. The Duke, 2 Ku, rewards, Ming, S Live Room Super Rocket X15. Duke, 2 Ku, Myojin, your singing skills are not lost to any professional singer. Also, this song is really well written, can you sing it again? Looking forward to it. The Duke, Little Sophie, rewarded, Ming, S Live Room Spaceship X5. Duke, Little Sophie, fried chicken is delicious. Myoshin, can I be your little girl? The Emperor, PDD with a mermaid line soon, rewards, Ming, S Live Room Spaceship X10. The Emperor, PDD with mermaid line soon, brother Yer, you sing so nicely. My Minmin has become a fan of you. There will be a chance to take me to eat chicken in the future. The Emperor, Mahu, rewarded, Ming, S Live Room Spaceship X10. The Emperor, Mahu, I heard my fans recommend Walking Horse to me today. I specially came to see it, boy, your road is too wide. Don't you play with poison milk powder, the first red eye in the national costume will take you to fly. The major broadcasters rushed to Jiang Ximing's live broadcast room like a bunch, and the spaceships, rockets, etc. were like no money, and they were crazy. Mainly because the fans promoted each other a little bit fiercely, many anchors came here admiringly and ran away from Chaibao. But when I came in, I couldn't get out. On that day, the number of people online in Jiang Ximing's live room exceeded 10 million. The peak of popularity has risen to 100 million. Compared with these popularity and online number, what is more reliable is Jiang Ximing's live room level and number of fans. Live room number, 99999. Live room level, level 80. Fan cards in the live broadcast room, 90570. The violent gift made Jiang Siming's live broadcast room rush to the 80th level, and he was at least 20th level short. The number of fan cards is 90,000. At this rate of increase, there is no one else except PDD and Damascus. Perhaps only Grandpa Lu's rebroadcast can surpass Jiang Siming's performance. Thank you everyone. I will make these two songs into official version as soon as possible, and put them on major music platforms for free. Today's live broadcast is over here. Before I leave, I still want to perform one for the audience who can't bear me. Program. The new audience is still unclear, so they are curious and waiting. But when he saw Jiang Siming's black screen the next second, he laughed and cursed. After an afternoon of live broadcast, Jiang Siming came out of his bedroom, and the smell of food from the dining table in the living room made him hungry. Senior brother, are you finished? Come and eat. Wang Sini, who came out of the kitchen, even wore an apron around her waist. Jiang Siming hugged Wang Sini in the past and rewarded him with a few mouthfuls before he hugged her to the table for dinner. After dinner, Jiang Siming first called back the major professional teams. It shows that he can play professionally, but he needs to meet several conditions. First, he does not want to live in the base, and he does not want to be interfered with in his personal freedom, unless there is a major game or training. Second, the training time cannot be too long. He needs to live broadcast mainly, and he will explain in advance to ask for leave in special circumstances. Third, he can join the team to play professionally. He cannot be the captain, but he has to keep a starting position. Many teams frowned upon seeing these three conditions and gave up after discussing them. Only 4am and 17 teams are still under consideration. Jiang Siming is not worried about whether a team accepts his conditions, his skills are there. The most important thing for him right now is to do something adults should do with Wang Sini. Come out of the bathroom holding Wang Sini. Jiang Siming is still sleeping in Wang Sini's bedroom, his own room is no longer there, and it is completely reduced to a place where his work is broadcast live. As soon as she lay down, Wang Sini fell asleep, and she was exhausted and needed sleep to supplement. Jiang Siming was sober, even he wanted it, but knowing that his girlfriend was physically weak, Jiang Siming could only hold back. I took out the chip I got today and played with it. After thinking for a while, I wrote a game on this chip with my mind. Chapter 44 Tuanchuan, have a pineapple. 044, Tuanchuan, have fun with a pineapple. Game program tamper, fantasy westward journey, tampering, please enter the specific tampering program, in progress, completed. Within a few minutes, Jiang Siming sent 2 messages from his bank card. Your 6624 card has an income of 3.5 million yuan at 2311 on June 4th, and the balance is 934.85 40.22 yuan. ICBC. There is also a congratulatory message from ICBC. They have automatically upgraded Jiang Siming's card to a diamond membership card. After going through the formalities, you can enjoy the VIP channel and give away many wealth management products for free. Jiang Siming ignored him, just smiled at the newly added 3.5 million. This money is really good. The game Fantasy Westward Journey is Netiza's most profitable online game. It has been in operation for more than 10 years and has survived. The profit value of its top game accounts and equipment is quite high. One of the most expensive numbers, even sold nearly 10 million in the market. Jiang Siming used a tamper to open a top account in the game silently, then swiped a lot of top-quality equipment into it, and then sold it on the market. Unconsciously, Jiang Siming made a net profit of 3.5 million in less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for being too suspicious, Jiang Siming could directly generate an account with more than 10 million yuan. This tamper is really worthy of the name Black Technology. In the future, as long as Jiang Siming leans on it, he will be able to make a huge sum of money for nothing every half a month. It's so beautiful. Currently, Jiang Siming's account holds more than 9.4 million deposits. Thinking of the few days ago that he was still a poor famous college student who couldn't even pay the rent, Jiang Siming was also embarrassed. After making money, Jiang Siming was thinking about home the first time. However, he is still not very good at explaining to his parents why the money came from, and the two elders who just made the game must not believe it. In addition, only 100,000 yuan was hit in the first 2 days. Jiang Siming thought for a while or waited for the Mid-Autumn Festival to return before confessing to his parents. It was too difficult to explain clearly on the phone. After figuring it out, Jiang Siming embraced Wang Sini and fell asleep with satisfaction. Jiang Siming didn't know how many people's hearts were touched by his new song on this lonely night. A game anchor wrote 2 consecutive songs, both of which are so popular. This also made Jiang Siming's first hot search on Weibo. A singer-anchor who was delayed by the game, the original singer of Walking Horse and Going to Paris Alone, Ming #Weibo topic. This Weibo started from the bottom. On this night, it rose all the way to the top 10, and until the morning, it had risen to 8th. And Weibo also uploaded the audio of his 2 songs, and the number of downloads on Weibo exceeded 600,000 times a night. Many people are asking for the official version on Weibo, because the live recording version has a lot of noise and a single tune, which makes many perfectionists unhappy. Jiang Siming, who woke up to know about this the next day, just spent half a day looking for a recording studio and spending money to get the full version of these 2 songs. And uploaded to major music platforms, no charge, no copyright. This makes all music platforms very happy, because Jiang Siming saved them a lot of money for free. For this reason, the major music platforms also put Jiang Siming's 2 songs in the recommendation position, and the downloads are soaring. But Jiang Siming has no time to pay attention to these. Because at this time, he received an official invitation from the 4am team. After yesterday's discussion, 4am chose to agree to Jiang Siming's conditions and sent him a formal invitation to join the team. In addition to agreeing to Jiang Siming's conditions, one of the shareholders of Great God, 4am, also specially offered Jiang Siming an annual salary higher than that of former player Gu Cun. 5 million a year, competition bonuses, competition subsidies, etc. are not included. Including the advertising costs, the Great God is not considered Jiang Siming's. This treatment can be said to be the best in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team, not one of them. Facing such an invitation, Jiang Siming happily agreed without hesitation or bargaining. Starting today, Jiang Siming has become a member of the 4am team. As soon as the broadcast started, Jiang Siming told the audience about the news. Really going to 4am? Will you take the place of the orphan, Gu Cun? Myojin Sniper is 10 times better than that white-eyed wolf Gu Cun. That's right, welcome Ming Dao to station at 4am, looking forward to the game. Don't worry about the competition for now. The country's strongest anchor contest will start in 2 days. Myojin, are you participating? You must participate, come back with the title of the strongest anchor, and you will gain both fame and fortune. Jiang Siming also just learned about this strongest anchor contest. It is a PUBG host room event organized by Shark in conjunction with Huya, YY, Penguin and other top live broadcast platforms. The top 10 anchors will not only get huge bonuses, but also become famous in one battle. Even if you are a small anchor, as long as you can reach the top 10, you will definitely become the focus and gain a lot of popularity. This kind of event was held last year. In the end, 4 of the top 10 were in Huya, 2 were in YY, and 3 were in the cut. Sharks only had an embarrassing place or 10th. At the time, no professional players were allowed in the competition, and neither OMG nor 17 of the Sharks were able to participate. However, several platforms have been discussed this year, and professional players can participate as long as the other party is the anchor. Anyway, in individual competitions, professional players may not be better than others. This year the Shark is so complacent, planning to snow the shame of last year. You will participate, don't worry. Jiang Siming gave everyone a positive answer, which reassured the audience. Just after logging into the game and YY, Jiang Siming saw the YY message from Tuanchuan. Brother Xiaoming. Are you free now? Take me to the game and stride. Crying emoji, x10. Upon seeing this, Jiang Siming pulled her into the YY channel. As soon as Tuanchuan saw Jiang Siming, a little aggrieved mood exploded. Brother Xiaoming, oh. What's the matter? Who is bullying you? Jiang Siming asked puzzledly. Wow, when Jiang Siming asked, she was even more sad. I played for a day today, jumped on the umbrella for a day, Complaining, just the last one, I met a person who hides behind the box and is not rough, he has to let me go over first, and then I will be a little bit stunned, I will be killed by him when I get a little bit of momentum, I will kill a water friend all afternoon and play with a pineapple. Tuanchuan's grievances can be understood by water, and water can be understood. After pouring bitterness to Jiang Siming, he found out that Jiang Siming was not only uncomfortable, but also seemed to be holding back a smile. Brother Xiaoming, you bully me too, Jiang Siming refrained from smiling and said soothingly, it's okay, I will take you to fly, let you lie down in the head office. No way. Question mark. I want to carry myself. I want to kill people too. Okay, let's open it. The two clicked to start and enter the game. Tuanchuan, who was still in the hall, was hammering the air to relieve his breath, while still remembering the slight death of the one just now. Brother Xiaoming, let me tell you that next time I meet this kind of person again, I won't move, I'll pay for the internet based on the water, Cao Jiao, anyway, our house is not on the outside, I'm going online at home, our home appliances are cheap, pouting. The big deal is that I will stay with him all night. Angry. The cute and fierce tone made Jiang Siming dumbfounded. Chapter 45 Fine Group 045, Fine Division Group. The plane set sail. I must kill this one. I can't tell you there is no dignity. It may be the rhythm of the barrage in her live broadcast. Tuanchuan feels that even if he has Jiang Siming's belt, he must give it a good volatilization. Don't let everyone underestimate that you're just a rookie who relies on your boyfriend to lie down, even though she loves to hear these words. In this round, I will be a killer of certain emotions, I have a strong self-esteem and I will talk to you. Jiang Siming also allowed her to keep chattering like a little old woman in her ears, not only not annoying but also a little funny. Marked a relatively remote city, the two jumped over, but found that there were still two teams of outsiders following. Very good. Xiaoming, if I kill someone, you can praise me, okay? Okay, no problem. Jiang Siming agreed happily. The affirmed Tuan Tuan became more motivated, and chose a house that was a bit far from Jiang Siming. She was afraid that Jiang Siming would steal her head. Jiang Siming was also willing to trust her technology, and searched it by himself. But within half a minute, he heard the screams of the other party. Wow! Xiaoming, come, I beg you, I'm dying, oh, they are just outside my house. Jiang Siming saw that this girl had lost half of his health, and it seemed that she had been shot. I'm here now, you hold on. I can't hold back, woo, they are coming in. Then tell them that big brother don't kill me. Big brother don't kill me, okay, I have an old man, useless. They are storming the building. Change to English and broadcast in bilingual. Brother, don't, kill, me, no. No. The live broadcast effect brought by the two singing and playing together was so good that it exploded, and the audience's mouth was almost crooked. Perhaps Tuan Tuan's sonic attack played a role, and the other party gave up attacking the building and planned to throw a grenade. Jiang Siming, who had already rushed to the battlefield, killed the team with 3 attempts. With a startled cry of cold sweat, the hearts and livers trembled. Frightened, she picked up something and started to follow Jiang Siming's Pigu, not going anywhere. Will you kill yourself? What about a woman with a good self-esteem? I'm a killer of certain feelings, now. Kill people go ye Tuanchuan. Faced with the barrage in her live broadcast room, Tuanchuan was no longer fooled. I think this game turns out to be a double row. I can't ignore Xiao Ming and go on his own. This way he will be very dangerous and no one will protect him. Tuanchuan said very meaningful, his face was not red at all, really, there was even a sip of bubble tea. Do you want to point your face? Myojin needs your protection. It's not bad if you don't pray that others will meet him. I want you to protect a hammer. Tuanchuan's face is getting thicker and thicker. You are so clingy to Myojin, aren't you afraid that old women will be jealous? What did the barrage say? Tuanchuan said that he couldn't see it, so he continued to drink milk tea and served as an attendant for Xiao Ming. I drank too much and accidentally hiccuped in the live broadcast room. Jiang Siming just wanted to make a joke, but found that this girl had already begun to excuse herself. Tuan, sister, who made you hiccup? My sister is live broadcast, you will make them think that the hiccup was caused by my sister. Sister, extracted, I have, poorly. Tuan, you have wine. Don't admit it yet, you are dishonest, do you know how your sister usually educates you, how can you be so disobedient? Sister, Wu, I was wrong with my sister. Tuanchuan, well, this is a good boy, go out and play, sister is going to work. Sister, bye. Tuan, well friends, my sister was naughty just now, don't be offended, don't get me wrong, Xiao Ming. Jiang Siming was stunned, is there such an operation? With Tuan, the essence of the drama, Jiang Siming's game-killing journey is a lot more fun. A game in Jiang Siming's relaxed and comfortable, 26 kills eat chicken. Jiang Siming can manage the 4,500 points without pressure, not to mention the 2,000 points with Tuan. Tuanchuan's scores linearly lowered the scores of their two matched players, making Jiang Siming seem to be playing a fish pond. It's too simple. Moreover, because Jiang Siming was heady, he also let Tuanchuan kill a full 6 people, making these two fools unable to find north. After the chicken came down, Tuanchuan returned to the hall excitedly, and said loudly and proudly to everyone, my KDA must be soaring. Now I will let you see my KDA. When she clicked on her record data, Tuanchuan was silent again. Jiang Siming was curious and checked Tuanchuan's data. KDA, 0.22. This KDA is really amazing, I really don't know how she can play it. Embarrassed and unbelieving, clicked on Jiang Siming's record data. KDA, 22.99. Exactly 100 times the Tuan. The audience ridiculed that Jiang Siming could play 100 groups, which is too bad. KDA has risen again, and Jiang Siming feels nothing. His skills are getting stronger now, and the chicken just gave him 3 white pieces, which are VSS, AWM and MK14 proficient. Jiang Siming had obtained the essence of the 2 airdrop sniper skills. So far, Jiang Siming had completely controlled the sniper rifle. The two were planning to continue matching, when Jiang Siming suddenly received an invitation message from, _govc. Alright. I'm solo. A message from the great god came. Jiang Siming pulled him directly into the team. Wow, it's been a long time since Wei Jiang. Tuan greeted the great god. Great god laughed and ridiculed, are you feeling like Lao Jiang now? You never found me to take you to play games. You used to shout every day. Hey, brother Xiao Ming is so tired, I can provoke me as long as he takes me. Hee, women, they are all fickle animals. Great god said with disdain. Hey Wei Jiang, if you are so careful, I will file a complaint and sue the bee sister. Just kidding, be it real, let's get started, Lao Jiang. Wei Shen skipped this topic happily. The three officially entered the game, and Great God automatically ignored Tuanchuan and chatted with Jiang Siming. Next month, the PCPI national knockout tournaments will start. We have to start playing at home. We have to make at least the top 3 before we can go to the United Kingdom. If we have time this month, we need more training. We need to run in and tactical exercises. Well, I'll go if there is nothing wrong. Jiang Siming didn't care too much, because he believed that in the face of real strength, tactics or something were not reliable. There is only one biggest effect of tactical exercises, which is to improve the fault tolerance rate of one's marksmanship, and use cooperation to make up for the shortcomings and mistakes of marksmanship. This is an FPS game. As long as your strength is much higher than others, any tactic is just a bullet. Even if the other party encircles you, he needs to expose his position to the gun with you. As long as he dares to expose his position, Jiang Siming is quite sure to take him away. Chapter 46 Jiang Siming's Curse Art 046, Jiang Siming's Curse Art. You go to the strongest anchor contest the day after tomorrow. Well, go. Then I will drive over and pick you up together. It's pretty far there, in Shanghai Putuo. No, I have a car. That's all right, see you then, brother. Let's see what your See You Monster Hermit Singer looks like. I hope you don't feel inferior after reading it. Cut, I haven't seen any handsome guy. Great God smiled contemptuously, not taking it seriously. But Tuanchuan cautious thought, who had been silent, turned around. That being said, Xiao Ming wants to participate in the offline competition. If he goes to the competition, can't you meet Xiao Ming? The more I thought about it, the more excited. Tuanchuan immediately called her best friend and asked her to book 2 tickets to Shanghai. The 3 of them were searching for things while chatting. There were 2 great gods, Jiang Siming and Great God, and the game was very comfortable. Whenever they met a team, they were quickly solved by the 2 of them. But every time Jiang Siming killed 3, the Great God only killed 1. Jiang Siming's killing speed was much faster. While the 3 of them were having fun, there was a quarrel in the headset of the Great God. Ingredient things, who let you in the base? Get out. I haven't terminated the contract with you, so why not let me in? You dog is embarrassed to come back. I'm sorry, we don't need you anymore. I'm going in. I haven't terminated the contract yet, I'm still at 4 a.m. Great God hurriedly said to Jiang Siming in the headset. The grandson Gu Cun ran to the base. I will deal with it first. Lao Jiang, you play first. Okay, let's go. Jiang Siming understood. But this made everyone very curious. Didn't Gu Cun betray 4 a.m. by himself? How come back again? What's going on with Gu Cun? Who will give me some science? Tuan, who is familiar with the inside story, explained to Jiang Siming. The previous Gu Cun contract was about to expire, and 4 a.m. wanted to continue signing with him, but Gu Cun was dissatisfied with the signing fee and said that he would double the salary. His own treatment is the best at 4 a.m. The club would definitely not be happy to double it, so he didn't agree. Gu Cun started to be a demon, not only deliberately not playing, but also running out without training every day. I thought Gu Cun was a naive child, but after knowing the truth, I accepted it. The club treats him really well. Since he has nothing to help him to a position comparable to the Great God, the treatment is better. Luca and the others are several times taller, but he didn't expect him to be satisfied. Tuan was a little bit indignant and complained about 4 a.m., but never thought that Gu Cun's fans heard about it and maliciously fabricated it and told Gu Cun who was making a fuss at 4 a.m. Gu Cun was very angry when he knew it, and ran directly to Wei Shen's machine, picked up the headset and pointed it at the microphone and began to yell. Wei Shen did not quit the game, so his number is still in the YY channel. I went to your mother for a comparison. You're a 3/8, I'm a thing about you, you deserve to say me, I fuck. A lot of swear words frightened Tuanchuan. She just explained the facts without adding any oil and jealousy. This matter was absolutely true, and there was no unreasonable speculation. Gu Cun didn't care, even if the other party was just a girl, he still screamed angrily. At this time, everyone can see it. This little boy who looked harmless and innocent in the live broadcast before was not the real him at all. Being able to forbear pretend to be a man, and deliberately to win fans, shows that this person is very scheming. Now that things were revealed, he no longer had to forbear, and began to expose his true self. Tuanchuan was abused by Gu Cun with all his dirty words, but she still chose not to say a word when she was wronged. Although what I said was the truth, I might feel that I was wrong by saying that others first, so Tuanchuan didn't want to fight back. It's just that this dirty vocabulary made her unbearable, and her eyes soon became red, but everyone couldn't see it. But she silently endured it, but it didn't mean Jiang Siming would endure. You put a toilet in your mouth and talk here. Didn't your mother ask you to wash the toilet? You talk while spraying manure. Why are you so fashionable? As soon as Jiang Siming opened his mouth, the audience laughed out of the anger that had been fighting the injustice. Seeing someone dare to scold him, can a dignified lonely child bear it? Spray it back immediately. You're the Ming, right? Take advantage of Lao Tzu's not in the top position of Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu you. Look, there is still so much in the toilet. Can I ask you to eat them all before you talk? It's your father and mother when you open your mouth and keep your mouth shut. Just talk when you talk. Why do you always take me with you? I don't recognize you as an unfilial son. Puff. The audience was happier, and I didn't expect Myojin to curse people like this. 6. I'm going to you, how old are you, dog stuff, you fuck. It's all swear words. The audience now believes what Jiang Siming said. This person's mouth is really a toilet, or a toilet that has not flushed. Do you want to scold someone? You just have to say these 2 sentences back and forth, I will give you something fresh. When Jiang Siming spoke, his words became sharper, like a sharp file. When your mother gave birth to you, she probably lost people and raised the placenta. Otherwise, how could you grow up like this? Looks like an illegal building, with craters on his face like the surface of the moon, and he pretends to be lonely, and it's almost the same if there are few pits. People are cheap for a lifetime, pigs are cheap, you waste air when you live, waste land when you die, and waste RMB at home. You are really a cute, charming, hard-working, white, small, new hybrid fish that is always serving the people. For people like you, you can only play a piece of dung in a TV series when you go to acting. They can't compare to the chewing gum by a dog on the side of the road. The east is not bright and the west is bright, so what do? A series of scolding sounds, like a machine gun in Jiang Siming's mouth, were not only extremely sharp, but also without a trace of repetition. If anyone is scolded like this, Chichiao will have to smoke. The audience listened to Jiang Siming kneeling while laughing. Ha 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 ha, curse, I only serve Myojin. The curse brother Lu grandpa is scumbags in front of my Mingshan. Look at the way my Myojin was so angry that he was crowned as a group, handsome. My little mouth is smeared with honey, my big man. Although they are all swearing words, why do I become more relieved as I listen? Did Tuanchuan see that Myojin has abandoned the burden of idols for you? Where can you find such a man? Naturally, I heard it burst into tears and laughed, and I was very moved. She swears that if Jiang Siming confessed to herself at this time, she would definitely agree to it without hesitation. Or, she can confess it. The popularity of Jiang Siming's live studio has skyrocketed, even higher than when Jiang Siming sang yesterday. Huya audiences all came here, not to mention the local shark audiences. All were attracted by this horrible curse. The only one who is about to be mad is loneliness. At this time, the swear words that he wanted to swear back got stuck in his throat, because he felt that he was not Jiang Siming's opponent if he continued to scold him. Chapter 47 Solo 047, The Solo. Okay. I want to solo with you. Gu Tsunbu was about to be blown up by his lungs. It's not that he doesn't want to scold, but that he can't scold. So you, Lo, do you think that you want to do what others have to do with you? Are you filled with old in your brain, thinking things are as oriented as flies? I'm grazing you. Gu Cun was completely furious, old shit. Can you hear this? Looking at your level of cursing, I feel that the price is reduced when I scold you. Your mother sells butts on the day of hoeing. Who knows, no one wants it. Give it to Wang Laowu. Me. Look crazy. The live broadcast room is crazy. However, Gu Cun, who soon calmed down, began to sneer and sneer. If you don't dare to solo, just say it. If you just curse, you will shut your mouth. This lonely young man doesn't want to beep with you. The 4 a.m. personnel who finally came to save the field ran over and pulled Gu Cun away. It's not that they didn't want to come early, but Gu Cun also brought 2 outsiders over. They were blocked by these 2 outsiders, so they didn't have time to take him away. Lao Jiang, I'm sorry, don't worry about it, I'm going to blast him out. Wei Shen didn't know what happened to the 2 of them. He only heard that Gu Cun had been scolding Jiang Siming, and then he seemed to be very angry and wanted to solo Jiang Siming. Why would I take it to heart? Why are you pulling him away? I want to curse a few more words. Jiang Siming smiled. You scolded him. That's great. Brother, you don't have to suffer. I will deal with him first. Wait. Jiang Siming stopped him. What's wrong? Great God wondered. Go and tell him, solo is okay, but you have to make a bet. When Jiang Siming spoke, the audience was surprised and excited. Is a more exciting drama about to begin? Brother Xiaoming, forget it, it's not worth angering such a person. Tuanchuan was worried about Jiang Siming. She was afraid that if Jiang Siming made a mistake, she would be mocked by Gu Cun. She didn't want to see Jiang Siming suffer. It's okay, don't worry about this. He dares to scold you, and I want him to pay the price. Jiang Siming responded aggressively, and then continued to communicate with the great god. Tuanchuan was stunned in front of the computer desk, and a moving air rushed into her eyes, making her eyes red. What's the bet? Lao Jiang, or forget it, don't begrudge against such a person. Great God also advised Jiang Siming not to be impulsive. But Jiang Siming ate the weight and said, just tell him, I will bet against him, 10 million yuan, plus 10 daddy, if he dares to come, I will take it, and he will be I did not say. Ha! The great gods are all shocked, 10 million bet. This is too fierce. Just go and spread the word. Jiang Siming interrupted Great God's idea of continuing to persuade. After all, Great God left the computer temporarily and went to pass a message to Gu Cun. Within 2 minutes, Great God came back and said, he agreed, but asked you to go to the base site, and the 2 faced each other solo. No problem, I will leave now. Jiang Siming did not hesitate. Dear viewers, I will broadcast it for a while, go to the base, and pick up 10 million back. Jiang Siming smiled and said to the live broadcast room, this sounds really domineering, go pick 10 million, that is to say Gu Cun will lose. Go to Myojin, we believe in you. If you win, I will give you 100,000 gifts. I won the Earl. This is all my pocket money this month. It's him, what a pit man, Myojin will give you an emperor even if I lose. If the one upstairs closes your crow's mouth, will Myojin lose? As everyone talked, Jiang Siming had turned off the live broadcast and said hello to Wang Sini. Jiang Siming went downstairs and drove the car before he drove to the base at 4 a.m. After showing his identity, the 4 a.m. logistics staff led Jiang Siming to the base. It was the first time that Great God saw Jiang Siming's appearance, and he felt low self-esteem spontaneously. He remembered Jiang Siming's words to let him not feel inferior. Now I know that Jiang Siming really didn't brag. I'm going to Lao Jiang, how can you look so handsome? It's a pity that I can't rely on being in the entertainment industry. Wei Shen said these words next to his computer. He did not turn off the live broadcast, so his words made millions of viewers extremely curious. Pighead, the camera looks at the past, let's take a look. Is Myojin really handsome? Let me take a look. Damn, great God, don't you eat alone, we also want to watch. Let's take a look, can I paint you a treasure map? 10 treasure maps. The audience did not see the barrage of the great God, and now he is fascinated by Jiang Siming's looks. Tuanshuan was also very curious, but she didn't worry about seeing Jiang Siming the day after tomorrow. The other members of 4am also sighed, Jiang Siming is too human and jealous. But today's theme is not here. Gu Siyuan, who has been waiting at the base at this time, has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Siming himself, he felt even more jealous and irritated. He asked Jiang Siming to pay a heavy price. You said the bet, then I promised it, 10 million, plus 10 dads, but we have to have evidence. It just so happened. Before you came, I asked my lawyer to make an agreement. If you have any questions, just sign it, and it won't be good to save time. Standing in front of Jiang Siming, Gu Siyuan, who was already short in front of Jiang Siming, who was about 1.8 meters tall, was no different from a dwarf. Have you seen the great God, are there any problems? Jiang Siming didn't bother to look at the contract. We have seen it, there is no problem, it has legal benefits, but the 10 million has to be paid in one lump sum, and the account has to be kept by us, whoever wins. Let's start, I have to go back to the live broadcast as soon as the match is over. Jiang Siming finished speaking and handed his bank card to Great God. The two sides began to debug the computer. Since Jiang Siming signed in 4am, the base has equipped him with a computer, but Jiang Siming has never used it. Jiang Siming started a live broadcast on the way into the game. How could he miss this kind of popularity? The live broadcast room was suddenly raining, and the Shark server jammed. Fortunately, the technicians added a few large servers in time to keep the live broadcast. Lao Jiang, didn't you bring any peripherals? Wei Shen found out that Jiang Siming didn't bring the mouse and keyboard. Professional players all have their own peripherals, and this is very important. Because they are accustomed to their peripheral mouse and keyboard, if they suddenly use an unfamiliar one, it will greatly affect the feel and micro-operation. For example, Gu Siyuan has long installed his own peripheral keyboard and mouse. It's okay, just use what you gave me to deal with a rookie. Jiang Siming didn't care, and slid the mouse equipped with the sliding base, which was not bad. Gu Siyuan, who was next to me, sneered, and it will make you cry miserably for a while. After opening a custom room, both of them are snipers of the team. The comparison is the sniper rifle, which is also the most common 98K. Solo rules play a total of 7 games, and whoever wins the more wins. The locations of the two solo were strictly regulated. They were all on the plain. There was only a stone on each side as a shelter. They could only shoot snipers, and could not use other weapons or throw objects. This is the fairest solo. Win or lose depends only on the opponent's skills. Chapter 48 4-0 cleanly. 048, clean 4-0. Everything is ready. Jiang Siming suddenly recruited the great God, and asked softly, whose red Ferrari is outside? It's Gu Siyuan, what's the matter? Wei Shen replied. Hearing this, Jiang Siming smiled and said to Gu Siyuan, dare you raise a bet? Bet on the car outside you. My car is 3 million, can you afford to gamble? Gu Siyuan sneered. My RS7 is the same, and just 2 days after I bought it, I posted another 500,000 yuan, how about it? Jiang Siming said. Cut, want to raise a note to fool me? Dreaming. Lawyer, change the contract. Gu Siyuan called the lawyer he had brought over and signed a new contract. There were 10 million in front of them, plus their own luxury cars. This is already Gu Siyuan's possessions. If he loses, he will be impoverished. Coupled with the collapse of the human setting, even if he wants to continue playing matches and live broadcasts, no audience will pay him. If he loses this solo, he will have nothing and everything will be zero. But Gu Cun didn't worry about this, because he was extremely confident of his sniper. Otherwise, he would not become a pillar-level player at 4 AM in such a short time. As long as one shot is in his hand, people will stop killing, and Buddha will stop and kill Buddha. Of course, Jiang Siming is the same. If he loses, the wealth he has accumulated in a short time will be wiped out, but he doesn't worry about it at all, and he will earn it back soon. After the contract is reconfirmed, the gambling will officially begin. This solo game has attracted countless spectators. The number of people online in Jiang Siming's live broadcast room is an unprecedented breakthrough of 11 million. The popularity is as high as 210 million. Countless local tyrants came one after another, even including an emperor ID named, Traveling Frog Baby. This ID came from the IG team of the League of Legends who entered the Shark in the past 2 days. Although it is less than 100, it is still watched by a large number of spectators. Because the owner of this ID is the owner of the IG team. More than 10 million solo, interesting, the anchor won me and gave me 3 million gifts. This, Traveling Frog Baby, suddenly posted this barrage during the live broadcast, and the audience's enthusiasm was even higher, and no one would question the authenticity of this person's words. But Jiang Siming didn't see it. At this time, he and Gu Cun had both entered the game and fell to their respective positions. They only have a 98k in their hands, and they only have a first-level head. As long as they hit the head, they will die. The solo of the two began from this moment, officially unfolding. Gu Cun took the lead to probe and arrogantly pointed at the stone, which was quite provocative. But Jiang Siming did not move and did not come out. Gu Cun hit another shot, but Jiang Siming still didn't move. Shrinking tortoise, don't you dare to hit you and play solo with me. Gu Cun was so arrogant, he believed that Jiang Siming just didn't dare to shoot him. So he came up again and fired another provocative shot in Jiang Siming's direction. But unexpectedly, Jiang Siming suddenly emerged from the stone, shot a shot in the blink of an eye, and then hit again. Anyone familiar with Jiang Siming's live broadcast knows that this is Myojin's signature technology, instant attack. The bullet came flying fast. Gu Cun had a foreboding of the danger, but it was too late to hide. The bullet hit his head, the first-level head instantly shattered, and he fell to the ground. This is too fast. The audience's eyes were wide-eyed, although Jiang Siming's sniper and murder did so quickly. But now the opponent is Gu Cun, a well-known sniper in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds world. Before Jiang Siming appeared, he even had the title of the first sniper in China. But such a top sniper still couldn't escape Jiang Siming's shot. Gu Cun was also a little dazed at this time. He had never watched Jiang Siming's live broadcast before, who had been outside before. He only knew that this person had 2 snipers and replaced his position in the team, nothing more. But now it seems that Jiang Siming has heard so twice. But Gu Cun still didn't worry, he was just careless just now, and he wouldn't make such a mistake next. The game was reopened, the second round. This time, Gu Cun was honest, he didn't dare to provoke as arrogantly as the last one, even he only dared to shrink behind the stone and wait for the opportunity. The audience ridiculed, wasn't it just a good break? Why don't you dare to show up? This time it was Jiang Siming's turn to be arrogant, he shot Gu Cun's stone. Gu Cun felt that his face was being slapped with a palm. After 4 full shots, Jiang Siming had only 1 bullet left in 98k. Gu Cun couldn't help it anymore and poked his head out to get the result of the other party. But just as soon as he appeared, he used his first-level helmet to catch the last bullet in Jiang Siming's barrel again. It's dead again. Gu Cun's face was pale, very ugly. Only then did he feel the pressure. The opponent's sniper level seemed to be much higher than him, and he didn't even have a chance to start the shot. I want to check his computer. Gu Cun stood up and walked towards Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming left the mouse and keyboard with both hands, and leaned back on the chair to relax, letting Gu Cun check his keyboard and mouse. If you can't beat it, just surrender directly. Don't you want to fix this? Great God mocked. Some people can't afford to lose, but you can check it out. The look of incompetence and rage is really ridiculous, because you used to be our teammate. I feel ashamed. At 4 a.m., the other team members were also on Jiang Siming's side. Gu Xiuan checked around and found that there was no problem before returning to his seat. At this time, the sweat on his forehead made up, and the pressure increased. The third round opened immediately. Bang! No matter how careful he was, he still could not escape Jiang Siming's life-threatening bullet.